Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the roll call of the commission. We'll go ahead and start with our newest commissioner, which I introduced last night, and let him give a few words for any of those that might be tuning in. Mike Roach is the new commissioner out of Region 4. So, Mike.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Mike Roach. My wife Callie and I live in Fairfield. I've been born in the Magic Valley, and it's nice to be representing on the commission. Have been a fisherman and hunter in Idaho all my 72 years, so looking forward to working with some great commission members and helping manage some of the resources, but I'll leave it brief.
Thank you, Mike, and I'll also note that Commissioner Tim Murphy out of Region 3 is unable to be here today. He has a family emergency that he's dealing with, and we certainly wish Tim and his family good luck and hopefully a speedy recovery. Region 1, let's go ahead and go in order now.
Good morning, I'm Dave Bobbitt, Commissioner from Region 1, the Panhandle region.
Hi, I'm Don Ebert, Region 2, Clearwater Region.
Jordan Charette, Region 5, Southeast Region. Good morning.
Brody Harshbarger, Region 6, Upper Snake River Valley Region.
And good morning, Ron Davies here in Region 7, the Salmon region. Continuing on, but before I get to any of the agenda changes or the review of public comment, I just wanted to make a kudos, a shout out to the department and to Connor for the Hook and Bulletin podcast. I'm sure most of the people in this room have probably listened to that, but I listen to it weekly. I think it's a great program. I think it's very educational. It's not too long. It's not too short. And I would encourage anybody out there that's listening to tune in and to listen to that, because it's really educational and entertaining. So with that, are there any agenda changes? Hearing none. Review of public comment. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we didn't have a huge turnout of public last night for the public meeting. I think in attendance we had about a half a dozen members of the public. 3 of them provided comment, and so I will review those comments, starting with those, in this case, 1 related to an action item. So we did have an individual request a rain check for a bighorn sheep tag based on the conditions, the degree of wildfires, the limited access, and the smoky conditions that made it a very challenging hunt. And so I will note that we do have an action item coming up shortly where we're going to discuss a couple of other rain check requests and also talk about our policy for offering refunds. I think the comments and the requests that we heard last night did a nice job of kind of presenting the challenges that we face when considering these requests. Because on one hand, certainly sympathetic to the individual who did not have the access that he expected, hunted in very smoky conditions, which of course make glassing for sheep very difficult. The flip side of that is there was a fair amount of that unit open and accessible, and there were periods of time during that hunt where conditions were favorable, and I won't get into a lot of detail because John can present some of this information, but sheep were harvested despite it being a challenging year. And so more on that later, but I think that's, like I said, it's a good opportunity to just consider the policy and how we deal with these requests, particularly given the increasing frequency of wildfires related to, in large part, sheep hunting. So, had a comment related, a couple of comments from another individual. One, proposing the idea of offering limited tags for backcountry areas, offering hunters access to limited tags who are hunting backcountry areas. If they harvest wolves, as an incentive to harvest wolves, they would receive some sort of a limited tag in those areas, including potentially a bighorn sheep tag that then could be sold to another individual. So a lot there, and I will note that there was legislation last year that contemplated or proposed some sort of a structure where individuals that harvest wolves could get trophy species tags. And so I'd also note that that legislation was pulled by the sponsor because there was a lot of concern from sportsmen about that proposal. That individual also expressed his desire to see the non-resident tag issuance advisory committee move more aggressively toward a plan to reduce non-resident participation to 10%. And you heard last night that the contention that that was the purpose of this committee and that that was the purpose of the legislation that was introduced last year, was to get non-resident participation down to 10%. And I'm not going to steal Ellery's thunder because she's going to give an update on how that advisory committee is progressing along, but I will note that that was not the charge of the advisory committee, and that was not part of the legislation that was introduced last year. So we have offered to that advisory committee the opportunity that if they want to contemplate and consider how to reduce non-resident participation down to 10%, we'd be interested in hearing that recommendation, given some sideboards that surround that. So again, more from Ellery coming up on that. And then finally, we heard from an individual that was suggesting that we have several controlled hunts in the Clearwater region for antlered mule deer, and he was suggesting that those controlled hunts ought to be, the holders of those controlled hunts ought to be able to take a white-tailed deer as well if they see one. So we had some further conversation with him, and I know he spoke with folks in the Wildlife Bureau about that as well. And so those were our oral comments last night. I would also note that we have had, and you have in your inboxes, 2 emailed comments, one related to the management of wolves, critical of the state's policies regarding wolf management, and then another one regarding chronic wasting disease, critical of the department's response in managing chronic wasting disease. So you can read through those. And then finally, we just got one other additional written comment that's related to season setting and that will be coming up in the new year. So several different suggestions on season setting proposals for big game species. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my public comment.
Thank you, Director. Moving down to the next agenda item is the consent calendar. I assume that the commission has had a chance to review the minutes and the financial report and would entertain any changes or a motion to accept. Commissioner Bobbitt moves. Commissioner Harshberger seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes, the chair votes aye. Motion passes. The next item agenda is action items for commission approval. We'll start out with Amber Worthington doing administrative rules. Amber, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners, Director. I apologize. I am trying to get over a cold, so if I have any issues with that, apologies up front. So you have 3 draft pending rules in front of you for adoption today. Chapter 130102, Chapter 130107, and Chapter 130111. There will not be a whole lot to cover today, as there has been no changes made by staff to these rules, hence you approve them for proposed status. Once the rules are adopted as pending by the Commission, they will be packaged by the Office of Administrative Rules and then go to the Legislature for review and approval as a final rule. Unless a specific date is given through concurrent resolution, these rules go into effect July 1, 2025. The full red line versions were provided to you previously, so I'll just give an overview of any status updates. As a general note, all of these chapters were published in the administrative bulletins and subject to a 21-day comment period. So first up is Chapter 130111, Rules Governing Fish, and the modification to the definitions and fishing methods and gear section as it pertains to spear fishing. As you recall, this began with the rule proposal brought by interested parties to expand opportunities for spearfishing. The department received comments from the most recent comment period ending October 23rd. However, there are no changes to present based on those comments. Similar to when these rules were in front of you in July, overwhelmingly, those who commented were for spearfishing expansion opportunities, and a minority of folks didn't want any spearfishing allowed. We received 18 comments, 15 in support, and 3 expressing opposition, citing concerns around crowding and misidentification of species. And if there are no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to Chapter 130107, Rules Governing the Taking of Wildlife.
Gentlemen, are there any questions? Seeing none, Amber.
Okay. The pending rule is exactly the same as the proposed rule and includes revisions to game management zone descriptions and the addition of language clarifying that the department and commission regulatory actions do not authorize violation of federal laws as related to federally protected species when there is not a valid federal take authorization. We received 3 public comments for this chapter. One was in opposition to the addition of the language around protected wildlife simply because they did not believe it was enough. The other 2 were regarding the GMZ revision. One supporting the change of moving units to the Big Desert Zone, and one in opposition to changing the Unit 53 Game Management Zone. This was citing good opportunity that doesn't need changed, already an issue when borders were changed previously, and doesn't like it being added to a controlled desert hunt. And finally, if there are no questions, I can move on to 130102.
Gentlemen? Go ahead and continue, Amber.
Thank you. This is the rules governing mandatory education, mentored hunting, and shooting ranges. This rule addresses a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recommendation to adopt a bear identification test. The rule is currently temporary with an effective date of January 1, 2025, and the Commission also approved it as a proposed rule. There were no changes made to this chapter after it was published in the Administrative Bulletin since you last approved it for proposed. We did receive 21 comments on the proposed rule during the most recent comment period. 12 were in support, 6 were in opposition, and 3 others were a blurry line between the 2 and not openly identified. Sometimes when comments come in, they don't tell us that they oppose or they support. They just kind of give their feedback. So it's hard to kind of determine where they fall. Those in opposition strongly feel identification isn't a problem and they shouldn't be burdened with more educational tools or that it should only be required of new hunters. The blurry part and overall general comments indicated an agreement that education is necessary. However, it should be done through our Hunters Education Program and or through pictures in our regulations, similar to what we do with fishing regulations. And that completes my information on rules, quick and easy there, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to give you a quick update on where we are with our bear identification program after you finish the vote on the rules, if you so wish.
Thank you, Amber. Is there any questions or comments? Hearing none, go ahead and, well, so I guess the chair
Your
will
choice,
go
Mr.
ahead
Chair.
and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission adopt the pending rules as presented with the authority for the department to make non-substantive edits in the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rule.
Been a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Go ahead and continue, Amber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the bear ID test update, staff have been working on developing a bear identification test since the commission approved the temporary proposed rule in August. The bear identification webpage is being updated to include a more comprehensive bear identification program. This includes a bear ID handout that is designed to help identify the different physical characteristics of black bears and grizzly bears. It includes a link to the test and an explanation why we're expanding the programming and an explanation of what it means for sportsmen. The bear ID test is intended to educate people and help people use multiple physical characteristics to ID that species of bear. It will be incorporated into hunter education and be made up of yes or no answers. Much like the Montana test, you only need an 80% to pass, and you only have to pass it once. When passed, a certificate will be produced that can be added to a hunter's account. All products should be ready for the public by the non-resident tag sale. And as a reminder, a temporary rule requiring the test will be effective January 1 through sine die. The actual rule will not go into final effect until approved by the legislature this upcoming session. So if you have any further questions, I will defer to Ms. Katie because she is the one that provided me this information.
Okay, gentlemen, Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, Amber, so how are we going to notify all the people who have hunted bears for years and years and years that you want to defer that to Katie? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, if I can.
Katie?
Chairman Davies, Commissioners, Mr. Ebert. So yes, part of this whole package includes outreach and education to the public. So emails, press releases, notifications on our website, lots of it. And prior to the non-resident tag sale. So we get a lot of non-residents that purchase products, right before the calendar year. So we want to get this out fast.
So,
Go ahead, Ron.
okay, sorry, yeah. So Katie, Amber brought up the fact that you only have to take it once, and then it's not incumbent upon the hunter to continue to keep a certificate. It's added to their account, and that if that box has been checked, that's it, they're done?
Well, kind of.
Okay.
So, Chairman, so the answer is yes, kind of. It is, the burden of proof is on the hunter. So they can carry that certificate on them, but that certificate number will also be added to their Go Outdoor Idaho brand account. And the way that we do it now for hunter's education, archery certificate, the individual has to add that certificate number to their account. So maybe further on later, when we can get Brant connected with Hunter's Ed, that will be automated. But right now at this point, it has to be manually entered. Okay. So a sportsman can bring in their certificate to an office and we can do it for them. They can call licensing or they can do it themselves, similar to how they do archery, Hunter's Ed, Trapper's Ed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ebert.
I would just like to make a comment, why we're doing this, and as everybody knows that follows, we're in the middle of, trying to get grizzly bears delisted, and we have issues with ESA grizzly bears, and so this is a step in the direction of hedging our bets a little bit about misidentification of grizzly bears and the fact that we're in a push to try to get them delisted. I think this will help us in that, and there's a reason for it, and it is going to cause bear hunters a little bit of a burden, but we think it's a necessary and a productive step towards what we are trying to achieve.
Thank you. Commissioner
So,
Bob.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little bit confused because I've forever got a sportsman's package. And with that, everything, my archery, my hunter ed, all that just carries forward.
Right.
Once I take the bear test, you're telling me it won't carry forward?
Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, the answer is no. So it will carry forward. You will get a notification that says when you purchase your sportsman's package or it's being annually renewed, a notification will come up that says if you are going to hunt black bears, you have to take a mandatory test. Now, the rule states that to hunt black bears, you have to have the mandatory test. That does not require you to purchase a tag. You can purchase this tag, but if you're going to hunt on that tag, you still have to take the test. So you can purchase all the things, but if you plan on hunting, yes.
Then I'll have to manually give them that number
Yep, or enter it into your account, the certificate number.
every year.
Nope, just one time.
Okay.
One time and it's in, yep.
Okay.
But there will be notifications that pop up through the Brant system that says if you're going to purchase this item, by the way, you need this.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Commissioner Bobbit. Yeah, I guess to answer the concerns that some of the hunters had about having to jump through more hoops to do this, as Commissioner Ebert brought up, the fact of the matter is this is it's a kind of a necessary evil. Nobody wants to put more testing out there for people to go through, but it's not a difficult test. I was able to pass it my first time, and I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, so I think that they'll find that it's not really overbearing for them to have to go through, and I think everybody will be able to get through it without any problems. So, is there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you, Katie.
Right, thanks.
Continuing on now, Fisheries Management Plan, Lance Hebden. Lance, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Fredericks. Today, my name is Lance Hebden. For those that are out there potentially watching, we'll be presenting Agenda Item 5B, which is an action item for approval of the draft Fisheries Management Plan. I'm going to go through a brief overview of this, similar to what we did when the Commission released it, gave us the nod to release it for public comment, and then we'll get into kind of the comments that we received. So the Fisheries Management Plan is the guiding document for all fisheries management in the state of Idaho, sets management objectives and goals on a statewide basis, and then tiers down, and the guts, or 2/3 of the plan, is actually water body management, drainage-specific management that focuses on species that have significant recreational and conservation interest. So as a timeline, we start the Fisheries Management Plan revision 2 years ahead of time with an angler opinion survey, which helps us get information directly from the Idaho public so we can see if there's any broad-scale changes in terms of things that we need to be linking up in our management plan revision. We then do a scoping exercise that started in spring of '24, and then the draft went out for public comment in August of '24. So the Angler Opinion Survey, just as a quick overview, gives us insight into things like what species are preferred by anglers across the state, and it's no surprise Idaho is a trout state. That's what people prefer. That's what people have preferred for a long time, but we are seeing some shifts to some warm water fish, and then the concept of fishing for anything that bites just really dovetails into the concept that there's a lot of people that they're just out there fishing for the enjoyment factor of it, and they're not really a specialist kind of person. We also asked the question of preferred water bodies to fish. And again, it's not surprising the Snake River, traversing most of the regions in the state, is consistently one of the top choices. And then the Salmon River, Strike, Henry's Lake, Ponderay, the big waters that you would expect consistently pop up. Places, things that may not be totally intuitive, alpine lakes. We have hundreds of alpine lakes in the United States, and in the state, and they consistently rank in the top 15 water bodies as a collective that anglers like to fish, and so we put some management effort in that direction. The other piece that is always worth reminding us as managers is that we're managing for different groups of people. We have people that are extremely committed anglers. These are the diehards, and if you look at the graphic here, that they represent around 11% of our angling population. Those also tends to be the people we hear from most often. On the other side of the equation, somewhere in the 25-30% are the casual. Those are the people that are, they're out there with their family, they're out there just to be outside, et cetera. And so again, as we build the fish management plan, we're trying to keep in the back of our mind that we're serving multiple constituencies across the state. So the management plan can, generally speaking, the broad sense goals are conserve native fish species and maintain or improve recreational fish. And as I mentioned before, it's a two-part plan. So the front part, part one, which is about 1/3 of the plan, covers different programs in the state, covers fish research, management, and really has guiding principles that discusses how the department will comment on things such as outfitting and guiding opportunities, water management, et cetera. And then the guts of it really comes down to the 34 or 35 drainages across the state. We break management direction essentially into two parts. Primary management direction in the 4 categories of native, wild, natural, hatchery supported, and incompatible. And the incompatible management direction was new for this plan. And interestingly enough, we received no negative feedback whatsoever on that directly. We received a fair amount of positive support for that in regards to specific fish species and specific locations of the state that should be managed against. And sort of the poster child for incompatible species are lake trout in Pend Oreille and walleye that have showed up in a couple of places like the Snake River and Ryrie Reservoir. And then the secondary management strategies really kind of try to focus the primary management strategies and get a little bit more into a conservation population or management strategy, really elevates the importance of that particular fish species in the context of range-wide importance and draws direction to maintain those populations. Anadromous refers specifically to the uniqueness of salmon and steelhead management and those anadromous fisheries. General opportunity is managed at the regional level for general regulations. We use the term yield, which is a bit of an insider baseball, but that just means provide the public the opportunity to harvest as many fish as they possibly can of that species. Those tend to be things like perch fisheries, and many of our panfish. And then quality and trophy really refer to areas where we know the water bodies and the species have a potential to grow to quality or trophy size, and that's the direction that we're going to manage for. So moving in, just a quick overview of how these things look at a drainage-specific basis. We're going to use Willow Creek, and it is unique in that it's one, if not maybe the only drainage that has all of the primary management strategies. So in Willow Creek, we have Yellowstone cutthroat. They're a native and species primary management. We also have rainbow trout and kokanee in Ryrie Reservoir in the Willow Creek drainage. These are hatchery supported, provide really popular sport fisheries, but because of the lack of spawning and the level of harvest on those, we supplement them with hatchery stocking. Then you get into yield fisheries, so perch and smallmouth bass are both high yield fisheries. They're managed to just harvest fish. People continuously report in the Angler Opinion Survey, roughly half of the people say that catching fresh fish for a meal is really important to them, and this is a perfect opportunity. And then lastly, we have walleye, which were an illegal introduction and really have the potential to threaten the conservation and even the cutthroat fishery and the kokanee and potentially perch fisheries. So moving in after the head nod we received in July, we moved out to release the draft to the public in August, 21-day comment period, published information on the website. We sent out tens of thousands of emails. There were news releases. We had social media releases, and then we sent letters to sort of known cooperators, agents, other state agencies, neighboring states where we share waters, and local Indian tribes. And so ultimately, we received 160 comments. Now, the comments, if we received a 5-page comment from somebody and they talked about water management in the Upper Snake, and then they talked about, management of Bear Lake, that would be separated into 2 comments. So the comments were topic specific so that we could route them appropriately and address them appropriately. Those 160 comments came from 63 individuals. 62% said they supported the draft plan, and 11% said they did not. There's also a component of people, if you just emailed, if you went to the website as a result of the social media or news release or whatever and clicked on comment on the fish management plan, there was specifically a question: do you support it? Do you not support it? Why? And so a certain number of people who chose to just email comments indirectly wouldn't necessarily have answered the question of support or not support. Interestingly enough, of the comments that were in the not support category, a fair number of those were actually more related to like seasons and rules and bag limits, so they weren't directly related to the fish management plan itself. There was one comment where an individual took exception to management on Blackfoot Reservoir and preferred that we manage for smallmouth bass instead of against smallmouth bass. There was one of the not support comments was really related to kokanee stocking and some kokanee management, and we acknowledge we've been struggling with kokanee egg take the last few years, and we're making some pretty strong strides to remedy that egg source. There was one comment that really focused on the fact that we could manage for more beavers in Idaho. We forwarded that comment to our cooperator in the wildlife side who deals with fur bearer. But the guts of the comment was really that we should be spending way more money on habitat restoration. And there were a couple of comments that suggested that. One of the comments also really indicating not support was the fact that they didn't feel we did a good enough job addressing future impacts of climate change on Idaho fisheries and conservation. So the statewide, so as we mentioned, because we have the two parts in the plan, the drainage specific and the statewide, most of the statewide comments focused on salmon and steelhead management. It is always a hot topic in Idaho, and there are a lot of people that are extremely passionate about it. If you have salmon and steelhead anglers in your region, you know how passionate they are. And everybody has an opinion on how we can make salmon and steelhead fishing better. Again, I mentioned the climate impacts, and this was an area where we did actually add a section in the climate impacts, on climate impacts to Idaho fisheries. This really gets at, you know, some of the things of what we've seen in terms of changes in hydrology, changes in precipitation, timing and volume of precipitation in various places over time. There was a comment that we didn't do a sufficient job of describing the economic impacts of fishing in the plan itself, and so we beefed up that section. And then there was a comment on outfitting and guiding, and there was a bullet point specifically in the statewide management section that acknowledged that as an agency we frequently receive comments, and we did in the plan, we did in the scoping, we always hear from anglers that have very strong opinions on outfitting and guiding, and so there's some language in there that some folks took exception to. With that, going into the regional specific stuff. So in the Panhandle region, we had some comments that were very passionate about managing cutthroat in lakes. Historically, cutthroat were a much larger part of all the lake fisheries in North Idaho. There's some folks that think we should be pushing harder in that direction. And then the Priest River Bypass, which if you are from the North Idaho region, you are aware that is a very hot button issue. That was actually brought up in scoping. I think we essentially addressed that issue sufficiently, but it was something that came up pretty extensively in the comments. In the Clearwater region, there was a lot of focus on maintaining and improving salmon and steelhead fisheries, and this ran the gamut from hatchery management to more protection for wild fish, etc. Comments included more monitoring and harvest, support for invasive species management. This gets back specifically to smallmouth bass and or walleye, which are not technically legally invasive, but that's a term that the public is kind of grasped onto and lines up with our incompatible designation. And then there was a lot of information just as you get land management agencies reviewing the plan. They tend to be more sensitive to the impacts of habitat management and underlying geology, and the Clearwater itself has a fairly highly erosive geology just in general, and so we made some clarifications in that. And then sturgeon research in Hell's Canyon has been a big multi-agency working with Oregon and Washington Fish and Wildlife agencies and Idaho Power, and just wanted to beef up the section. The sturgeon comments wanted us to beef up the section on that coordination. In the Southwest region, and the biggest comments, or the most comments, were around the Boise River, and being a major high-profile fishery running through the most populated city in the state, you're always going to have people who have suggestions on how to manage the fishery specifically, and then we made some changes to how we dealt with. We lumped side channels and some other water management issues in the Boise River, and we definitely received comments on that. In the Magic Valley, the comments were fairly uneventful. This was mostly clarifying Idaho Power's mitigation stocking around rainbow trout. In Southeast, American Falls Reservoir, there were comments. Again, these were more around habitat, dissolved oxygen, water quality, and how that interacted with Idaho Power operations, and some changes that were fairly recently put in their FERC license and that they had agreed to. And so we updated that section. People in the Southeast region are very concerned about the loss of small reservoir fishery access in terms of there's a whole bunch of small reservoirs down there. They're largely on private land. There has been a history of access, and as quagga mussels, invasive species, has come online, some of these irrigation companies have become a little more restrictive, and we heard that from the public. I think the plan does a really nice job of directing the department and staff to continue working with these entities to maintain access and improve access where possible. And then neighboring states, Utah and Wyoming, we all have a collective interest in making sure that our native non-game fish, these are things like green sucker, blue-head sucker, northern leatherside, these are small fish that 99.9% of the Idaho public will probably never hear about or even be that worried about unless they got to a point where there was a federal ESA listing. And so the three states collectively, we engage in conversations cross borders. We're signatories to various conservation agreements, et cetera. Moving to the Upper Snake, there was a lot of discussion around Henry's Fork, flow, aquifer recharge, Island Park Reservoir management. A lot of support for continuing our efforts to manage rainbow trout, specifically on the South Fork Snake, to maintain Yellowstone cutthroat populations, and native trout management in general is a really hot topic in the Upper Snake. We're seeing some changes in the Teton River, some opportunities to improve native management there, and then again, native non-game fish, specific comments specifically from Wyoming. And then circling back to our final stop here in the salmon region, anglers in the salmon region, salmon and steelhead are a big part of the recreational opportunity out here, and so we hear a lot of the comments that we heard around salmon and steelhead were also from people in the salmon region. With that, I would like to note that this management plan was a tremendous lift by all of the regional fish managers, a considerable amount of effort on part of research staff, headquarters staff in terms of wrangling the edits, making sure that all the comments were addressed, et cetera, and the formatting, and specifically note three people: Martin Koenig, sportfish coordinators in the office, and actually in the audience, Sarah Marr, who was our Idaho Science and Technology Policy Fellow from the McClure Center, helped out a tremendous amount, and then State Fish Manager Joe Kozofka. And with that, I will take questions.
Gentlemen, any questions or comments?
They were, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, they were introduced like a lot of our walleye populations around the state now, in that they were put in somebody's live well from another water body and trucked to Ryrie and released on their own. So we consider that an illegal introduction. You may hear it referred to as bait bucket biology.
Gentlemen?
Just a comment, it appears to me like comprehensive, you guys have done a job, covered all the bases you can. Good work, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lance, I'll echo those comments. It's quite a heavy lift. There's a lot of information in there. It's very, very comprehensive, and I think you guys did a great job putting that together, so thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I had a question about bull trout. Former Director Virgil Moore called for the delisting of bull trout many, many moons ago. And just where is that effort to delist or anything like that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, so actually in the plan on the section of bull trout, we call for working with federal agencies and other states to delist bull trout where populations are strong and stable. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has finally completed their 5-year status assessment on bull trout. At the DPS level, so bull trout were listed, basically all fish from Northern California and the Klamath to the Canadian border, all the way into Montana and northern Nevada, were listed as a single distinct population segment. In the 5-year status review, they noted that at the DPS level, they warranted remaining to be listed, so retaining the threatened listing. Idaho is looking at options in terms of where we go next, and I think at some point we'll have a conversation with Director Fredericks and legal about what that looks like. With that, Mr. Chairman, I believe there's a motion on the gold sheet.
There are, yeah. Gentlemen, as the chair would entertain a motion. Would anybody care to make that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that the commission adopt the Fisheries Management Plan for 25 through 2030.
Moved by Commissioner Ebert. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Harshbarger seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Hans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just take a second. So you can go, Lance, but thank you for the presentation. But I do just want to echo the appreciation for the Fisheries Bureau for putting that together. If you read the document, and I know you all did, cover to cover, you know what a thorough, it's a colossal document, and it's comprehensive, and it's thoughtful, and we do this every 6 years. I had the opportunity to take part in them as a fisheries manager and chief of fisheries, and it is a daunting task, but it's a super important document. As you all know, on the wildlife side of things, we have species plans or groups of species plans, and so there are smaller bites and lots of them, but this is essentially the guiding document for all fisheries in the state, and so it's big, very important, very well done.
Thank you, Director. Next on the agenda is Panhandle CWD Management Zone and Deer Harvesting Sampling. Tricia Hebden. Good morning, Tricia.
Good morning. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm here to present Action Item 5C, Panhandle CWD Management Zone and Harvest Sampling. So I'm going to go through the Panhandle update and action item first, and then I'm going to give you guys a brief, quick update on where the numbers are at for CWD sampling thus far this year. So as you all are unfortunately aware, on August 14th of this year, the department received lab confirmation of a CWD detection from an adult female white-tailed deer collected approximately 3 miles north of Bonners Ferry in Game Management Unit 1 in Boundary County. The deer was found dead on private property, and the owner notified the department because the deer looked sick. The department immediately began to assess all the information that we have on that area. And Game Management Unit 1, as many are aware, is a very popular hunting destination for white-tailed deer. Hunters harvest over 2,000 white-tailed deer in 2023. And when we went and looked at our CWD sampling, we only had about 143 samples from that area. Additionally, the state of Montana, if you look on the map, the big orange dot, has numerous CWD positives in the Libby area less than 20 miles east of the Idaho border. And to the north, British Columbia detected their first 2 cases of CWD at the beginning of January of this year. And that's about 50 miles north of the Idaho border. And at the beginning of August of this year, the state of Washington also reported their first case of CWD in white-tailed deer just north of Spokane. Based on all of these known positives and the limited sample size that we had in the area, and conversations with private landowners, the department proposed an emergency surveillance hunt to determine the amount of disease and the distribution of that disease in that area in Boundary County. The hunt was a 300-tag, 9-day controlled surveillance hunt for white-tailed deer of either sex, and this occurred in late August and through early September of this year prior to the general season hunt. The department also worked with local landowners to provide disease kill permits to allow them to participate on their private property and assist in the surveillance hunts. Weekly public meetings were held in Bonners Ferry to keep the local community updated. So, 169 animals were harvested during that emergency surveillance hunt by local hunters and landowners. 2 additional positives were detected during the hunt, both white-tailed deer, and all were in close proximity to the initial positive. So on the map, the red star is the initial positive, and then the 2 other red dots are the other positives detected. So, based on all the positive detections and the fact that thousands of deer are being harvested in Game Management Unit 1, many hunters are traveling from Unit 1 to other parts of Idaho, both residents and non-residents, and they're potentially taking whole carcasses and heads out of this area. In addition, roadkill deer are being salvaged and used in trapping efforts throughout northern Idaho. Over 900 roadkill white-tailed deer were salvaged in Game Management Unit 1, and many of those carcasses were moved outside of the area between 2020 and 2024. So with that, on October 1st, the director designated a temporary CWD management zone in a portion of Game Management Unit 1 and adopted a mandatory check for all deer harvested in the zone. Under our Idaho administrative procedural rules, it limits the director's authority to no more than 90 days prior to the commission review, and that's why we're here today. So staff recommends designating a permanent CWD management zone comprised of a portion of Game Management Unit 1 within Boundary County east of the Selkirk Crest. Staff also recommends requiring a mandatory check of all deer harvested in Game Management Unit 1 CWD management zone to facilitate CWD testing. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Tricia.
Mr. Chair, Trish, so the first one that was detected, they called us because the deer looked sick. Is that actually what killed the deer? So being it was sick, would that indicate an advanced case of CWD?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, CWD is a very slow developing disease, and it can take between 1 to 3 years in white-tailed deer to develop. This deer looked sick in terms of it was had lost a lot of weight. It was very skinny, and a lot of times deer that have CWD may die of something else like pneumonia or another disease. But yes, CWD is definitely thought to have been a cause in that death. So it had been potentially around for a while.
Commissioner
Mr.
Ballard.
Chairman, Trish. So, all three of these deer that tested positive were within a mile of each other. Is that correct?
Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes,
And within this mile is also a dump.
correct.
So we have any plans on fencing or?
Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, we are currently working with the Boundary County Landfill and the Department of Environmental Quality. That dump is not lined at this, or not fenced at this point in time. And we are in conversations with kind of the whole community and the health district, everybody involved in solid waste, to see how they can get a fence up around that dump for not only this purpose, but also for other predatory animals.
Right. And that's where we're disposing of these deer now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to make this motion. I move the commission adopt staff recommendations to create a CWD management zone comprised of that portion of Game Management Unit 1 within Bonner County and east of the Selkirk Mountains crest, and require mandatory check of all deer harvested in GMU Unit 1 CW Management Zone.
Confirming you meant Boundary County? Is that
Boundary
correct?
County.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, but I do have some questions before.
Moved and seconded, go ahead.
Trish, this is awesome. Not that we have CWD, but this stuff's brought to us. Hey, a couple questions though. Why, if you go back to the map, that whole unit seems to have CWD all around it. Why are we just focusing on one area instead of the whole unit? It seems like it's literally surrounding from every way. And why just the smaller unit in there for the CWD zone?
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, at this point in time, that is, we have thousands upon thousands of samples that we potentially could get from Game Management Unit 1, and we are doing an increased effort to sample that entire area. The goal right now is to really, because it is a very large area that we're sampling, I think it's the size of Delaware, we have a feeling that as we push our sampling effort in that area, we're going to increase the sampling area overall in the entire game management unit, and really are trying to focus in to see, do we have a very consolidated area, or are we going to start seeing outside of that? So as we get our test results back, I think what's going to happen, and I'll bring this up in a later slide, we're going to come back to you guys in January. This is where we're setting the CWD management zone in an attempt to be very adaptive for our hunters. We really don't want to increase a burden if we don't have to. So we're sampling pretty heavily right now. And if we start seeing positives outside of that, we will come back and ask to expand that zone potentially.
Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette. So just to make sure that I heard your question, and I think Trish answered it, but I might have heard you say, why didn't we make it bigger? And so, Tricia, maybe go to I want to draw the distinction between our surveillance hunt boundary, which is that.
That's the surveillance boundary.
Yep, and then we expanded the CWD management zone much broader than that. Mm-hmm. So it is the larger part of Unit 1. So I think initially just trying to get a sense of where there were detections in that surveillance hunt, but then because of the reasons that Trish said, with the way carcasses are moved around in there, we expanded it to a much larger area. One of the challenges we have is you don't want to make it too big, because remember, you establish a CWD management zone and you are allowing carcasses to be moved within that zone. So if you have a hot spot that has a really tight line around it, it's actually counterproductive to draw the management zone too big, because then you're allowing it to be moved from that zone to other parts of the unit. And so I think those are all the balances that we're trying to manage right now, and we'll have a lot more information to really refine that, as Tricia just said, when we have results from all over Unit 1 by January. Hope that made sense.
Yeah, no, thank you. That answered the question. I have one other question that I've had asked to me, and I don't know the answer. Why do we want to leave the carcass on the landscape instead of remove it completely and put it in a place where it can't spread? What's the theory behind that?
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I think in a perfect world, we would remove all carcasses and put them someplace that those prions could not be infectious anymore. The problem is in many of our areas and many of our hunts, it's hard to get carcasses, full carcasses off the hill. And if you think about it, these animals have been shedding this disease through their urine and their feces and saliva while they're living with this disease. So it is in and on the landscape. So this thought of, yes, we would like to potentially remove it to the best of our ability, but there's also, we're not going to get it out of the soil that it's currently existing in. That's going to take time for that to degrade.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we have a motion before you. No further discussion being seen. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Tricia.
I'm going to give you a little bit of an update on the rest of the numbers. That might help with some of, if anyone has any additional questions.
Oh, I hope you would. Thank you.
So, for some background information, the department has been conducting CWD surveillance since 1997. We've tested about approximately 45,000 samples, and we conduct annual surveillance, as many of you are aware, especially on the states bordering Montana and Wyoming. The remainder of Idaho is sampled on a 3-year rotational effort to ensure that we're looking in all areas of Idaho, and actually that rotational sampling is how we detected our initial positive in Slate Creek. For this current hunting year, the rotation is focused on the Weiser, McCall, and Grangeville game management units, and we have mandatory sampling in game management units 14, 18, 23, 24, 32A, and a portion of game management unit 1. We also have our 2 CWD management zones, and those really are there to put carcass movement restrictions in place so people aren't transporting CWD out of those areas. So, the numbers that we have thus far, with the help of hunters and our staff, and I have to tell you, our staff has been out all over the state. We've sampled over 3,000 animals since July 1st of this year. We have approximately 1,900 samples pending at our lab in Colorado State. In the CWD management zone in GMU 1, we have 379 samples collected to date, with a majority of those coming out of white-tailed deer. In GMU 14, which is part of that CWD management zone, we have almost 350 samples, and that, one of the things that was brought up when we talked about this, because we're just doing mandatory sampling on deer, there was concern over elk. A quarter or a third of those samples out of GMU 14 are elk samples. The other equal thirds are mule deer and white-tailed deer. And in Game Management Unit 18, we have almost 100 samples out of there, with a few elk, mostly mule deer in that area. In the mandatory sampling areas, we have a lot of samples that have come out, which is what we were looking for, because if everybody remembers, in those areas, we had a positive in Game Management Unit 23. And we didn't initiate an emergency hunt because a lot of those animals had moved out the positive was on summer range, and they had moved out onto winter range in a lot of different areas. So we initiated this mandatory sampling, and we're getting samples back. Right now in that area in GMU 23, most of those samples are mule deer. 161 of the 251 are from mule deer, with an equal split between white-tailed deer and elk. In Game Management Unit 24, we have 160 samples. 114 of those are mule deer, 25 whitetail, and 20 elk. And then in Game Management Unit 32A, we have 231 samples with 210 mule deer, which will give us enough to look at a prevalence estimate in there. And then we have a handful of whitetail and a handful of elk. So we will be providing you guys updates in January. So as I said, we have about 1,900 samples pending at our Colorado State Lab. They are getting samples turned around very quickly. We're getting results every week from them. They've actually hired additional people to help get our samples processed. But with hundreds of hunts still open, we're monitoring these results as they're coming in, and we're putting together recommendations for our upcoming season setting. And based on the prevalence and the amount of disease around the state, that should help us, as we're getting these results back, really kind of help us develop the recommendations for that season setting. The department is also working very closely with our landowners in our CWD management areas to assist with disease control efforts on private property. And depending on the incoming surveillance results, we'll be keeping you all updated with any new or changing situations, and hope to provide you with a more detailed update in January. So we're also right now looking at our CWD strategy or our disease management plan related to this. We have a review team working right now. Stacy DeWalter, our disease program coordinator, is heading that up, and we have representation from from regional staff as well as key bureau staff. The priority of this revision really is to provide an in-depth review of human dimension and communications efforts that have been done in other jurisdictions and agencies that have dealt with CWD, to really give you guys an understanding of what's been done and what has actually worked for other agencies, as well as the revision is going to look at reorganizing several sections to provide more direction, as well as more research tools and some recommendations. And finally, our CWD outreach, as you're all aware, has been a top priority. Our goal has been to provide easy-to-understand information and frequent updates related to CWD. Our CWD outreach efforts have included a CWD Awareness Week, public meetings, one-on-one visits, traditional mailings, emails, posts to multiple social media platforms, and it's been focused on hunters as well as private landowners, residents of affected communities, and concerned citizens, which we've had a lot of feedback. We have created web pages, and this is a live map that we have up right now, so you can go to this map on our CWD web pages and click on, as you can see up here, Game Management Unit 23. It will tell you in real time how many samples have been taken, how many positives there are, as well as once you're looking at that, you can get back to the CWD information pages and any of the CWD rules. And I have to say, and put a huge shout out to all the staff around the state that have just been, working their butts off, as well as our communication staff, who has been updating websites and helping us. They went out of their way to put on a huge CWD Awareness Week that really kind of helped. And I think it's from the standpoint of hearing back from our hunters, we're not hearing we didn't know this. We're getting really actually good compliance and feedback from our hunters. So if there's any other questions.
Yeah.
I want to compliment the department on the educational process you've given. There's a lot of misinformation out there about CWD, kind of false narratives, but the majority of people I talk to are knowledgeable enough to really. Sorry about that. Again, I want to thank you for your efforts in communication and education on this terrible disease. But the people I talk to, majority are well-informed. And I can tell you there's a lot of misinformation being circulated out there, and we stayed ahead of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. Tricia, so for the general public to understand, if they have any concerns and they've harvested an animal, they can send their sample in for testing. Is that correct?
Chairman Davies, yes. They can bring a head in. They need lymph nodes out of the head, so they can bring it into a regional office. We have drop-off locations. Our website has all the information where all of our head barrels are, our drop-off locations, when we're open, and also contacts to contact people if they have questions.
Okay, so dropping the samples off at a regional office is the preferred method. You can't mail them in. If you take the lymph nodes out yourself, you can't, or is that how you want them brought in, is to a regional office?
I think if we would prefer them being brought into a regional office, and the only reason I say that is having dealt with the the mailing system with goopy tissue samples, they get a little cranky. And rightfully so, because they can be very gross. So if somebody would like to mail them in, we ask that they would mail them overnight or in such a way that they're in a Tyvek envelope that's not going to leak, because we will get calls from the postmasters on those.
That makes a lot of sense. And now I've forgotten the other question I had. Commissioner Bobbitt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I actually worked at Check Station last year, and we have a biologist, Micah, up in North Idaho, that's really good at getting those lymph nodes out, but it's not simple. It's pretty hard. Carson's okay. Micah is really good, so.
Okay, so for all you folks that are listening from Region 1, don't go to Carson, go to Micah for your sampling to take place. Tricia, I guess another question I would have is there a reason that we wouldn't want to, because basically to take a sample, you get that little plastic envelope, right? And you take the lymph nodes out, you put them in that, and you take them to a regional office. Would it be beneficial if we, with every deer or elk tag sold, to give out those little bags with an instruction sheet to take them in, or would that become too cumbersome? And I guess, does that the question make sense?
So Chairman Davies, I think that it's a great question, and we have talked about it. Our return, we have a ability for people to, go online and say they want a kit, and we mail kits out to them. Okay. We've mailed out in our CWD management zones and in the mandatory sampling in controlled hunts. We're mailing those out to people that are in controlled hunts. General hunts in those areas, we don't necessarily know who is getting those general hunt tags, because you can hunt in multiple areas on a general hunt. So it's one of those of, we could hand them out if people are coming into certain offices to get CWD kits into their hands. I think one of the things that Commissioner Bobbitt pointed out is, once you learn how to take samples, it's not that hard. It's staying kind of up to speed. And we do have a video online that shows you, having taken hundreds of samples, there's a feel to it, and I hate to say that, but there's a textural thing. Lymph nodes tend to be really tough, and so it's almost to the point of working potentially with local communities, especially in our CWD management areas, to even potentially have trainings and work through that. And I think right now that's one of the things we're looking at in our strategy and with our regions, of when we have time, as the public becomes more interested, of really working with them to see what's going to work best to make it easier for them to get samples, and making sure that the samples we're getting back are accurate. Because if people are sampling on their own and they grab the wrong thing, so a salivary gland, and they send that in, we can't test that. And we can't test blood, we can't test meat. So once somebody has gotten rid of their carcass, we can't just test a piece of their meat. So it's really getting that information out to them, that this is exactly what we need, and let us help you if you're interested, and show you how to do it, or bring it in and we'll do it for you.
Okay. Are these kits, are they available at vendors as well, or mainly just regional offices around the state?
Mainly just regional offices at this point in time.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? I think we got it. Thank you, Tricia. Next on the agenda item 5D, black bear, mountain lion, gray wolf tag discount order. Katie, welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Davies, Commissioner, Director Fredericks. Put this up. Can you guys hear me? So I am the Welcome, Commissioner Roach. I am Katie Ulrich, the wildlife staff biologist for bears, lions, and wolves. And what I'm presenting on today is the non-resident discount order for black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf tags. Several years ago, the Commission has discounted mountain lion, black bear, and gray wolf tags in certain units to encourage additional harvest in areas where predation can be a limiting factor to prey populations or is causing livestock depredations or other conflicts. Reducing the price of these tags has resulted in non-resident participation, an increase in non-resident participation in harvest of these species in these desired units. The current discount order that was enacted by the Commission in 2023 is set to expire at the end of this year. Department staff recommend continuation of the discount order for non-resident tag fees as specified in the gold sheet. So this reduces mountain lion and black bear tags to $41.75, gray wolf tags to $31.75. The discount non-resident tag fees for mountain lions or black bears would apply to the units 4, 4A, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 16A, 17, 19, 20, 20A, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 36, and portions of Unit 21 and 28 within the Frank Church Wilderness. The discount order would also extend to tag fees for mountain lions in Units 41 and 42, and the discounted non-resident tag fees for gray wolves would apply statewide. The staff proposed the non-resident tag fees as a continuation for the same discounts to apply to the big game season 2025 and 2026. So, the staff recommend adopting the new discount order, which would be 2447, which would be effective January 1st, 2025, for non-resident black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf tags for the calendar years 25 and 2026. At this point, I stand for questions.
So Katie, what is the cost without the discount order?
Right. So mountain lion, without the discount order, non-resident tags for mountain lion is $204 and black bears is $203.
So it's a significant savings to encourage people to do this. Also in the background on the gold sheet, it states that these tags have resulted in an increase in non-resident participation and harvest of species in those desired units. Do you know how much of an increase has taken place by that?
Yeah, initially when these tags were enacted in 1999, since then, there's been a significant jump in black bear harvest, not as much on the mountain lion side. So what we've seen in these units is a threefold harvest since 1999. So right now, non-residents for black bears make up about 40% of our total harvest, which is pretty significant for non-residents. Now, these discount tags for non-resident black bears makes up half of that. So 20% of our statewide black bear harvest comes from the non-resident discount tags. Primarily, majority of them are guided.
Okay. All right.
Mountain lions, less, because hound hunter permits are restricted. So, and it's hard for hound hunters to get into some of these areas with not very good access. But
Great.
black bears, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great answer. Gentlemen, are there any other questions or concerns? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Katie, we had talked before the meeting, and when I saw this, I wondered why not, and this is a little bit of a tricky subject, but depending on who you ask, some places there's too many mountain lions where we are not discounting the order, and that's a matter of perception and opinion. But could you speak to why we don't do the discount just statewide, and what about predator management plans, and why would you be apprehensive to request that we order this discount statewide?
Right. Chairman Davies, Commissioner Ebert, So we want additional harvest to happen in these non-resident, or in these areas that we have listed because we have predation management plans in these areas. And these predation management plans identified predation as being a reason why these prey populations, are under objectives. And so these are one of the action items in those predation management plans that are one of the things we can do to help those populations. Outside of these areas, we do get significant harvest of lions by residents, and residents aren't limited as much with access. So units like 10A1, we get significant amount of lion harvest without having non-resident help to do it. And once you start going down the road of predation management, sometimes it's hard to take your foot off. So we try to be very thoughtful in the way we approach this with predation management plans.
It's a great question, a great answer too. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that makes perfect sense, because this just kind of speaks to how sometimes there's more to these questions than at first appears. And so if we discounted it in other places, we would in fact potentially increase non-resident participation, which residents don't always like. And what you're telling me is in these, some of these other areas, the residents are capitalizing on this opportunity and killing lots of lions. A lot to digest here, but okay, I'll accept that answer.
Thank you. Commissioner Schrepp.
Katie, just one question is, why do the discount order now when the big game season settings haven't been set yet?
Chairman Davies, Commissioner Charette, yes, we want to make sure that we have these set prior to season setting. Now, season setting is a time where we talk about, tags, tag limits, dates, units, but this is really as a result of predation management plans. We have at times gone back to the commission and amended these discount orders before, but we want to have these in place prior to going into season setting.
Thank you. Director?
And I believe also, Mr. Chairman, that we'll start selling non-resident tags here shortly, and so we want to make sure we have the prices set before we do that.
I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Harshberg.
Look at me go. I'd like to make a motion, the commission adopt discount order 24-47 for non-resident black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf tags for 2025 and 2026 as presented by the staff.
You have a motion for you. Is there a
Second it, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Commissioner Bobbit. Further questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Katie. Agenda item 5E, refund / Raincheck report and policy. John Oswald. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. Today I'm going to present on refunds and rain checks. And this presentation has three parts. The first will be a recap of what the department has approved or received so far this year, and what we've approved under delegated authority, and we'll talk a little bit about that. The second part is informational about what the department's current policy is for refund and rain checks, and also taking a look at what some of our neighboring states do for refunds and rain checks. And then the third part, we now have, as of last night, 3 rain check requests for goat and sheep before you as well that we'll cover at the end. So start out here, and so far this year we have received 680 requests as of October 16th. So it's kind of a snapshot in time. We'll probably get another couple dozen requests between October 16th and the end of the year if last year's any indication. Last year we received 674 requests all the way through December 31st. I think that's up in part due to fires. Also, you'll note we have far fewer denials this year. In talking with our licensed staff, I think we've done just an improved job of letting customers know when they call in to inquire about a refund or rain check, what their odds of success are, in that, just given the guidelines. And so I think people have not put in for it if we've kind of indicated, hey, this doesn't really meet the parameters and policy. Kind of save them time, save us time, so. So fire-related, I'm sorry, on the recap here, we have some fire-related refunds this year. There's 3 different incidents, Unit 28, 35, and Sawtooth A. And so numbers are there before you. We have about 64, my mental math, 74 refunds so far this year due to fire. Also, other notable refunds, there was a moose in Area 29 that we approved. It was a physician-certified illness, and they surrendered the tag. And there's one additional one that I found out about this week. That was in Hunt Area 1-2, also for a qualifying illness, 9% draw odds. That one is pending currently with the department. And so, a question might be, how do we determine what comes to the department versus the commission for approval? Previously, the commission had delegated authority to the department. Seeing, 680 refund requests, I know the commission probably isn't interested in weighing in on all of those. So here's a flow chart. I broke down the delegated authority order just kind of into how do we determine where it goes. So moose, sheep, goat, if it comes in for that, if it's for an environmental incident or an illness or injury, then typically the department has the option to weigh in on it. If it's not, then we bring it to the commission, such as the gentleman last night, where it was more kind of related to smoke and it wasn't a physician-certified illness. Controlled hunts with less than 5% draw odds, same general guidelines. So, if you have a controlled hunt for an elk and it's less than 5% and it's for a physician certified illness, we'll go ahead and kind of do that under delegated authority. So talking about what the current policy is and the guidelines for when the department does a refund or rain check. IDAPA, which is the Administrative Procedure Written Policy, IDAPA prescribes military deployments. We can do a rain check or a refund for those, for residents or non-residents. Also, it's fairly silent on residents, which is why we tend to lean towards rain checks. There's proclamation that the commission had done previously that says no refunds will be made to resident licenses, tags, or permits, which is why we go the rain check route. Non-residents, refunds are prescribed in IDAPA or policy, obviously for death, illness, disabling injury, with documentation, military deployment. And then for other reasons, we have discretion to offer a refund, but it's on a sliding scale based on when they surrender their tag. So if they surrender the tag really early in the year versus right before hunting season, it's going to look a little different. But in general, rain checks for residents, the exception being typically military deployment, and then refunds for non-residents. We don't really do rain checks for non-residents typically. So, in looking at what our surrounding states do, with help from Tara in licensing and Shane in wildlife, pulled some other states on what they're doing currently. So on the left-hand side, states that approve refunds for medical reasons. So it's pretty prevalent across the West that this is a thing. So California and Arizona being the probably holdouts there. It's notable that only Wyoming and Idaho offer rain checks in the states that we polled. So that's not a common thing. It's kind of unique to those two states. On the right-hand side, we have refunds for fire and natural disasters. And I say that because on the east, fires aren't as much of their natural disaster as much as flooding, hurricane, that kind of thing. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Even the states that are colored green there, they have some restrictive natural disaster sidebars often. So some of them require like a FEMA declaration, which is not easy to get for a wildfire where it doesn't impact structures and things of that nature. Some of them require a governor disaster declaration. Some, like Montana, only offer refunds for fires to non-residents, not residents. So it is kind of a mixed bag even on the green ones there. And before I move on to action items, I bring up this information in part just because we've had this delegated authority order for a while, so there's some opportunity to consider, is that still the way we want to operate? Don't have to decide that today, but also our refund and Raincheck policy, you know, is that also something where some of that's in policy, some of that's by proclamation, you know, how do we want to move forward with that? Also something to consider in the future here too. But before we move on to action items, I'd be glad to entertain any questions you have.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions at this point? I guess I've got a couple. And John, so at what point, at what year, I guess, what's the time frame for when the commission retained or became part of this decision-making process? If I understand it correctly, prior to, I don't know how many years ago, the department basically handled all of this. And then a follow-up question would be, have the numbers of approvals or denials changed significantly between what the department has done in the past and what the commission has done with the current set?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. So the discount order was signed, I believe the date was 2013 on it, and it's been in place since at least 2015. And so it's been a while since, since that discount order was signed. Delegation, sorry.
Memo.
Yeah, sorry, my brain's kind of, thank you, Director. Yes, since the delegation of authority was signed. So I'm not sure what it looked like prior to 2015. I'd have to get back to you on that. But these numbers for how many of the departments handled, I only have 2 years of data with me currently, but I could certainly delve into that as well to kind of see where the trend is there on how many we've approved versus not approved over the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before John moves on? Seeing none, go ahead and continue, John.
So the first request is for a mountain goat. That is controlled hunt 6006. That's in hunt area 27-2. Had 7% draw odds. There were 2 tags available. This is one of the 2 tags. And it's due to a physician certified medical issue. They surrendered their tag prior to the hunt. And I don't recall offhand if the other one harvested. I think, let's see if I have that handy. I don't have that information handy, but there were no biological concerns on this Raincheck if we were to issue it. There's 3 potential actions that the commission can take relative to Rainchecks. One is to grant the request. Another is to deny the request but waive the 2-year waiting period. So there's a 2-year waiting period before they can put in an application, or we can just deny the request and the 2-year waiting period would hold. And so there's 3 suggested motions on the screen, and these vary just a little bit from what's in the gold sheet and talking with legal counsel because seasons have not been set yet for 25 and 26. The wording in the gold sheet kind of spoke to adding a tag to the existing numbers versus reducing it by 1 to keep the number the same. So just want to draw your attention to that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Charette?
I have a few questions. This first hunter, he did not have any days in the field hunting. He surrendered the tag before the season. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that is correct.
And then if we grant a rain check, that means there would be 3 hunters on the landscape next year?
Mr. Charette, or Commissioner Charette, that's correct. There's some flexibility in when we set season setting next year to reduce the tag by 1 or to have 3 hunters in 2025 and then 2 in 2026 because of the rain check.
Could the resource in that area have another? You said the other hunter did not harvest, or you didn't have the information on the other tag this year whether they harvested.
No, I did not. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, in talking with the biologists, there were not concerns about crowding or biological concerns about having 3 hunters on the landscape next year if this were to be approved without altering the tags.
So the other 2 hunters still should have a good hunting experience if we granted the rain check?
Correct.
Okay.
Good question.
Mr. Chairman, Director, so typically we have granted rain check requests because of medical reasons. And I'm not so much concerned whether we grant those or not. I would just like urge consistency.
Yes.
Any further questions or emotion?
I got a situation in my region, but I don't know if today, right now is the appropriate time to talk about it, or if it'd be better later. It's a different case in the same scenario that I'd like to talk about, but I don't know if now's the time. When would it be a good time? Would that be?
Director, what's your thoughts on that?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can go through these. I think we have an opportunity to provide more clarity to our rain check refund policy. And we have rulemaking coming up in 2025 in Chapter 4, which could cover a lot of this. And so I think, not being sure of the situation, I think it would be helpful for this conversation just to help. Right now, it's very loose. And yes, we do for situations of illness or death in family, then we generally do offer rain checks. But the environmental conditions, it's variable. And in the summary that John provided about other states, there are a lot of states that were green in terms of they offer rain checks or refunds. But that doesn't mean that they can. It doesn't mean that they do. So in conversations with a lot of other directors, in many cases, it's a pretty hard no unless it's, and again, I'm not talking about injury or illness, but in terms of environmental conditions, very, very tight. And even where they do have those provisions, it's often pretty objective. There are pretty firm sideboards, like 50% of the unit has to be, more than 50% of the unit has to be inaccessible for more than 50% of the season, that type of a thing. So, and we have this rough general rule of thumb that if half of the unit is open, then we don't issue rain checks. But this year we got into a situation where it was 40% of the unit is, or 60% of the unit is open, but the best 40% isn't. And so anyway, I would welcome clarity on this. I think it would serve us all well, and I think it would serve our hunters well, just having a better understanding of what they're getting into. So that is a very long-winded answer to say I look forward to hearing what is going on in your region, but I think it's all part of the same thing.
That was a very politically correct answer, I think. I'm not positive about that.
So do you want feedback now or later?
I believe at a later date is where you're getting at. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we should just work through these specific rain check requests, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that needs to be a telling factor for these rain checks is days in the field and when the tag was surrendered. And where this gentleman had an issue before the season came up, I would move to grant this particular rain check because he had no days in the field and his tag was surrendered before the season. And I would make that motion if you want me to at this time, or if you want to debate more, I will wait.
No, let's go ahead and make the motion.
I move that the commission grant the controlled, let me try that again. I dropped out of college, I can't read sometimes. I move the commission grant the one mountain goat tag rain check request for controlled hunt 6006 to be used during the 2025 hunting season in hunt area 27-2.
You have a motion for you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Roach. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. The request is granted. Continue on, John, please.
So the second rain check request we have before us is for bighorn sheep in hunt area 27-1. It was one of 12 tags available, had 11.7% draw odds. And the hunter in this case, and I apologize, it looks like the slide might be cut off a little bit there, but I certainly covered that. hunt area itself was not under a closure order, but the trailhead that was to the east that, in Unit 28 that they wanted to access, was closed. River and airstrip, there are 7 airstrips, and the river were open during the entirety of the hunt. And as I understand it, most hunters access this specific hunt this way. The road system on the western boundary was intermittently closed due to fire as well. And of the 12 tags issued, 7 were successful during the hunt. And the 5-year average is right around 5 out of 12. So it's a little better than the average harvest this year. And so, ignoring the banner on the top, I repeated the same slide, but meant to update it to say Bighorn sheep, area 27-1, but same actions would apply to where we can grant the request, we could deny it, but waive the 2-year waiting period, or we could deny the request and the waiting period would hold. And be happy to answer any questions or.
Are there any questions for John regarding this?
John, I got a question. I may have missed this completely, but the reason for him to request this is not physical or illness or injury. It is because of the conditions of the environment at the time. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's correct. This was, the hunter cited the closure of the trail. There's 2 trails on the east side that are about 11-mile hike into the unit, and then the road on the western boundary was closed, and so they said they were unable to access the area to complete their hunt.
And this hunter did get days in the field for this particular hunt, is that correct?
I believe they did not.
Oh, they did not?
Yeah.
Okay. But there was 7 successful hunters in that same time period. And the other question is on that fire and on that trailhead, was it closed during the whole season or was it just closed for a short amount of time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I would have to defer to the region on that. I believe it was closed, the trailhead was closed for most of the hunt. I'm not sure if it was the entirety. It was open for part of it. Okay. It was open for a part of it, sounds like, so.
Thank you. Any further?
I'll make a motion if there's no other comments.
Okay.
Do this one again. With the success in that unit, I would move that the commission denied the one Bighorn sheep Raincheck request for control hunt 5008, where there were so many other successful hunters.
You have a motion before you. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Harshberger seconds. Further discussion?
I would like to comment that, you know, we've talked about these kinds of things quite a bit, and we don't guarantee a perfect hunt. And sometimes the conditions are unfavorable, and at some point, you know, that's kind of a part of nature. And with the fact that there were others who were able to go and do this hunt, I support the motion.
Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion passes. The request is denied.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one other request that came in last night, and because of that, I don't have a slide for it. This was the gentleman from CUNA that testified yesterday. This was Hunt Area 20. There was 2 tags available, 3% draw odds. The other tag holder was successful in their harvest. Last year in 2023, 1 out of 2 harvested, and then in 2021 and 2022, both tags were harvested. The hunter cited some smoke concerns and some wildfire concerns, and as well as some health concerns with asthma related to the smoke, and mentioned that they hunted about 17 days on the hunt. So with that, the same would apply. This was controlled hunt 5004, so if we make a motion, we would sub what's before you with 5004 instead of 5008 that's up there.
Thank you, John. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I might as well go for the trifecta here.
Hit the trifecta, my friend.
All right. I move that the commission deny the one Bighorn sheep Raincheck check request for controlled hunt 5004. And pretty much the same reason the other hunter was successful. There was days in the field and he hunted still about 17 days, and I don't think that constitutes a rain check.
Thank you, Commissioner Charette. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Roach seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion on this rain check request?
Mr. Chairman, this individual had contacted me well before the season was closed. Here's my concerns, what to do. I conferred with the department. I said, lots of season left, do the best you can do. And although unfortunate, and I feel his pain coming before us and speaking, however, as I said before, we don't guarantee perfect opportunity. There has to be opportunity, and I feel that there was that. And although I feel his pain, we don't guarantee a perfect hunt.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to deny signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion passes. The request is denied. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I guess I would just follow up with some of the comments that have already been made. This is becoming more and more prevalent, I think, in with big fires in Idaho, and I think Commissioner Ebert said it very well that this is we're not guaranteeing you a perfect hunt, and sometimes it's hard, and sometimes your preferred method of reaching your destination for hunting is not going to be easy, but for every person that draws this hunt, there's 100 people that would gladly take that tag and try to work through the process. So, thanks again for the information, John.
Mr. Chairman, so Jim, is it my understanding that we're going to review and maybe revise policy and tighten these up and make them a little bit more here's what you can expect sort of thing?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that's what I would propose that we do, is whether we can do it just through policy. There are some things we can do through policy, through the delegation of authority memo, we revisit that, or if there are things that need to be done by rule. But yes, I would propose that we more clearly define, or as clearly as practical, define where we offer refunds or rain checks, and then bring that back to you.
I would support that, definitely.
Mr. Chairman, is this where we give the head nod?
Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I think now would be a good time to go ahead and take our break, and we will reconvene at 10 o'clock. Good. Okay, it is 10 o'clock straight up, so we'll go ahead and get started again. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Legislative update. Ellery Tucker Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, Director, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Ellery Tucker Williams. I am the Legislative and Community Engagement Coordinator for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. This legislative update is going to be brief. I undergauged how long my second presentation was going to go, so good thing we're going to keep this first one hopefully short, and we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so that's great for me. So it's everyone's favorite time of year again, gearing up for legislative session. As we prepare for session, my presentation today is really going to summarize how we plan to operate and keep all of you up to speed on legislative happenings, and also informed to be able to take positions should you see fit during session. So prior to session, I will provide a review of the legislative process for folks, just as a reminder, or folks that might not necessarily be familiar with it. Additionally, with this process, we will include regular conference calls during the legislative session to evaluate legislative proposals related to fish and wildlife management, department administration, and other relevant items. Previously, we have had calls that have occurred either Wednesday or Thursday mornings at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and staff have provided the Commission with a summary of legislation and bill status, as well as any other pertinent information. The weekly calls provided the Commission with the opportunity to determine whether a policy position is warranted. You have each been provided with sample forms that we will use to summarize and track legislation in addition to commission proposals in your packets. Similar to last year, updated a little bit, learning from the past session. And for your information and your knowledge, the department has no agency-sponsored legislation proposed for the 2025 legislative session. And then just as a reminder, Senate resources are two major main committees, Senate and House. Senate resources meets Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays at 1:30 p.m. And House resources meets on odd days at 1:30 p.m. So an 8 a.m. call works well for both of those. This presentation is really just to get a head nod to continue how we operated last year, as long as that worked well for everybody. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? I will go ahead and throw out, I think it worked very well last year, and if there's no objection, I think we should give the head nod and move forward with the same format. Looks like you got your head nod.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to working group updates. So two main working groups of interest to this committee, not the only two working groups that we have going on in the state, just the two that I am heading up to give a presentation on. I will give a presentation first on the non-resident tag issuance advisory group, pause for questions related to that one before we head into the next one, the hunting and advanced technology working group. All righty. Do I have a, I don't think I was given the. Oh, no. Panicking. Perfect. All right, so origin story of the non-resident tag issuance advisory group. No surprises to anyone here that Fish and Game has been wrestling with how we do our non-resident tag hunting framework for a while. The origin of this committee in particular was the result of House Bill 696 that failed last session. And its goal was to shift general out-of-state hunter tags for deer, elk, and pronghorn from a first-come, first-served over-the-counter system to a drawing-based system starting on November 15th, 2026. The details of how this would be accomplished would be developed by a 6-person implementation committee that included a couple different representatives, as said on that screen. The goal of this committee would be to develop recommendations for any necessary changes to statute and rule, and we'll deliver those recommendations to the legislature at the beginning of the 2025 session, which is right around the corner. Again, this bill failed last year, but I think it was a impetus to us to you all directing us to put together this committee. So in response to that, and also just the ongoing concerns related to the non-resident hunting framework, the commission directed Fish and Game to formulate and convene the non-resident tag issuance advisory group. The purpose of the non-resident tag issuance advisory group, there's not really a good short acronym for it, is to review current processes for how the Department of Fish and Game issues our general season deer and elk tags to non-residents and develop recommendations to the commission on potential changes and improvements. Those recommendations could include improvement over the over-the-counter system, moving over to a draw system, maintaining status quo, or anything else, but we haven't really come up with anything else on top of those 3 options. Membership included representation from the Idaho legislature, Idaho hunters, rural economic interests, and the outfitting industry. So very similar to the legislation, but not quite exactly identical. So this is just a summarization of whom all the members are and who they represent. There are 10 individuals. We have participation from almost everybody at every meeting. Varies a little bit just because it's hard to coordinate 10 schedules plus all of ours, but we have good participation across the spectrum at each meeting. Fish and Game does serve as an ex officio role. Our constants for this group are Tara Reichart, Rick Ward, and myself. Again, we provide technical expertise and points of consideration and comments, but we do not have any type of voting role in that. They're primarily only for technical support. So the charter of the non-resident tag issuance advisory group is to establish purpose, expectation, ground rules, responsibilities, and sideboards for that group. So before we even went down the road of developing recommendations, we put together this charter that kind of set the expectations of the group, as well as the necessary sideboards for anything that might come out of it. For the decision-making process, the goal is consensus. So the goal is to have everyone agree on the recommendations that move forward. If, for whatever reason, consensus is not possible, recommendations will move forward to the commission with 3/4 majority or 8 members in support. However, the reason for the dissenting votes would be included in the recommendation to the commission for your knowledge, so you knew where that divide happened. The sideboards set by the fishing game, by us, are pretty straightforward and understandably so, but we needed to make sure that it was very clear to the group where their wheelhouse was. So that included, as a dedicated fund agency that is entirely self-funded, Fish and Game must remain fiscally sound following the recommendations. Whatever those recommendations are, they must maintain customer demand, and we are legally required to allow for a minimum of 10% non-resident hunter participation. All recommendations are contingent upon the technological capabilities of Brandt, our third-party vendor, and ultimately, the commission will make the decisions on the recommendations brought forth by the advisory group. So again, the group is very aware that these are recommendations to you all. So to date, the non-resident tag issuance advisory group has met 4 times, 2 in person and 2 virtual. That next meeting is scheduled for November 14th. Recognizing that modifications to the existing system may require legislation or rulemaking in 2025 and or 2026, the goal of the advisory group is to finalize recommendations before the end of the year, and we do believe that they are on track to do so. So I'm going to summarize the discussions to date for the non-resident tag issuance advisory group and kind of how they've gotten to where they currently are. But I want to preface this all by saying that no recommendations have been made. These are not recommendations to you all. This is just an update on where they are in that process. And we're just going to go from there. So in discussions, we thought it would be best to first identify what a perfect non-resident tag issuance system would look like. What are the qualities that, if we had no limitations on people, money, resources, time, what would we want that to look like? And so in no particular order, the group has built consensus around these main qualities. A perfect non-resident tag issuance system would be fair, simple, transparent, trustworthy, reliable, consistent, reduced administrative burden, maintained demand, provided non-residents with the ability to plan ahead, met outfitter needs, allowed for group hunt opportunities, provided informative data based on, so we can know better how what our customer base looked like, and finally, keep Fish and Game fiscally solvent. So then we went and kind of shifted our focus to say, okay, what are the current problems with the non-resident over-the-counter system that we would like to fix? Again, perfect world, what are the things that we would like to fix? Update to, again, let me preface this by saying this is in no particular order. The numbers on the side are specific to the next slide, but they're not in order of importance. So update outfitter tag allocation, in-person versus online distribution, proxy sales or tag mules, system failures, multiple avenues to purchase Fish and Game tags, so that's your offices, vendors, online, over the phone, vendor challenges and discrepancies, non-resident and resident frustration, challenges to department integrity, variability in tag types and quotas, such as mentored youth, DAV, and lifetime licenses, staff capacity, and fairness. Yes.
Back up, would you please?
Yes, sir.
Proxy sales / tag mules, or is that rules?
Mules.
Okay, I'm the new rookie, so do I get what mules?
I can give you an answer, but there are other folks in this room that could give you a much better answer than I. Would someone like to explain that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, tag mule, I guess, is the colloquial term for people that have been hired on behalf of hunters to procure tags for those hunters. So they may come from out of state, they may be in state, but they may come stand in line and buy a bunch of tags for non-resident hunters on our early December tag sale. So, okay, thank you.
Riding animals.
No. Wrong way. All right, so then we took those identified problems, again, problem 1 references back to one on the list, and we developed this scoring system to try and figure out how we could determine which route to go down. The group was having lots of discussions on pros and cons of over-the-counter, pros and cons on draw, and there wasn't really a good way for folks to narrow down the direction which they felt was a good direction to go. And so we developed this kind of scoring system to try and provide a little bit of guidance. And so collectively, we looked at each of the problems that we were trying to identify and scored them based off of these criterias. A score of 0, with that system, that problem was not solvable. 1, meaning that with that specific problem, that system would solve it, but it would require high effort and additional resources. And then 2, a score of 2 would be that whatever that problem is associated with that system, over the counter or draw, 2 means that it would be solvable with current resources. So I'm not going to go back and forth between the 2 slides to tell you what problem 1, problem 2 is. I think the general gist of it is, in deliberation with the group and also with Fish and Game, this is the scoring that came out of that process, and it was a score of 16 versus 10, and so that is what led the group to go down the discussion of what a draw system would look like for non-residents in the state. Again, this is to say that this is the direction that the discussion is currently going. The group made sure to reserve the right that if they got down this draw avenue and they at any point determined that it was too complicated, not doable, they reserved the right to go back and look back at the over-the-counter system and how they couldn't improve that. So again, no decisions have been made. They're going down this draw system and trying to figure out what that could look like. But for whatever reason, if they decide that it's not the appropriate system, they can go back and look at over-the-counter. So, hypothetical draw system components. Again, summarization of the conversations to date. They've discussed requiring an application fee ahead of time for folks to enter into the draw system, making sure that that system has a party or group hunt option, having any leftover tags as an over-the-counter fire sale, which would be open to residents and non-residents, doing a pre-authorized credit card charge if it was allowable. We're kind of running that to ground based off of Fish and Game, of the state's laws surrounding credit card information storage, and then providing a short window for users to rectify failed transactions after the draw, narrowing the allowable criteria in order for tag refunds, maintaining the current lifetime hunting license structure, updating outfitter tag allocation for capped elk zones, maintaining current deer outfitter tag allocation, ensuring that Idaho is the first to close its application period to lock in hunters, requiring the purchase of a big game hunting license before being able to enter the draw, and keeping the general season non-resident draw separate from the controlled hunt draw. And I will just also mention that there's a lot to these recommendations. There's a lot more discussion based on the specifics of that. I'm not going to go into that here. We'd be here for a very long time. But this is the general gist of it, and a lot of these are more prescriptive, and other ones are more general with the expectation of Fish and Game to be able to work out the logistics and that not necessarily being within the purview of the group to determine, for example, how many people should be allowed to be on a group hunt application. The group did not determine that they should determine that. That would be up to Fish and Game to figure out where the appropriate number is. But they just want to make sure that there is a party hunt option. Go the wrong way. So to be discussed for future meetings, finish discussion on outfitter tag allocation, determine how disabled American veteran and mentored youth hunts will fit into this new non-resident framework. They have an idea, but haven't solidified it yet. And then not a part of the charge of the group is the discussion on reducing non-resident participation to 10% across the board, where currently it is approximately at 13% statewide. To the director's comments earlier today, that was not the charge of the group, but the group has been given the head nod that if they so determine that it is necessary to the conversation, that they can go down that route and coming up with ideas on how to get us down to 10%. This was opened up to them at the last meeting, and so they have been instructed to think about that, and then before and during our next meeting to basically make the decision, do they want to head down the road of reducing to 10% or not? Yeah, and then final recommendations to the commission for consideration are for the inclusion in the rules process. So again, once these recommendations come forward to you all, you can basically direct us whether or not you want to incorporate all of them, none of them, or some of them into the rules process. And this is all very timely as we're going through our Chapter 8. So with that, I want to just summarize the public engagement part of this. I think it's very important that when we have these working groups, that for folks that aren't on the working group, that they still feel like they have an opportunity to have their voices heard. And so I think we've done a really wonderful job of doing that. So on the non-resident tag issuance advisory group web page on the Fish and Game website, it's a one-stop shop for all things related to this working group. You have background information, agendas, links to the public Zoom, so anyone that wants to tune in and listen is able to. All meetings, in-person meetings, are also open to members of the public to attend in person. We also have the group charter that the group all signed, available for review as well as member bios and photos. And then as well, we also have the public feedback form, which anyone at any time can submit their comments to the group. So all these public comments are received to me. I receive them and I summarize them and provide a review before each meeting. Members are also provided before each meeting a copy of all the comments received verbatim, so they can review each of the individual comments as well. So they have a summary and the comments themselves. And so to date, we have received almost 300 public comments from both residents and non-resident hunters. About 60% of them are from Idaho residents, the remainder from non-residents. You can see how that breaks down, but definitely a lot of feedback from both our resident and non-resident hunters. Okay. Oops. And so results from that feedback system, I just want to qualify these results by saying that Fish and Game only marked responses if they specifically indicated that they were for or against over-the-counter tags. Responses that only suggested modifications to the current over-the-counter system were not counted as pro. In cases where hunters provided other questions, so let me back up. So essentially, they had to state whether or not they were pro or anti for them to be counted as pro or anti. If they just provided recommendations but didn't state one way or the other, they were not counted in the pro or anti because they didn't tell us one way or the other. So take these results with a grain of salt. They are meant to provide a general gist of what is going on, but not necessarily to be statistically significant or anything like that. So the main feedback they received, blue is total comments received, orange is residents, green is non-residents. Main themes we heard throughout those comments are frustration with the current system, some folks saying they like the over-the-counter system, other folks saying they don't like the over-the-counter system. Biggest bars on that graph are pro-draw, significantly pro-draw from the residents, a good chunk of non-residents as well. Good contingency saying that they are anti-a-point system. Not surprising, residents want an increase in price, non-residents didn't necessarily say that. Decrease in number of tags and being able to apply as a party or group. So again, just common themes throughout those 300 responses. And I would like just to say thank you to Sarah Mayer for putting all of this together. She dug through all 300 of those comments and kind of came up with this general themes, and that is no small feat. So I do really appreciate her being willing to dig through the data and come up with this. And so with that, I'll stand for questions related to that specific working group.
Gentlemen, questions? Commissioner Hebert.
A few things, not a question so much as a comment, but in fairness to us, before the legislation came urging us in this direction, we were already undertaking that effort. So I wanted to point that out in fairness to us and to the director, that we were already doing that, and then we got the legislation on top of that, which created maybe a little more urgency. The legislation failed, and now we're moving in that direction. So, and then another comment, maybe a question. Non-resident participation of 13%. There's been a lot of talk about moving that to 10%, and although that group can weigh in and comment on that, they can't necessarily, it's not in their purview to necessarily recommend that or not, but I would like to, maybe a question and a comment. When that gets to the commission, could we take up that question? I mean, at some point, I think the commission needs to have the question, do we want to move towards 10% non-resident participation, and what would that look like? And so just food for thought, that maybe that would be a good time for our consideration of that, and at some point, we have to consider that, in my opinion. And another thing, so if I'm understanding correctly, in order to apply to try to get a tag, you would have to buy a license for a non-resident. How much is that? And I mean, that's a great idea, but for those that are unsuccessful, they're going to have a license that they can do what with? I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I question, you know, that might not be exactly the fairest thing. I don't know.
Great question. Again, I'm going to defer to someone that can tell you the exact prices of licenses and whatnot. But the goal of that was the group wanted to have folks have a little bit of skin in the game, and as a way to maintain the fiscal note, so to speak, the financial impact to Fish and Game. Yeah, so I don't know how much it is off the top of my head, but I can phone a friend if you would like that information right now.
I know it's a lot, but if someone knows, it'd be good to have.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, and John knows, and he can tell you in a second. But I think there's a lot in terms of the sideboard of keeping the department fiscally whole, right? And so, and that piece of this does indeed make me nervous, because if we talk about reducing non-residents to 10%, which again, you know, we're okay with that. The devil's in the details, and how our estimate would be that that's about a $4.5 million hit. And so how do we raise fees on residents or non-residents to make that up? And then if you require a hunting license, which we do for non-residents to apply for a controlled hunt, right? So this would just be using kind of that format. But there are a lot of opportunities to enhance or to build buyer resistance. And so I'm keenly aware of that. And how do we look at the ultimate recommendations of this group and determine whether or not it fell within the sideboards of keeping us fiscally whole? I don't want to get out on a limb and take chances on that one.
Mr. Chairman, Director, what are other states doing? Do they require the purchase of a tag? Montana, Wyoming, Colorado?
It's variable.
So other states have done that?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Ellery, awesome job. This change, I think anyone needs to look internally and see if they're doing the best they can efficiently and practically, whether it's a business, a department, a government, whatever. So I think this is awesome. And like Commissioner Ebert said, this wasn't a new conversation within the department. I know when it got brought up in legislature that there was already a committee internally looking at it. So that's awesome. I don't think enough credit goes to the department for their vision in the future and their wanting to be the most efficient, best they can, and it's awesome. However, I have a lot of concerns and questions. This scares me that this might be a slippery slope to a whole lot of can of worms that we don't want to deal with. Hypothetical, I know they said non-residents wants to stay over the counter, but does this lead to that eventually? I got a few questions though. Like when you talk about the problems, number 11's fairness. What did they use for parameters of fairness? I know that seems silly, but I think it's a question that needs to be asked, because fairness to one person that takes the time and the effort, that's willing to put the extra mile to sure they get a tag, might not be the same to the guy that's sitting there playing a video game and all of a sudden just throws his name in, you know? So how do they determine like what fairness was?
Absolutely, great question, and it is a topic that was discussed at length by the group itself. And no surprise, there's folks on both ends of the spectrum on how they view fairness. Fairness is one of those subjective comments or topics, right, that, to your point, varies by individual. And that's a big part of kind of the beauty of a working group, that you have multiple minds coming together to try and sort through that topic and find the best path forward. So what they ultimately ended up landing on was the fairness concern was that folks that had the means to be able to fly out, stand in line, get their tags, was not fair to the folks who were only able to be online, and that wanted to have it just to be an equal opportunity across the board. That is what they ultimately landed on as far as concerns with fairness. But there was a great conversation about, exactly to your point, rewarding effort and whatnot. And then as wildlife being a public trust resource, that also kind of came into the conversation as well.
What about the system failure? But we don't give enough credit to how well the system worked this year.
Yep.
And was that brought into the conversation and say, hey, we might be putting the cart in front of the horse because the system's actually working and this is flowing through pretty well? I know, again, I dropped out of college, so I had a pre-written email ready saying, hey, I'm sorry it didn't work out on December 1st. You know, the system, they're working hard, yada, yada. Had my proofreading done, ready to go and send it out. And I actually didn't get to send it out once because I did not get one person complain from this year of how well the system worked. So has that conversation been brought up and we're like, hey, let's wait a few years and let it work out and maybe everyone will be happy with over-the-counters?
There was definitely acknowledgement by members of the group that the system this year was great. That was absolutely part of the conversations. I think their concern was that it is working in that direction and it has gotten better, and there was acknowledgement of that. But as far as moving forward, what does that look like? Could it fail again? Basically just trying to make it so we're reducing the opportunity for system failure. So theoretically, in their discussions, when they kind of weighed the pros and cons of a draw versus over the counter, internally and how we would manage a draw has less chance for system failure moving forward than an over the counter system where we have folks rushing the system on a certain date or certain time.
The last question, then I'll shut up. You said the next meeting they're talking about outfitter allocation and stuff like that. The intent's not to increase the allocation, but just to maintain the system and have it a fair system so the outfitters know the intent or the allocation of the tag, but it's not to increase the tags for them at this point, correct?
The goal is to figure out within a draw system, how would outfitter allocation work in that new system? The specifics of that they are working through. Is that an updated outfitter allocation? So what does that look like? Is that maintaining? Is that reducing some over here, increasing some over here? All that is currently in the conversation. But it is mostly just how do we, in this new system that we are creating, how do outfitters fit into it?
Okay. Thank you.
Very welcome, sir.
Any other questions, concerns, Director?
Chairman, just a comment. I realize I want to circle back to Commissioner Ebert's question about if this group decides not to bring forward a recommendation regarding a 10%, then, and they may or they may not, but that certainly doesn't preclude you from directing us to continue to look at how to get there. I mean, it's really a matter of scale. If you look at 10% deer and elk hunters, non-residents across the state that they can hunt where they want, it's a fairly simple matter. When you start trying to really make it 10% by each unit and each zone, that's where it gets really, really complicated. And I think that's what the group is struggling with right now. And that's confounded by allocation, of course, because in many places, some or all of that, if you went to 10%, some or all of that 10% will be gobbled up by the outfitted non-residents, and there's nothing left for non-outfitted non-residents, and members of the committee have said that they don't want to see that. So those are all the things that we can and will likely continue to discuss going forward.
Follow-up, I realize that's way more complicated than people might at first understand, but my perspective is we better at least get our arms around it to move towards decision space before we are forced into it. It doesn't say we need to or not. We need to start getting our arms around that equation, because if we don't, we may be forced into it by the legislature.
Further discussion? Commissioner Bob? Nope.
Mr. Chairman, but I do feel compelled to make, and I completely agree with you, Commissioner Ebert. There's lots and lots of discussion around this issue, and for context, and it's not so much for us at this table or people in the room, but people that are kind of following this issue, it is important to recognize that currently the percentage of non-resident deer and elk hunters is 12 to 14%. And so we're really talking about, instead of seeing, 102 people in the woods, if that was a hypothetical case, you might see 100. And so it really comes down to, the juice and the squeeze. I mean, it is extremely complicated, and again, I'm fully supportive of trying to get there. I don't think you'll find a resident in the room or a resident in the state that would say they'd rather not have 10% as opposed to a little bit higher than that. So we want to do that, but I don't want to send anybody the message that that's really the key to solving perceptions of crowding in Idaho, because that is a giant misconception.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Director, and I think it's kind of funny, after we did make the reduction in the non-resident participation several years ago, I can't remember how many years it was ago, but for the next year, it seems like everybody was thrilled with how much less people were in the woods, and then we're right back into it's overcrowded and we need to do something about it. And so a lot of it is just perception. Very, very complicated task that you've undertook. Ellery, can you say again what the time frame is for the group coming up with recommendations? Can you just go over that again real quick, please?
Sure. So the goal of the group is to come up with recommendations by the end of the year, and then forward it on to you all, for you to make the decision whether or not you want to incorporate all, some, or none of those recommendations into the rule changes, and then we enter into rules and legislative for the following session.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, now you're going to talk a little bit about hats?
Yes,
Okay.
hats. Exactly. So next I'm going to talk about the Hunting and Advanced Technology Working Group. So, again, no surprise to most folks in this room, nationwide state agencies have been wrestling with this idea of balancing technology, hunter success, and wildlife management objectives. The tools that fishing game agencies generally have to manage hunter harvest include equipment restrictions, season length and timing, as well as number of tags. And Idaho has traditionally been an hunter opportunity state, which would equate to higher numbers of tags and longer seasons. And this topic was very timely in that we are in process of going through the ZBR for Chapter 8, in which most of all of this exists. And so under your direction, we formulated and convened the Hunting and Advanced Technology Working Group to look at this issue and to be ready for rule changes. So the charter of the HAT Working Group is to assess public perspectives on what is and is not considered, again, here we are, fair technology to use in the pursuit of big game, and develop recommendations to the commission that strike an appropriate balance between the use of hunting technology and fair chase ethic. The scope of this group is limited to deer, elk, moose, pronghorn, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep only. This is a giant enough task as it is, so we thought limiting the scope would probably be in our best interest and also in line with our timeline. Those recommendations would then be reviewed by the commission and considered for implementation through the rules process. This group is different from the non-resident group in that any recommendations that move forward to the commission will require 100% consensus from the entire group. And if they don't come up with any consensus on any recommendations, you receive no recommendations. And also, I'd also like to note that if they go through this process and come out the other end saying that what is currently on the books is sufficient, a recommendation of status quo is also an appropriate recommendation. So when we put out the call for volunteers to serve on this HAT working group, we thought we would get some interest, but we did not expect we'd get this much interest. So we received over 750 applications from across the state to be on the HAT working group. We had 24 spots. So 24 Idahoans were selected to serve on this group with representation from each of the regions broken down on there on the screen. Again, Fish and Game is serving as an ex officio role, providing technical expertise and providing food for thoughts, but at the end of the day, we do not participate in the consensus. Of those 24 Idahoans, just to give you a sense of the group, 4 are female, 20 are male. The average age is 48. 23 are self-identified as hunters who range from your traditional archers all the way to competitive long-range shooters. 1 is a self-identified non-hunter who is supportive of hunting, just doesn't participate herself, but just wants to make sure that it is in line with fair chase ethic. And then 2 self-identified as disabled hunters. This topic is a meaty one. It's a big one with lots of discussion. So we thought it would probably be in the best interest of not only the group, but also the outcome that we hire a third-party facilitator. So we hired Wendy Greenlow, who is known to the agency. She's done work for us up in the Door Shack as well as some other things. And she's very engaged and has been for some time in natural resource issues throughout Idaho. So we have 8 meetings scheduled. 3 will be in person at Fish and Game headquarters, 5 virtual. All meetings, virtual and in person, will be streamed via Zoom for the public to view. The public can can attend in-person meetings as well, and we are recording those meetings and putting them on the website so anyone can review them after the fact if they weren't able to attend. The first 3 presentations are heavily focused on just providing information. The first meeting we had was specifically related to state agencies. So we had representation and presentations from Arizona, as well as the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And Utah was on the books to present, but they had to cancel last minute, so they provided a summary of what they had done and why that I read aloud to the group. The second meeting is going to be on November 11th, virtual. We'll hear from the hunting technology industry, in which we have presentations from the Kinetic Group, which is formerly Vista Outdoors. We also have the National Shooting Sports Foundation, Archery Trade Association, as well as an optical engineer for EOTech, who was formerly with Night Force here in Idaho. And then the third meeting will be from the leading fair chase hunting organizations such as Boone and Crockett, Pope and Young, and as well as the Wildlife Management Institute. So after they go through all of those presentations and hear a variety of perspectives on this issue, then they'll start digging into the details. So again, the first meeting occurred Saturday, November 2nd, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. We had lots of great feedback from members of that group on that first meeting. And the second one will be on November 11th from 6 to 9 p.m., which is a Monday via Zoom. So, again, this topic is a meaty one with lots of folks having lots of interest that would have loved to have been on this group, but just we didn't have the space or the ability to accommodate a 750-person working group. So we decided to expand the ways in which we include the public in this process to make sure we had opportunities for everybody. So one part of that is the HAT working group. A second part of that is we are putting together a technology and fair chase survey to establish a baseline for that working group to inform the working group discussions. This is going to be sent out to a random subset of Idaho hunters, which basically just establishes, like I said, a baseline of where our hunters are at with hunting, technology, and fair chase. And that will then be used to help inform HAT working group discussions moving forward. Additionally, we have a public feedback form, which is currently available on the HAT web page on the Fish and Game website, in which, similar to the non-resident group, All comments will be summarized and presented at every meeting, and the verbatim comments will also be distributed to the members before every meeting. And then additionally, we will have public comment periods through the rules process. So should the commission direct the department to incorporate any of the recommendations through the ZBR process of reviewing Chapter 8, rules and governing of taking a big game. So should you determine that you in fact want us to incorporate those recommendations into the rule changes, the members of the public have the ability to comment on those specific changes as well. And then further down the line, should it go all the way to the legislature, they can provide their comments there as well. So lots of opportunity for anyone to be able to participate in this process at varying degrees.
Commissioner Frechette promised to give me a list of acronyms, and so ZBR, what is ZBR?
Zero-based regulations. There it is.
Zero-based, okay, all right.
So that's where we're at. The first meeting went very well. The group is excited. The group is passionate. There's a wide range already of perspectives and opinions. Very much looking forward to having Wendy help facilitate that. I think it adds to the process and adds to what will ultimately be the outcome. And we're very much looking forward to them getting to know each other before they start arguing. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ellery. I have a couple questions. The first is, in this group, you're requiring 100% consensus amongst the group, where the other one is, I think it was 75%. Why the difference between the two groups?
That was at the request of our facilitator. Given that she has a lot of experience with these things, she thought that because this topic is such a tricky one, that people don't necessarily come to the table with a willingness to hear and understand other people's perspectives if they only think they need to get a majority. So with a consensus, folks are forced to really come together to find those things that people can really all agree on, as opposed to kind of saying, well, I don't have to listen to this part because we only need 75% of the votes and I'm counting my votes and I don't need to participate or listen to their perspectives.
Getting 24 people to consensus seems to me like a really daunting task. I don't
Yes.
think that we can get a consensus if it's just the director and I talking at the time. So, yeah, I guess I have a little bit of concern that could cause issues with the group's success. Is trying to get that 24 to all agree to whatever is going to be brought forward. You talked about a survey that was going to be sent out. Mm-hmm. Is that put together by the group or by the department?
We have put that together with the help of Dr. Kenny Wallen, our human dimensions professor out of U of I.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Schrapp.
Since I think getting 24 consensus might be a hard thing to do, will we get kind of cliff notes on what they've talked about, the commission and as a whole, and kind of some of their issues? And like, how would I go about getting that feedback other than watching the meetings, which I plan on to?
Yeah, so are you talking, I guess my question is, are you wanting to know like periodically or at the end or both?
Yes.
Both, perfect. So yes, it is all recorded online and it will be posted so you can watch it. We will also be providing written minutes that summarizes kind of the discussion. And then you can also look at the agendas, what lays out pretty well kind of the topics that are being discussed and the questions being asked by the groups and deliberations and all of that. So multiple documents to review at varying levels for interested individuals.
And I was able to sit in on that, or virtually sit in on the last meeting. I thought it ran very well. It was well organized. Trying to herd those cats looked like a daunting challenge, but you guys did a really good job with doing that. So I appreciate the efforts. Brody, did you have something?
Yes, what's the ETA on this working group to be done with and have us an answer?
Yep, so the working group will have recommendations, the goal, right, consensus-based. We'll have an outcome by the March commission meeting. So we have 8 meetings between November 2nd and end of March. So the last meeting is going to be dependent, when that occurs will be dependent upon when the commission meeting schedule is set for 2025. And to your comments about daunting tasks, absolutely. That's why we hired a facilitator, because have more confidence in her to be able to get there than myself. So I think she will be a money well spent for sure on this topic.
I think you underestimate yourself.
We'll see.
Did you have something?
Well, I was going to follow, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to just follow up on Commissioner Roach's question about ZBR and how this fits in. And so just to better understand that acronym, it's through a governor's executive order who's asking all administrative agencies to go through all of their rule chapters on a rotational basis. So we have 16-ish rule chapters in IDAPA, and over a 5-year period, the intent is to go through all of them, kind of take a clean slate approach to rules and tidy them up, eliminate any unnecessary rules. And so we've been doing that for 4 years now. Yeah. And so essentially 3 to 4 chapters at a time. And so I'm telling you all that because it just so happens that that chapter 8, which is big game hunting, is where a lot of the rules live that touch what we're talking about with technology. And so we saw this coming down the pike and recognized that to our 2022 retreat where we talked about thermal imaging, binoculars and whatnot, recognized that with all these advances in technology, that 2025, when we do chapter 8 ZBR, is going to be a very important time for us to get some input and tackle some of these technology-related questions. So that's kind of the backstory behind this. And so a couple of different outcomes that I'm an optimist, so I'm going to say that there will be some consensus around some things and probably a lack of consensus around others. But I suspect that with some specific prescriptive rule ideas related to Chapter 8, we'll likely see consensus on some things. And then we've also invited the committee to come up with thoughtful ideas on how to address and consider technological advances going forward, just beyond this Chapter 8 rule revision period. So can they suggest a framework or policies or a process to consider technology as it develops over the course of the next 5 to 10 years that will help the commission just deal with it as it evolves.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Hillary.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is the draft Black Bear Management Plan released for public input. Regan Berkeley, Regional Wildlife Manager. Good morning, Regan.
Good morning. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks, my name is Regan Berkeley. I am the Regional Wildlife Manager in the Southwest region in the McCall office. And today I'll be presenting the draft 2025 to 2030 Idaho Black Bear Management Plan. There it is. All right, this black bear plan is the last of our out-of-date management plans to be revised. The last plan was intended to guide black bear management from 1999 to 2010, and we have been operating with that plan's guidance since that time. However, a lot has changed since that plan was developed back in 1998. Idaho's human population has grown more than 42% between the 2000 and 2020 censuses. Partly because of this, we've also seen an increase in human-bear conflicts in communities around the state. Bear harvest has also increased notably during that time. The average number of bears harvested in Idaho has grown about 43% between 2001 and now. In several areas where we've identified predation as a significant factor limiting deer and elk populations, black bear management is influenced by predation management plans, all of which were developed between the last plan and now. And we have seen expansions in grizzly bear populations in the eastern and northern portions of the state, which affects black bear management in those areas. So in short, it was time to do a pretty thorough review of the black bear management plan. As part of plan development, and because it's been so long since we've developed a plan, we conducted a hunter opinion survey. The survey was sent to over 32,000 email addresses in February of 2024. We divided those 32,000 emails among 4 groups to ensure that we had adequate sample sizes of each group. Those groups included hunters who had hound hunter permits, those who had bear bait permits, folks who had a bear tag as part of a sportsman's package, and folks who had a bear tag that they had purchased independent of a sportsman's package. In the end, we received 4,943 usable responses to this survey. The survey focused on 4 primary types of questions. As you saw from the previous slide, the first group of questions focused on hunter characteristics, things like how often and how long have you hunted black bears in Idaho? Because this survey also gave us the opportunity to learn more about bear hunter effort and success rates, we also asked hunters about their 2023 hunting season. In the last 2 sections, we asked hunters about satisfaction levels with different aspects of current black bear management in Idaho, and we asked them about their preferences for future black bear management. The plan includes a summary of the results of the survey and incorporates specific management strategies that were derived from hunter input into the management plan. I'll talk a little bit about the structure of the plan. The plan includes a thorough review of black bear habitat and ecology, past and current harvest structures, population monitoring, human black bear conflicts, which does include both livestock depredations, nuisance, and human safety conflicts, and grizzly bear considerations. It provides statewide management direction through specific goals and strategies, all of which are based on Fish and Game strategic plan objectives, which you'll hear about the strategic plan later today. And finally, it includes data and priorities for each Fish and Game administrative region. Rather than spend my time up here telling you all about black bear habitat and how we've managed them in the past, I'm going to focus this presentation on some of the notable changes from the previous plan and highlight some of the key goals and strategies that exemplify the needs of black bear management for the next 6 years. The first notable change is that this plan amends the metrics we will use to evaluate observed changes in harvest data. Currently, most of our data on black bear populations in Idaho is derived from harvest data. It's difficult to get reliable population data on black bears, especially at large scales, for a lot of reasons. Their secretive nature, the habitats where they live, which are often dense forests, and their low densities, at least relative to higher density species such as deer and elk. Therefore, it is important that when we're monitoring harvest data, we're able to compare that to certain benchmarks to understand how it likely relates to black bear populations. The 1999 to 2010 plan identified 3 metrics for evaluating bear population structure. These were percent of the harvest that is female, percent of the male harvest that are older males, over 5 years old, and trends observed from bait station surveys. These were based on 12 years of black bear research conducted by Fish and Game and based on the premise that sex and age of a bear affects its vulnerability to harvest. A low percentage of adult males or a high percentage of females in the harvest can indicate potential overharvest. Bait station surveys were an attempt to obtain cost and time-effective non-harvest population data across the state. In the 25 years since that plan was written, we've been able to observe how those metrics have worked. Bait station surveys were discontinued in the early 2000s because they did not provide adequate data in areas with low to moderate bear densities. Furthermore, it's become apparent that harvest in a given area is related not only to bear availability, but also to hunter selectivity for bigger and older bears. This can vary considerably across years and across areas, and therefore it may not be sensitive enough all by itself to really detect population level changes. So we've added some new metrics in the current plan. They include the proportion of subadult bears in the harvest, average age of harvested bears, and hunter days per bear harvested. These are all data we can obtain from our Big Game Mortality Report, from Big Game Mortality Report's mandatory check. These are still based on information from Idaho black bear research, but also provide information on longer-term trends that can help identify bigger picture changes in population, rather than just single-year changes in things like harvest, cub production, and food availability. It's important to note that these metrics are included in the plan as a tool to provide managers as a way to assess how harvest may reflect both short and longer term population changes, and to provide transparency into the types of information that Fish and Game uses when making recommendations for changes. They are not meant to be prescriptive, only informative. The next notable change is that upon reviewing black bear harvest data, the plan also shifts from monitoring that data at a data analysis or DAU level to monitoring it at a regional level. As you can see in the black and white image on the left, the 1999 to 2010 plan partitioned the state into 21 black bear data analysis units, each of which was comprised of 1 to 5 game management units. However, in some cases, the data available at that scale proved to be insufficient for management. There was simply not enough bear harvest to really understand how data on the few bears that were harvested might relate to actual population data. Furthermore, changes to big game harvest seasons are generally considered at the regional scale. Regional staff are familiar with differences in harvest characteristics, hunter preferences, habitat, road densities, and prey populations throughout their regions. And they can use that knowledge in conjunction with the harvest management considerations I talked about on the previous slide to make locally appropriate recommendations for change. For those reasons, this plan shifts data evaluation to a regional level. As I mentioned above, the plan includes a table of statewide goals and strategies that are ways that we can implement our Fish and Game strategic plan through black bear management. For example, one of the strategic plan objectives is for the department to maintain a diversity of hunting, fishing, and trapping opportunities. We can make progress towards this by providing annual black bear hunting opportunities, allowing a variety of methods of take, such as hound hunting and baiting, and by offering both spring and fall black bear seasons. Many of these statewide goals and strategies are a continuation of things we're already doing, like that example above. We will continue, for example, to require mandatory check-in for all harvested bears, implement predator management plans in areas where black bear predation has been identified as a factor contributing to underperforming ungulate populations. And we'll use a number of outreach tools to share information on important topics related to black bear hunting and to human bear safety. However, this plan does include some notable new goals and strategies based on new data, current research, and hunter survey results. I'll highlight 3 of those for you, but those are not the only ones in the plan. One goal identified in the plan is to improve our current harvest data. In some ways, our black bear harvest data is great. Like lions, wolves, and species like bighorn sheep and mountain goats, all successful hunters are required to bring in a skull from their bear to have it checked. During that check, we get data on where the bear was harvested, the sex of the bear, how long the hunter spent hunting, and the method used to harvest the bear. We also extract a tooth to get an accurate age for each bear harvested. However, at the moment, bear hunters who do not harvest do not submit any information to Fish and Game. This means that we don't have a good sense of hunter distribution across the state, how bear harvest success rates might vary by unit or region, and how any of those things change through time. During the life of this plan, we're going to evaluate effective and efficient ways to get additional data from unsuccessful bear hunters. We have models for this for other species, including things like mandatory harvest reporting and telephone surveys, but we need to evaluate the best method for doing this for bear hunters. Another goal of this plan is to improve population monitoring methods. As you remember from earlier in the presentation, during the last plan, we experimented with bait station surveys as a non-harvest method of monitoring populations. That's still the goal. It's to find cost-effective and time-efficient ways to monitor black bear populations to augment our harvest data. We're looking at several ways to do this. Fish and Game is exploring the use of cameras to estimate bear populations. This began a few years ago in collaboration with a graduate student at the University of Idaho. His research revealed some of the difficulties that are associated with using cameras to monitor bears and will enable us to improve methodology to continue developing this tool. Mark recapture methods rely on detecting the same individuals multiple times. This detection can be through trapping, camera observations, or DNA. Statistical population reconstruction uses harvest data in combination with other data, such as age data, survival rates, recruitment rates, or abundance, to generate population estimates. And finally, regions are exploring ways to track natural forage availability. This data will not produce any kind of trend or abundance estimate, But other states have shown that it can be used to help explain observed annual fluctuations in things like conflicts and harvest rates. The last goal I'll highlight is to improve our understanding of hunter preferences, identified from some of the survey results. We use hunter surveys in a couple of different ways. One is to gauge satisfaction with current management and hunt structures, and another is to understand if hunters have other needs or preferences that aren't currently being met. The survey associated with this plan gave us some insights into a few things that are on hunters' minds, but that we need more information about before we proceed with making any changes. The last part of the survey included specific questions about whether hunters would be interested in additional hunting restrictions, such as limiting time, hunter numbers, or methods of take, that might result in more or larger bears in some units. It also included space for free responses about what types of restrictions they might accept, and another space for any additional input that had not already been covered in other places in the survey. Responses to questions about additional restrictions were pretty evenly split between hunters who would and hunters who would not accept additional restrictions, but it also included a pretty big proportion of hunters who indicated they just needed more information about it before expressing an opinion. And for that reason, one goal identified in this plan is to work on better understanding hunters' opinions on this and to get a better sense of what hunters would like to see, bigger or more bears, and what kinds of restrictions might or might not be acceptable for achieving that. In the free response question, we identified several common themes. One is that there's at least some level of conflict among bear hunter user groups. It's possible that conflict is maybe even a little bit too strong of a word here. There were a number of times where hunters from one user group stated that we should limit or prohibit another user group. But we don't understand if this is more an issue of hunter crowding, misconceptions among user groups, or actual negative encounters in the field. Therefore, we have a goal in the plan to better understand why hunters might be making these statements and if there are any reasonable ways to alleviate any conflicts. And finally, a number of hunters suggested limiting participation by non-resident hunters. Again, this could be related to hunter crowding concerns, but the data does show an overall increase in bear hunter participation, bear harvest, and non-resident participation. So we have a goal to evaluate the effects that non-resident participation might be having on overall harvest and population management. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity to present this to you today. We are not asking for any formal action today. Rather, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions, and we hope that you'll give us the thumbs up to release this for public review. If you do, we'll get this out onto the website soon with a 21-day comment period. After that, staff will review comments and incorporate public input, with the intent to bring this back to you in January to consider for adoption. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, that was very good. I do have a comment, as much for the public as anything, and sometimes we do these things and some of the more skeptical members of society accuse us of, we already know what we want to do, and this is a method to try to do that. And I would like to reassure everyone, and maybe you can confirm that we don't have a plan of, we want to do this. We are updating our bear plan simply because it is timely and needs updated, right?
That is absolutely the case. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Yes, it is past time for it to be updated. And a big part of the changes in this plan, as I presented here today, are updates to things we've learned since the last plan, right, in terms of population monitoring, those sorts of things. And I think notably, a lot of the things we've identified in the plan are areas where we need to gather more information from the public, not necessarily charge ahead and make changes, but continue talking to them and understanding what they want and need for bear management.
I guess kind of a more specific question. Why in the past haven't we looked at mandatory reporting for days hunted and that sort of thing with black bears? Right.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. There's a few reasons for that. There is certainly some burden put on the public when we're asking them to mandatory report on every single species that they're hunting, right? So we want to be cognizant of going into those discussions. Other follow-up methods, such as telephone surveys, can require a lot of effort. We need to look at sample sizes for that. it's a great, we are going to pursue what that looks like in the future and whether kind of the cost is worth the benefit from it. Because you're right, there is kind of a gap in that data, and we need to kind of evaluate how to do it best without putting any additional burden on staff or the public, or not much, but also getting the data that we really need. So, yeah.
Your point's well taken, that, yeah, we don't want to put any more burden on them. So, gentlemen, do you have any other questions or concerns? Commissioner Bobbitt?
I don't have any concerns. I think this is good work that we're doing right now. But in the 5-year elk management plan of the apex predators, this is number 2 on our elk populations. Cougar's number 1, the wolf's number 3. And we seem to get a lot of press on some of them, but this is one that we're probably behind in trying to get caught up on. But good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Regan. I guess if you're looking for a head nod, you have your head nod, so. Next up, moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat status update and season setting. Holly, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I guess we're doing introductions today. So I'm Holly Miyazaki. I'm a wildlife staff biologist, and I am responsible for statewide management of moose, bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and pronghorn. So to get started, I'm providing this update for you. I do this every other year prior to season setting for moose, sheep, and goats, which we'll come to you with that in January. So we'll get started with the moose update. So back in the early 2000s, the department peaked in the number of tags that we offered for moose in the state at about 1,200. Since that time, our tag numbers have decreased. The 2023-2024 seasons, we offered 514 antlered tags and 3 antlerless tags. In 2021, we basically eliminated all antlerless harvests except for those 3 tags that we've held since then in the Magic Valley. So this decline in tags, the decline which we think matches our declining moose populations, is not just an Idaho-specific situation. Most of the states with moose are also seeing declining populations, and some of those declines started before ours did. So this has been a long-standing problem, but we wanted to look for some specific information about our Idaho moose. So we started a graduate project. This is Eric Van Beek worked on that. This is his title slide for his master's degree. But to sum it up, he had a lot of objectives and research questions. But basically what we wanted to know was about the vital rates, and by that, for the most part, we're talking about adult female survival, those trends and how those trends were impacting our populations in the state, and if that varied between different areas of the state. For today, I'm going to stay at a higher level. I'm not going to get down into all the details of his work, but basically in 2020 and 2021, we captured about 148 adult female moose, and they're highlighted in those different study areas of the state. We spread those out to address that question about whether things were different in the different areas. During the course of that, during the last year, we had a small sample of calves that we also collared. And I think the interesting part, so the survival rates were fairly high for adult females, around 80%. That's not too bad. The small sample we had for calves was their survival for that 6-month period between when they're about 6 months old to when they're about a year was in about 50%, which was concerning to us. Here you see what we documented as a cause-specific mortality for the calves on the left and the adult females on the right. You'll see that most of the mortality we were seeing had to do with parasites or some sort of pathogens. And then you're looking at emaciation, which would be malnutrition most of the time, probably impacted by some of these other things as well. So the other thing that was interesting was the amount of vehicle mortality that we had, vehicle strikes, and the lack of predation that we saw on adult females, but we did pick some up on the calves. So with this information, we thought we needed to look closer at calf survival from the 6-month age to recruitment at a year. So this started the next project that our research crew is working on, and that's the survival and cost-specific mortality of moose calves in Idaho. The plan was to capture and radio mark 75 calves per year, document cost-specific mortality, and do this for 3 years. So far, we've done 2 years of this 3-year project. Those blue dots on the map are the areas that we're working in. We've caught 145 calves that are about 6 months old, and we're catching these calves using chemical immobilization, so darts, out of the helicopter. What we've found so far is we've had 33 mortalities over the last 2 years. The majority of those mortalities were caused by parasites, malnutrition, disease, similar to what we saw in the smaller sample earlier. 24% we don't know exactly what happened. 15% mortality was due to accidents. That includes road strikes. The majority of those are actually road strikes. Vehicle strikes, not road strikes. So 9% predation, both wolves and mountain lion. So, you know, with this information, we're looking at how we can, what we could possibly do to maybe better our management for moose. What we have so far tells me I think the calf survival is variable. The last 2 years have been fairly good. This year it will be interesting because some of these things that are affecting the most, winter ticks, those numbers are impacted by weather and winter conditions. So the more severe the winter, the fewer winter ticks, you know, will survive to lay their eggs, so you'd have fewer questing ticks in the fall, theoretically fewer ticks to get on the moose the next year. And also a hard freeze in the fall will kill questing ticks. So you could, early winter could reduce the number of ticks you would see on the animals that year too. So it's a complex life cycle of the parasite that we think is a big player in this process. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this year, how those rates might change. They are planning captures this winter and another 75 calves. So this has been a big project, trying to see, you know, really what's driving our moose numbers and what we could possibly do about it in the future. This is information on moose hunt applications from 2000 to 2024. The lines, I don't know if the colors look this bad on your TV, but the top line is total applications. It should be yellow. The bottom line is, which should be green, are the resident applications. So you can see a steady increase in applications, a little dip this last year. I can't really explain that, but about 7,000 total applications. Of those, about 5,800 being residents. This is moose tags and harvest. We average about a 76% success rate in the harvest on moose tags. We don't have the 2024 data yet. That we have moose hunts open, and most of them close on November 23rd, with a few closing on December 1st. So we're still waiting on that information for harvest this year. But our success rates are really pretty stable over the course of time. So these, every year I present to you some really preliminary proposals. These are things we're discussing. Oftentimes we don't have all the data yet when I'm talking to you about these. And especially for moose, that harvest data is one of the main pieces of information we have for setting seasons. So in the Panhandle, we're looking at the potential to increase tags in units 1 and 4, which is good news, but also looking at decreasing tags in 7 and 9. This is based mostly on harvest data, some survival information that we're getting from the research project, and also observations from hunters and our field staff about what we're seeing in these areas. The Clearwater, operating with the same data and still, like we said, waiting for 2024 harvest data to come in. We're looking at possibly decreasing tags in units 10 and 12. And the Southeast is evaluating their tag numbers in unit 76. For the Bighorn sheep update,
Holly, can I interrupt you just
for
once?
sure. Yes, Mr.
Before you go to another species. So I'm just curious, that's a significant amount of non-resident applicants for these trophy species. Do they end up, are they limited by the same thing that residents are in putting in for either one of the trophy species or deer and elk like the resident would be?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay, just curious, thank you.
So moving on to Bighorn sheep, we have our action plan in place. We've started ground captures. I believe that, yeah, you're in the background there, Mr. Chairman. I believe the first ground captured sheep this year was yesterday for Idaho. So we'll start helicopter captures in December and then pick back up again in February, and we're going to be working in multiple areas across the state. So, a long time ago, in a land far, far away, we have then Regional Wildlife Manager John Rochelle working on net gun capture in the Owyhees. And then fast forward, and there's a pause there, because it was a long time ago, yesterday in the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep population and the lower panther Maine salmon. Maybe. So we've been working on sheep for a long time in the state, and as you can see. But we also, I wanted to point out that after we wrote our update for the Bighorn Sheep Management Plan, at the commission direction, we created the action plan to plan out how we're going to address our management directions. And since that time, we've really ramped up our work on bighorn sheep in the state. So this year, we have ongoing projects that we're going to continue. We're going to be capturing sheep in Jacks Creek and Owyhee Front PMUs, the California sheep populations in southwestern Idaho. We've been looking at cause-specific mortality there, some habitat use, timing of movements. These populations have been declining according to our survey information, so we're really trying to work there and get some better information and figure out what's going on. We'll also be working in the Jim Sage. That population of California sheep will be collaring some rams again. This group, we are really trying to figure out how they're using the landscape and some timing of movements. We've been suspicious for quite a while that they go to Utah for part of the year. And if that is the case, we want to make sure we understand those movements so we can work with Utah on harvest management of a fairly small population. The survey we did for them this year, though, shows them being pretty stable with some good ram numbers. We'll also be working in the South Beaverhead, basically Unit 58, and then north of there in the North Beaverhead, again, we're working on test and remove, monitoring prevalence of MOVI in those populations. So far, those populations, the South Beaverhead has, from what we can tell, a low prevalence of MOVI, even though it still exists, but that population looks like it's growing. So we're hopeful that if we can keep that population growing and manage some disease and as a limiting factor, we could maybe in the future even offer some tags there, which we've not done. The North Beaverhead population are, those radio collars are not only helping us with disease management, but with harvest management as well. Our last survey there, we couldn't find very many sheep. We thought that maybe by putting radio collars on them, they would lead us to their friends. But our data indicates that really there probably aren't very many sheep there right now. We don't know exactly what happened and how we got from over 100 to less than 50. But we are collaring sheep there. We got some good information from our hunters because they could see individual marks on animals. And we'll look to that information for season proposals and recommendations for this winter. The Lower Panther Maine salmon is our big research project area. That's where you all were yesterday during our field trip. We have more than 200 sheep collared there. We're getting a lot of information, as you heard yesterday, about and looking at questions about disease management, harvest management, habitat use, working with our federal agencies on how mining, recreation, roads. It's been a good project. It's a big project, and we'll be back out there again this winter with the idea that we'll catch about another 100 sheep, some of those being recaptures. And then we are also planning on working in Hell's Canyon this fall with some capture, and I'll describe some of that work more later. And in addition to this, as part of our action plan, all the capture work and those ongoing projects, we also plan to survey the lower salmon. That's out of Riggins. We have been capturing there the last 3 years, 4 years. The capture, helicopter capture and helicopter survey, when they're occurring at the same time, don't really mix very well. The animals, get an avoidance behavior to the helicopter. They get a lot harder to count. So this year we're foregoing the capture in that area and prioritizing the survey, which will occur about March-ish timeframe. Also, as part of the action plan, we are continuing our small flock work, working with local folks in this area and up around Hell's Canyon who own small flocks of domestic sheep or bands of domestic goats, testing them for a MOVI and working with them as the main part is education. Educating the community and working with them to hopefully establish healthier farm flocks and reduce the risk to bighorn sheep from contacts with those animals. So for a Hell's Canyon update, this is a map of the area. You'll see Lewiston at the top of the map, Washington across the river there on the border. This is the Snake River. You go down further, you've got Oregon, and the Idaho population on the, what would be the right on your map of the river there. So in December of 23, we picked up some mortalities and we tested them and they were positive for a MOVI. After not having a MOVI in that population for almost 7 years, and where we had seen a real exponential growth there. So we started picking up these mortalities. The region has really been working hard to document mortalities and the spread of the die-off over the course of the last 8 months. Well, I guess it's November, 11 months. So we work closely with Washington and Oregon. We meet every other week, providing updates. They've also been hired additional staff, moved some people around to also address this update. We're in the phase right now of really gathering a lot of information. Oh, wait, oops. So one thing to point out, so you can see on the map where they are, Redbird is basically our Unit 11 sheep. You go down to Big Canyon and Upper Hills Canyon at the very bottom, that's Units 13 and 18. Right across the river is called Lower Hills Canyon. That is in Oregon, and that's where they first detected the die-off, the MOVI-related die-off this year in Oregon. You go up a little further, there's Mountain View and Black Butte. Those populations are shared by Washington and Oregon, and that is where the die-off progressed there this summer, and I'll tell you some more about that. So this is a table. I'll walk you through it, but I highlighted the two lines where we have the most data, the two areas. So like we said, we first detected this die-off in the Hell's Canyon complex in Idaho in December. We had a okay number of radio collars. I mean, if we knew we were going to be monitoring this, we would have liked to have had more. But the information we have for Unit 11 is we documented about 15% of radio-collared females died from pneumonia. And about 38% of our radio-collared rams in Unit 11 died from pneumonia. So it hit the rams a little harder in Unit 11 at the beginning of the die-off than it did the ewes. So you keep moving across that line. Our population estimate, and this did not include the lambs, there were about 50 of them. So we only included adults here, was about 187 pre-die-off. we think we lost at least a minimum of 50 animals due to pneumonia, extrapolating our collar data to the larger population is how we ended up with that. So based on that data, we would estimate our population, around 130, 140 right now. We are planning on surveying that from the ground in November at the end of this month, and we'll get a good estimate at that point, which will be very critical for our season-setting recommendations that we bring to you in January. I highlighted the Mountain View population because it moved in there in the summer, and it was a much more severe die-off in that population than it was in Idaho. The Idaho die-off has really tapered off. We aren't picking up as that many dead animals, related to pneumonia right now. But this summer, the die-off we saw in the Mountain View population was very severe. The animals were very sick. They lost 61% of their radio-collared females to pneumonia, 20% of the rams. They had a good number of collared yearlings for another project we were working on, looking at movements, and 67% of those died. So prior to the die-off, their estimate, not including lambs, was 142 animals. We think they've lost at least 90, extrapolating that collar information this summer. So those animals, like I said, were much sicker. We had suspicions that they also were impacted by EHD or blue tongue, something that we've seen in the canyon before. Those lab results came back negative, but a question that we're really looking at now is why was it so much worse in the summer in Oregon? We're checking the strain type again to see if we can see if something happened there. We're also wondering if this is a function of ewes nursing, that big energy demand on them. They might have been in poor body condition, and also how they socialize when they have the young lambs and the lambing in that early part of the summer. So it's been pretty interesting. And then for us in Idaho and GMUs 13 and 18, we had a real limited number of collars there. We lost some rams early on in the die-off. We didn't have any marked ewes, but it looks like it wasn't as severe there as it was in other areas. But this is another place we want to work this winter and try to figure out what we've got left there. We were hoping this year we would be recommending a hunt in that area with how they were growing, but we're not sure now. Another thing I'll point out is they've been doing lamb monitoring over the course of the summer, and we have very few lambs remaining after the die-off, after this infection with a MOVI, which is to be expected. The ewes were infecting their lambs, the lambs were infecting each other. And so we think there's somewhere between 10 and 20% from what we saw earlier in October. This survey, though, that they're going to do from the ground will also be very helpful in determining what we could potentially have for recruitment.
Holly, is the population estimate, is the mortalities on the right of the population estimate without lambs pre or post? Is that after the die-off that you went down to 142?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So just trying to do some real basic math to show you how severe the die-offs were. Die-off severity can range from 10% loss to 100%. So just kind of showing you where we've landed at this point in the first year of the die-off, basically. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, so the 142 was the estimate prior to the die-off, not including lambs. We're talking just about adults. And part of the reason we did this is because we didn't have lambs collared to subtract, in the next column. So the next column over is what we estimate we lost due to pneumonia. And then you could use some math there and see where we think we're at population-wise in these areas. Before I move on, I do want to point out the states have been collaborating a lot on this issue, and we really do need to work together. These populations are obviously very connected. They move back and forth across the river. But the states are committed to continuing the collaboration, and all three have plans for capture this winter to try to get a better idea about what we're dealing with, how the disease is moving, and steps moving forward. So these Bighorn sheep applications, these are just Rocky Mountain applications. The top line, which is supposed to be yellow, is the total applications. The next line is residents. So we had about 35 total applications for Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, and of those, about 1,700 were resident. So we do see a lot of non-resident interest in our Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep tags. We have good success, pretty stable, about 67% average over 10 years. Once again, we don't have our 2024 data. Those last late hunts just closed at the end of October. So we should be able to pull that together soon. But our tag numbers increased in this last season setting cycle, and hopefully we will have some proposals to see that again. Our California sheep, a little bit different story, fewer tags. Like I said, these populations, our data indicates they've been declining, but we have about 650 total applications, and of those, about a little less than 400 are residents. We do have success for 2024 for the California sheep. Those hunts ended early, and we were able to call any non-reporting hunters. Success is high. Average 10-year success rate is 75%. We do see dips, as you can see through there. With a limited number of tags, a few hunters can make a big difference in that percentage. But they did well in 2024. Some, once again, really preliminary proposals, things we're looking at. We are definitely planning to evaluate tag numbers in Unit 11. That survey we do at the end of this month will be really important for that information. And I meant to mention this earlier, but these collars we put out also are very important in our ground estimates. It's a mark resite estimate. We use these collars, how many of them we see versus we don't, to do some math to estimate the total numbers of the population. So those radio collars that we put out this fall will be really important in the future for monitoring how many sheep we have and composition, number of rams, ewes, lambs. We did a big survey in the Middle Fork this year for bighorn sheep. We saw good increases in total numbers and in Class 3-4 rams. Just in case some folks don't know, our harvest management for bighorn sheep is we recommend no more than 20% harvest of Class 3-4 rams. So that's how we establish our tag numbers. If there is a hunt that has 50% success and we can harvest 6 rams and stay within the 20%, we could offer 12 tags. It's that kind of math that we're looking for. So having the harvest data is important when we're proposing tag numbers to you. But based on that survey, we do think we can add new hunts and an increase in tags in these units 26 and 20A. We are looking hard at the tag numbers for the California sheep in units 40, 41, and 42. We, like I said, the surveys that we did this year showed another drop in numbers. We'll be looking to see what we can maintain there, possible some hunt unit boundary changes, and come back to you with proposals in January. The upper snake and salmon, they share the Lost River Range population. We did a survey there, and it looks like we can offer more tags. So we'll be looking to bring you a proposal for that in January. We are evaluating an increase in tags in Unit 27, also based on the survey in the Middle Fork. The one thing about this one, like I just described, how we figure out how many tags to offer based on harvest success, as those numbers the population has increased in Unit 27, we've seen an increase in success. So that will factor into how many tags we'll propose this January. And as I described before, on the North Beaverhead, where we've seen a decrease in numbers, we're looking at a decrease in tags in units 30 and 30A. Okay, the mountain goat update. I wanted to talk about our mountain goat mandatory sex identification training. Chairman Davies brought this forward at a commission meeting several years ago. In 2021, we went through a process to gather input from the public. We emailed a section of mountain goat hunters. We also provided opportunity to comment online. There was a lot of support, 80% from the survey and then 90% from those that commented online to have mandatory sex identification training for mountain goats. We went through the rulemaking process, and we've been, this is the second year we've had the mandatory training. So these are the results. So once again, I don't have all the 2024 data, but I wanted to put up there what we had. So it looks like you can see a decrease in females in the harvest. But we have to be a little careful with this because there's so few tags. There's only 41 tags, so one female can really bump that line. But what I'm exploring right now, what I'd like to do is talk to the hunters that have taken this test and then gone hunting and see where we could make improvements, what was helpful to them, what they thought was lacking. And also I want to dive a little deeper with these guys now that we've provided additional education as to how their decision-making process works when they decide or when they harvest a nanny. You know, is it an accident? Do they make a decision? And how that could better our education effort, you know, in the future as well. We are working on the Mountain Goat Management Plan update. We hope to have this draft to you in May. We're cruising along with that right now. It's one of the first plans, opposite of what Regan was talking about. This one's only 6 years old. So we are looking at an actual update, not a major revision to this one. And yeah, looking forward to bringing that to you this coming year. Numbers again, about 1,000 applicants. Of those, just under 800 are residents. We have good harvest success rates. Average rate over 10 years is almost 86%. So people who get a goat tag, even though we don't have very many, tend to do pretty well in the harvest. The only proposal that we're really looking at right now is possibly decreasing tags in Unit 10. This is an area that suffers from a lot of nanny harvest and also not a very high population estimate to begin with. So, our day yesterday in the field versus our day today in the conference room. But I'm happy to answer any questions if any of you have any about the update.
Gentlemen.
Holly, awesome. Ugly picture, but awesome.
I thought it was great.
The last time we did season settings, we eliminated the mountain goats for the Palisade herd. Is there any update on them and how they're doing, and if that is possibly going to come back or anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, we did count them again. We still are nowhere near 100 goats there. Still unclear as to why that decline happened so quickly and was such a large decline. But as of right now, according to our management plan, the commission approved management plan, we don't meet the minimum number of goats to offer a hunting opportunity there.
So same question for North Idaho up in Region 1. There was one permit, I believe, and we chopped that off due to lack of population. We got any more estimates or?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, it's the same situation. We do feel like we would like to count them again this year, but no information that we have there indicates that we're close to having 100 minimum is what we suggested in the plan, that we're anywhere near that. And my understanding is Montana has also seen a decline in their goat numbers adjacent to our populations there. So we aren't currently looking at that, but we will evaluate all the data before we bring you proposals in January.
Holly, are goats as susceptible to amovi as sheep are? Do you see the die-off from that?
Mr. Chairman, there have been documented die-offs from a movie-related die-offs in mountain goats. It hasn't been documented as often, and I believe some of that is just because of where they live. And the Palisades goats, we have in the past sampled them, and they did have a movie. We don't know if they got a new strain. We don't know if it played any role in the current situation, but they did have it. The most clear case was documented in Nevada of a large population decline that they attributed to pneumonia in mountain goats.
Interesting, thank you. Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
All right, how we doing on time?
Chairman?
Yes.
I'd just like to compliment our trip yesterday. It was very informative and saw some good country, and really appreciate the effort of staff to do that. It was good, and the capture was that was neat. So just wanted to compliment them.
Yeah, very well said, Mike. They always make it informative, educational, and a lot of times pretty fun. So it's a pretty good game. Okay, well, so next up, Idaho fires and deer elk habitat. Sean Schroff. Well, you kind of clean up pretty nice, Sean.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, again, my name is Sean Schroff. I'm a regional wildlife biologist here in the Salmon region, and also today with me is Regan Berkeley, who's the regional wildlife manager for the Southwest region McCall office. We were asked to provide the Commission with information on the impacts of wildfires have on wildlife. And I'll start off by discussing how the fire impacts the habitat, and Regan will expand on how that impacts wildlife populations with an emphasis on deer and elk. So fire resets the ecological clock. As you look at the diagram, that slide, it's a simplification of how habitats recover from disturbance. Idaho is a diverse state, and the timetable at which a site recovers from a fire is dependent on the habitat type, and this changes as you go across the state, depending on what the moisture regime, the precipitation, and that kind of stuff goes. Generally, the first couple years following a fire, you can expect to see grasses and forbs to be the dominant vegetation. This progresses through, and 10 to 30 years later, you see shrubs might start moving in and become the more dominant overstory plant. In wetter environments and at higher elevations, the next stage would be trees start becoming the dominant overstory, and this is generally 30 plus years post-burn. For wildlife, this can mean different things. In general terms, early successional stages mean good things for elk, some types of songbirds, and some small mammals. However, sage grouse and mule deer prefer the more shrubby stages of succession and are apt to struggle a bit before those shrubs come back in. In the drier desert communities, sagebrush and bitterbrush represent the climax plant community there, and in the wetter habitats, the climax community is forested. And when I refer to the climax community, this is the later stages of succession, and this is where the plant community is most resilient and also the most stable. So kind of break it down a little further, for our lower elevation drier sites, this is generally winter range for deer and elk for at least our migratory populations of deer and elk. Historically, these areas had infrequent fires due to a low field load when only native species are present. Unfortunately now, we have invasive annual grasses such as cheatgrass are present on much of the landscape. Invasive annual grasses can create an unnaturally high field load, which in turn increases the fire return interval. Therefore, these sites are slow to recover from fire and generally require human intervention to help with restoration. Wyoming big sagebrush, bitterbrush, and mountain mahogany are all slow to recover, resulting in a reduced carrying capacity of that habitat, especially for mule deer. These shrub communities are generally the climax plant community, and these individual shrubs are very important, especially in these drier sites, because they provide microhabitat for both plant and animal species. So kind of further illustrate the effect that cheatgrass has, here's a compare and contrast of what annual grasses can do to the landscape. So the picture on the left is an area that is heavily invaded by cheatgrass, which again is one of our most widespread invasive annual grasses across the West. So cheatgrass is a winter annual that starts greening up in late winter and early spring, well before our native species. This provides a continuous dry fuel source that wildfires use to burn across large areas. Now for contrast, if you look at the picture on the right, that's a habitat without cheatgrass. As you can see there, there's bare space between the shrubs and the bunch grasses. And again, these bare spaces is a good thing. This provides a fuel break in case of a fire, and also this is a space where our native forbs grow up in the springtime. In addition, our native grasses stay greener longer in the summer, and they provide more nutritious forage than cheatgrass does. Sites that have green vegetation with low fuel loads are more resilient to fire than areas that have a continuous fuel source that are invaded by invasive annual grasses. So our high elevation wetter sites here in Idaho are generally summer range for our migratory populations of deer and elk. Historically, these areas have relatively frequent fires that burned in a mosaic pattern that left unburned areas throughout the area. Some of these low-intensity fires only burn through the understory, where fire-adapted species such as ponderosa pine have thick enough bark to withstand the heat and flames and therefore are largely unaffected. These sites are quicker to recover due to the higher moisture regime, and also in these mosaic burns, there's unburned areas that provide a seed source to the burned area. Generally, these sites do not require human intervention to help with the recovery. However, fire suppression activities such as dozer lines will need some sort of rehabilitation and weed control. In these sites, the climax plant community is going to be forest, but there is an intermediate successional stage where shrubs such as mountain big sagebrush, ceanothus, and serviceberry will be the dominant overstory before the trees start to recover and recolonize the site. So I direct your attention to the picture there on the screen, and you can see the different successional stages that result from a mosaic burn. The first there, you can see the early successional stage where only grasses and forbs are the dominant plant species. Then you can move on up to the intermediate stage where shrubs are the dominant overstory species, and then all the way up to the climax community, which you can see is where fir and pines dominate. So kind of break it down by the animal. Elk are an intermediate grazer with grasses making up the majority of their diet. Elk have a large rumen, which allows them to be more adaptable to a less diverse landscape. However, native grasses are critical for nutrition, and invasive annual grasses are poor forage and are hard to digest for most of the year. Elk will switch to browsing on shrubs when the snow conditions worsen. Therefore, when snows get too deep or the snow is crusty, elk can switch to browsing on the shrubs. However, grasses are their preferred forage, and they generally benefit from fires, especially in the first few years following a wildfire. Mule deer, on the other hand, are mainly browsers, and they require shrubs as a food source year-round. Mule deer have a small rumen that demands higher quality feed. Invasive annual grasses, such as cheatgrass, can outcompete the native forbs and increase the fire return interval that keeps shrubs from establishing on the landscape. Mule deer are more susceptible to severe winter conditions than elk. As an example, if a fawn weighs less than 65 pounds going into winter, it's most likely not going to survive winter and therefore will not be recruited into the population. So in response, high quality habitat is essential for a sustainable population of mule deer, and generally mule deer do not benefit from a fire, at least not in the first decade following a burn. And kind of to further break this down here, the mule deer food habits on the left pie chart there, you can see that almost 3/4 of their diet is browse, and again, that is shrubs. Grasses and forbs provide little nutrition for mule deer in the winter, which is why they represent such a small portion of their diet. The right pie chart there is the diets of mule deer in the spring and summer, and as you can see, the forbs and grasses become more important, but browse still represents almost half of their diet. When grasses and forbs are grown in the spring and summer, they do provide important nutrition to mule deer. However, mule deer still require those shrubs for browse, and depending on the site, those shrubs may be slow to recover following a burn. So some short-term effects. The major short-term effect after a wildfire is the removal of that forage for that current growing season. Once that fire moves through, it removes that forage and that vegetation, and it's not available for deer and elk. This can be essentially very problematic for deer and elk, especially on their winter range. Unless there's a significant moisture event in the fall, there will be little forage available for deer and elk. In addition, without the vegetation to hold down the soil, erosion can occur, especially with spring runoff or any major moisture events. However, with this loss of overstory plant species and the influx of nutrients following a wildfire, there can be a flush of forbs and grasses the years immediately following that burn. This flush of grasses and forbs is can be very productive for deer, mainly for elk. That flush of grasses and forbs can benefit mule deer on the summer range, but the removal of shrubs for browsing will have a negative effect on mule deer, especially on the winter range. So some longer term effects, again, this is at least 5 years, if not a decade or so after the fire. This is when the habitat will start moving through these later successional stages. Shrubs and trees will begin to recolonize the site, which in turn will benefit mule deer. Long-term effects of wildfires tend to be beneficial for mule deer, especially if closed canopy forest has been burned, which allows the sunlight and the daylight to hit the forest floor, and also that removes the vegetation, the competition with trees, which allows those shrubs to sprout. However, 10 plus years post-fire, the standing dead timber will begin to fall. When this dead and down timber begins to pile up, it can greatly restrict the movement of deer and elk. The habitat is still high quality, but the accessibility is low because the down logs can stack up so high that the forage is largely unavailable for deer and elk. So kind of an example of a fire that burned this year, you're probably all well aware of, the Wapiti fire, Whippity fire, whatever you want to pronounce it as. So here shows a progression map of the fire. So the blue on the map is where the fire started, and just as reference to the commission, Stanley there, this fire burned just west of the town of Stanley. So the blue is where it started, and then you can progress through the colors from green to yellow to orange, and the orange is the last part of the area to burn by fire. So this fire resulted in a large-scale closure of the sawtooth elk zone. Most of that area was burned in high-elevation timber and shrub fields, which is largely used as summer range for deer and elk. Because it burned a largely intact, wetter habitat type, the little rehabilitation will be needed. However, fire suppression activities such as dozer lines will need to be rehabilitated in order to ensure that native species repopulate that area, and also to keep noxious weeds out of that habitat. So moving on to the boundary fire, it's a good case study for what we expect to see in the aftermath of the Wapiti fire. It burned roughly 80,000 acres in 2021, an area just north of the Wapiti fire. So if you take a look at this picture, I took this picture this summer, and as you can see, 3 years post-fire, the habitat is recovering well. Grasses and forbs came back the following growing season and is currently providing great elk habitat. In addition, the aspen stands that were previously choked out by conifers are beginning to regenerate. These aspen stands will provide fawning and calving habitat for deer and elk, as well as nesting habitat for many bird species as these trees start to mature. It'll be several more years before other shrub species will be available. However, these young aspen suckers do provide browse for mule deer, elk, and moose. So kind of wrap it up on my side of things is all fires, they're not created equal. Fires can be beneficial for many species of wildlife if conditions allow for it. For example, a low-intensity fire that burns in a mosaic pattern can add diversity to the landscape, which can benefit a whole suite of wildlife species. In addition to this, these low-intensity fires are less likely to displace animals because there's available habitat nearby due to less fire severity. So I've talked about these two fires that burned in high-elevation wetter areas that have benefited elk and will benefit mule deer a few years down the road. Now Regan will talk in more depth on how the effects of fires that burn at low elevation and in drier sites, which can be detrimental to deer and elk and will also require human intervention.
One quick question for you, Sean, before you step back. So that's a great presentation for someone like me. I look at these high intensity fires and I think of what you said about not beneficial for mule deer for at least the first 5 to 10 years, correct? So in the season setting time frame, looking at like the Moose fire that burned 230,000 acres, something like that, I believe. I'm assuming, and I'm sure that I know the answer to this question, you guys are taking that into consideration as we go through those season setting processes with these exceptionally large fires?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we are doing that as well, and Regan will kind of talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, we are taking that into account, especially if it's winter range that's affected or summer range. We are taking those into account on how we're going to move forward with managing that population. And that all kind of depends on the habitat and also the scale of those fires as well. But we are taking those into account.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question also, and it doesn't really directly relate to fire, but it has to do with habitat. And in the northern part of the state is doing a lot of logging. And they're doing some clear cutting and some really good-looking stuff for habitat. But then they go in and they treat it. And for maximum timber production. Is there any coalition where we work with the state of Idaho and say, hey, we need some more habitat, and that has an economical benefit to the citizens of Idaho for more elk and deer habitat? And is there any coordination there, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt. Yeah, it's a little out of my region, but I know that with the Good Neighbor Authority, we're doing up into Region 2 and 1, we're talking about that. We're working with our federal land partners to allow those shrubs to come through and allow that intermediate stage in there, because that provides a lot of habitat, not just for deer, but also for elk as well. They will especially use that browse on their winter range when the snows get too deep, they can't reach the grasses underneath. But I know that, again, maybe somebody from Region 1 and 2 that are a little more involved with that Good Neighbor Authority, but I know it's something that we are working with our federal partners on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks, Sean. I'd just leave it at that as well. I think that the concern that you expressed about herbicide treatment to actually suppress shrub growth, which I think is what you're getting at, it's something that we are aware of, and to my knowledge, there's not been comprehensive or even an initial assessment to try to get a sense of how this is affecting deer elk populations, but it's something that we've been more aware of and are having some conversations about.
Thank you.
Sean explained how fires have different effects on dry or winter range sites from those on some of the wetter or summer range sites, and gave some examples of where elk habitat in some of the wetter sites has benefited from fire. I'm going to talk a little bit about winter range sites in rangeland or desert environments, where there's a little bit of a different story, and those sites have a little different need for active rehabilitation. On drier sites, the immediate concern post-fire is the potential for invasive annual grasses, such as cheatgrass, to spread quickly and exclude native species. Efforts to reduce the spread of these usually involves an herbicide application followed by seeding of perennial grasses, shrubs, and forbs. We have done this on a couple of fires south of Bruno, and in the Salmon region, they've sprayed about 20,000 acres on the Mustang fire, which burned in 2012, and they have plans to spray the Moose fire next year. After that kind of initial response, we do have an interest in helping return the landscape to its natural climax community as quickly as possible. As Sean mentioned, research has shown that a landscape that is nearing the native climax community is more resilient and resistant to wildfire. So in theory, the sooner we can return an area to what that looks like, the more likely it will be to resist both fire and weed infestation. Most rangelands are a mix of land ownership that includes BLM, Idaho Department of Lands, and private lands. Fish and Game gets involved in most long-term fire rehabilitation plans across all ownerships on rangelands. As the BLM develops their emergency response and stabilization plans, the BLM lead is supposed to reach out to Fish and Game and IDL staff to discuss potential partnerships. At a very minimum, we generally provide technical assistance on desired seed mixes and priority areas for wildlife. Fish and Game also often provides additional funding, especially when private lands or IDL lands are involved. In these circumstances, our goal is to assist in ensuring that there are no gaps across the landscape in rehabilitation efforts. I'll offer a couple of Region 3 examples of where we're actually doing this right now with fires that happened this year. The paddock fire, which is on the map on the left, burned just over 190,000 acres of rangeland in Unit 32, which is just north of Boise, in July and August of this year. Within the fire perimeter, we typically winter about 4,500 mule deer, which are the orange dots on the map, and 1,000 elk, which are the blue dots on the map. Immediately after the fire, our staff began working with private landowners to help pay for seed and planting costs for landowners who are willing to plant late fall and winter cover crops on their private lands, and then leave those for deer and elk to eat. We enrolled 15 landowners who planted over 1,600 acres of winter hardy crops, such as turnips, winter peas, and radishes. Those are already up and growing, as you can see from the photo on the right, which will be important during the next couple of months as deer arrive on winter range and find out that there's not much else to eat. Since that fire, we have also been working with the Mule Deer Foundation to plant 40,000 seedlings right in the heart of that fire on some of the most densely populated winter range. And we will be collecting local sagebrush seed later this fall to grow into seedlings for planting next spring. The Valley Fire burned in early October. This was an exceptionally long fire season across the state, just outside of Boise. This fire burned nearly 10,000 acres, most of which was on our own Boise River Wildlife Management Area. That fire affected about 2,400 mule deer, which are the green dots on the map, and 700 elk, which are the blue dots, in Unit 39. And Unit 39 is part of what's probably the most densely occupied mule deer winter range in the state. This fire is somewhat unique because over 60% of that burn is on Fish and Game land. There are benefits and drawbacks to this. The benefit is that we are in complete control of things like seed mixes, timing, and methods we use to restore this area. The downside is that we're the ones primarily responsible for both the funding and the staffing of those efforts. As with the paddock fire, we have moved pretty quickly to put plans in place for rehabilitation. There are already 2 plantings and 4 seed collection efforts scheduled in November in this fire. One benefit of this fire being so close to Boise is that very many people have reached out to us to volunteer to help with rehab efforts, and that extends our ability to get this work done and done quickly. So, despite all of these rehab efforts that we're putting in place, this winter is still going to be very, very hard on wildlife in and around these fires. Winter is always the hardest part of the year for deer and elk, and that will be especially true in areas where this year, and probably for the next couple of years, there's just not much forage sticking up above the snow. As you all know, one potential management action we can take to help deer and elk during hard winters is supplemental feeding. We are prepared to feed, but we have a lot of things to consider before pulling the trigger on that. Feeding is not a magic bullet, and in some cases it can actually be harmful to deer. You recall that I said 4,500 deer winter in that area that burned in the paddock fire, and we know that even a tremendous winter feeding effort will only help a portion of those deer. We also need to consider chronic wasting disease. As you all know, CWD has now been detected in 4 game management units in Idaho. 2 of those management units are near Riggins, 1 in the Panhandle, and 1 that's on the border of units 23 and 32A, south of New Meadows. In the map on the right, you can see that purple star. That's the location of that detection. We have already collected hundreds of samples from these areas this fall to better understand how prevalent CWD might be in our deer herds, but we don't have results on most of these samples yet. One concern with the paddock fire is trying to balance potential short-term benefits of feeding with potential long-term impact of speeding up the spread of CWD. Over the years, we have captured and radio collared hundreds of deer on winter range in Unit 32 in the exact area that burned this year. You can see that winter range on the map, on that blue blob that's on the bottom. Those collars tell us that about half of the deer that winter in Unit 32, right around that paddock fire area, spend their summers, falls, and winters, or summers and falls in Units 32A, 23, or 24, all around where that purple star is indicating the CWD positive south of New Meadows. You can see some of those movements on the map, deer that were collared in the winter in units 22 and 32, but spend parts of their summer in close proximity to that CWD location. We know that feeding concentrates deer, and that concentrating deer promotes the spread of illness and disease. There's a lot to consider there, but one thing to remember is that decisions regarding supplemental feeding are done in consultation with regional winter feeding advisory committees, which are comprised of citizens, hunters, and landowners within each region who are interested in wildlife and are able to make local and real-time observations about conditions on the ground. In most years, we hold these meetings in early winter, once we see how winter is shaping up, but we do plan to hold the first one in the Southwest region in just a couple weeks to discuss fire impacts and get those folks going on what things look like on the ground as far as we know right now. Sorry, I always forget to hit things when I've got them lined up. Finally, we have had a lot of local residents ask whether we're going to implement what they call cull hunts. This predates me, but we have apparently done this a couple of times in the past in response to significant habitat impacts, because we know that the habitat won't support the numbers of animals that we have out there, and that putting meat into hunters' freezers can be preferable to just deer starving in February and March. This is certainly a tool we can use, and it will stay on the table. But at the moment, we do not have any plans for emergency hunts. We are waiting to see how some of these habitat efforts shape up, what we learn about CWD in these herds, and what kind of winter we're going to have. In addition to anticipating some increased mortality this winter, we do occasionally see some direct mortality during a wildfire. It's something folks hear about. Direct mortality is hard to quantify, and it doesn't usually occur at a level that impacts entire populations. At least for large and very mobile wildlife, such as deer and elk, it's pretty rare to see much in the way of direct mortality, as they are generally able to move out of the way of a fire. Occasionally, however, we do see a fire that grows so quickly that wildlife can be overtaken by the fire. We did have some reports that this was the case in the lava fire in the Southwest region, which was near Indian Valley, and it grew from about 2,500 acres to over 40,000 acres in one day earlier this fall. And finally, you heard a little bit about this from John earlier today. In some cases, fires do have significant impacts on hunters. In some cases, significant portions of units or hunt areas are closed during wildfire suppression efforts. As an example, for most of September, which is archery season for deer and elk, most of the Sawtooth Zone was closed to access due to several fires, including Nellie, Bulldog, Goat, and the Wapiti Fire. As John presented earlier today, we do evaluate each closure and hunt independently to assess effects on hunters. And in this case, we did offer refunds or exchanges to hunters with Sawtooth A tags, because so much of their hunt area was closed for so much of that hunt season. In some areas, and in most cases where a smaller portion of a unit or a hunt area is closed, biologists work directly with hunters to identify alternate areas or access points that are open to travel. So, in summary, are fires good or bad for wildlife? And the kind of short answer is yes to both those things. In the short term, fires are typically pretty good for elk, but can be really hard for mule deer, as both Sean and I presented. The longer term, they're often good for both, but we do have to keep an eye on a couple of things. It does vary by habitat type, and it does vary when you start altering those kind of historic fire return intervals. That can cause problems. If you get more frequent fires than a landscape is accustomed to having, that can promote the spread of invasive species and remove seed sources of native species. If you have longer fire intervals than typical, everything grows up too much, and it excludes shrubs and grasses, which are what wildlife eat. So with that, I can take any questions, and I'm sure Sean is happy to answer any that are better directed at him as well.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Roach.
On that Valley Fire and that Boise front, I've seen that the adjacent private Harris Ranch, they're doing some work there. Are we in sync with them? Are we about to do ours, or where are we in that project?
Yep, our staff have been in communication with the adjacent private landowners in that area. We may be using slightly different mixes in terms of seeds on our property because we have slightly different objectives. But yes, we're absolutely in connection with those folks. And a lot of those folks have actually also become part of our volunteer pool because, effectively the wildlife management area is part of their backyard. And so they want to help with our efforts on our wildlife management area as well. So.
Follow up. Obviously, we own that ranch up there, the old White Ranch, and so what other areas around the state do we own that have had fires this year?
Super good question.
There were fire, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, there were fires, smaller fires on Georgetown Summit, WMA, there was a smaller fire on Tex Creek, I'm trying to think of a few others, but none of those were to the extent of the Valley Fire and what the impact was.
Billy Creek burned again this year?
Yeah, Billy Creek.
Craig
Right.
Mountain was several years ago.
But we did have Summit Billy Creek earlier this summer, that's right, yep, so.
Thank you, Mike. Judy? Fascinating. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on and almost to lunch. Almost, I said. So yes, we have one more presentation before lunch. Fishing license for foster children and foster parents discount order. Amber?
Thank you,
Welcome
Mr.
back.
Chairman. So I will be presenting first on behalf of Director Alex Adams from Health and Welfare, since he had travel issues and could not get here. And then I will follow up with the discount order piece of it. Idaho is working to improve the foster care system, and two needs have been identified: the need to recruit and retain more foster homes, and to help foster children feel the safe, loving home environment that many of us were fortunate to enjoy growing up in. Outdoor recreation is a big part of this. When foster families can get outdoors and recreate together, it creates a sense of home and belonging that benefit the children long term. Department of Health and Welfare teamed up with the Department of Parks and Rec to get a free park pass to all foster families, and it's been well received. Commissioner Roche would have been a part of this. In partnering with the Commission and Fish and Game, this is a next step to hopefully create family bonding opportunities and a lifelong love of fishing. It builds off the statutory authority that provides free licenses to foster children and will ensure the foster parent can participate. Mr. Chairman, the department is happy to present the Commission with the opportunity to participate in this endeavor. Through Idaho Code 36415, the Commission is authorized to discount license fees upon a finding of public need for which this qualifies. The original intent was to provide a discount for all foster children eligible for a fishing license and one foster parent. Upon further exploration, we discovered that through Idaho Code 36401A5, that fishing licenses are not required for children under the age of 18 whom are residents of a licensed foster home. Foster homing in this instance would be family home. As such, the discount order in front of you provides for the discount of fees for 2025, effective January 1 through December 31, to $15 for adults, inclusive of the access depredation fee. This is for youth aged 18 through 20 years in extended foster care and one foster parent. The Idaho Sportsmen's Organization has graciously agreed to contribute $10,000 toward these discounted licenses with the intent to cover the cost for all interested individuals. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Amber. Gentlemen, any questions? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the Commission adopt discount order 24-55 for resident fishing licenses for individuals holding fishing certificates or equivalent documentation issued by Idaho Department of Health and Welfare to include youth aged 18 through 20 in extended foster care and one licensed foster parent per family for the calendar year 25 as presented by staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. Is there a
It'd be my
second?
pleasure to second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ebert. Is there any further discussion? Director.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, thank you. I would just observe that we were hopeful that Director Adams and Ben Broxton with Idaho Sportsman would be here to kind of share in this, but when Director Adams asked me if it's something that we would be interested in or if we had a mechanism to do it, I noted our discount order and said, absolutely. It's certainly in keeping with our effort to get families, foster or otherwise, involved in fishing, and what a great thing to do to help him as he tries to really emphasize the importance of foster families in Idaho. And so absolutely happy to contribute. And then when Idaho Sportsman offered to actually help share the cost of that with us, we were delighted to have them included in it. And so this $15 thing, essentially, just so you understand, the idea is that is the amount that would basically have Idaho sportsmen sharing equally in the cost of this with Idaho Fish and Game. So happy to support it, but you're voting.
Very good, Director. Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to the commission. I think it's a great program. I think it'll be well received. So with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Amber. And with that,
Got right on time.
yes, we're really close to being right, yeah, within 3 minutes. Strong work, all presenters out there. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch. What time do I get back? 1:20? You want to earlier than that?
Sure. Yeah, maybe, well, let's, 1:15-ish.
Okay.
Be in chairs by 1:15.
The director has ordered that all of his employees be in their chairs by 1:15. We'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Perfect.
It's 1:15 and 38 seconds, so all of you guys that are coming in late, the director is taking down some names, I think, so. All right, well, thank you to the regional staff for the hospitality that they have shown during this, here I am talking about it, and Ryan's not even in the room. I was going to give him some kudos, but he's not here to hear it. So take his name down too, Director. Anyway, yeah, very good lunch. The hospitality's been great. As everybody can see, this is kind of a cramped quarters for the region, and that's why we're really hoping that some monies can come through to do a little remodel here. So next on the agenda, excuse me, is the strategic plan update kickoff. Adam Park.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Adam Park. I'm the Communications Bureau Chief. And today we are here to kick off the project to update the Idaho Fish and Game. I'm sorry. Thank you. Known as the Compass, the strategic plan was last updated in 2015. And when Director Fredericks became director, he recognized that it was, after 10 years, it was probably time to do a review and an update of that to ensure that we're enacting the objectives and the strategies that are appropriate for the environment that we find ourselves in today, while still maintaining the broader mission and goals that have been working so well for us. So at Director Fredericks' direction, he assigned the Communications Bureau to oversee this project and asked that we bring in, or I asked actually, to bring in a consultant to help with that. And so to that end, we hired Ann Westcott, who is a professional at this kind of strategic planning and worked for over 25 years in strategic planning, program development, and financial analysis. And she will be joined by Dr. Jen Schneider from Boise State University, who is an expert at public input. And unfortunately, Dr. Schneider couldn't be here today. She had a conflict. But we have Ann today, so with that, I'll pass it over to Ann Westcott.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, when Adam and I set out from Boise yesterday, our mission was clear. We had to be here by 5 p.m. last night. But how we got here was a choice. And in my family, the tradition is to go through Fairfield and the Wood River Valley, because that's the right way to go. But Adam asked Google, and Google said Highway 21 was faster. So we had to look at some data. We had to look at some information, like what time of day, what the temperature was like, what the roads were like, how late was I running behind schedule, and Adam was driving, so he got to choose. And we got here right at 5 p.m. That is strategic planning. And in your department with Fish and Game, the mission is clear. It's in code. We don't need to wonder where we're going. We know where we're going, but how we get there, those are our choices. So this plan, this update of your now rather old strategic plan is an opportunity for you to coalesce and talk about how you're going to meet that mission going forward. You're going to be informed by your current needs. It's been so informative for me to be here last night and this morning and listen to all of these incredibly smart people giving you information and data points, and hearing from the public as well, as we will be doing more of, to talk about what are the challenges that we're facing right now and what's going really well. This process also will need to be stewarded by the commission. You have the authority to give the direction, to work with the director in the department, and to set that future course. So currently, I have been conducting interviews with all of the ops department staff. I've done 21 so far, and I've become so excited and inspired by this department. It's wonderful work, and I've also been looking at all of the different kinds of plans that you have and the survey results throughout the department over the last couple of years. Next month, I'll be meeting with all of the ops team in the same room to have a deeper dive discussion about current conditions, needs, priorities, some of our challenges. What I would like to do next, in the next month, is to interview each of the commission members, if you are amenable to that. I'd like to schedule a phone call so that I can ask you the same kind of questions. What do you see are the needs or the challenges? What are your biggest concerns? How would you like to see this whole process continue to roll out? Based on all of that input, first of the year, in time for your next meeting in January, I will come back to you with a framework of priorities that have been elevated based on this analysis by the staff of all of the different contributing factors. And we'll be looking for what I now know is called a head nod. We will be looking for a head nod for us to continue on to the next phase, which is going out to the public. So taking this draft, these tentative priorities, not specific what will we do on Sunday, but this is the direction we're going. These are the things that we are prioritizing in this process. We will go out to each of the regions, both in person and then through all of your different user groups and stakeholders, hunters, anglers, trappers, associations, NGOs, anyone who we've been told is a good group to go and talk to be able to get their input on these different priorities and the vision going ahead. At that point, we'll also be interacting with the department and doing employee outreach. So we'll be taking some of those employee surveys and making sure, in my mind, a good strategic plan is one that once it's done, you can roll it all the way down to each employee in the department, and the employee can roll it back up to seeing how the work that they do in the field every day is meeting the mission of the department. We will come back to you again and keep you updated as we go. And once we've developed a draft strategic plan and identified more actionable strategies, we will come back to you in the late spring for more than a head nod, hopefully. And as we go, I will keep the director informed. He will keep you informed. And if you have a different direction or a different group that you would like me to talk to, I'm open to doing that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Gentlemen, any questions? Concerns, ideas? Okay, well, are you looking for a head nod today?
Just that you're not shocked and appalled by the direction that I'm going. You don't seem shocked and appalled, so I think I'll just do what I said I was going to do.
It's always good to come right after lunch because there's no shock and appall
asleep,
at
yeah.
this point.
I just want an absence of head shakes.
Yes, there was no shaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Adam. Not to be outdone by CWD, now we'll have a Quagga Mussel update.
Yes. Chairman Davies, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I appreciate the opportunity to come today and to give you an update on our fish monitoring in response to the Quagga mussel treatments that have occurred in the Mid-Snake River over the past 2 years. So to begin with, we'll talk a little bit about what quagga mussels are, some of the factors that influence their establishment. Idaho State Department of Ag's aquatic invasive species rapid response plan. It's a 4-step process and the department's role within that. And then we'll finalize the talk with the types of surveys that we use to do the fish monitoring, and we'll provide a little bit of a timeline for rebuilding these fisheries. So to begin with, quagga mussels are a small freshwater mussel that were native to the Ukraine. They came across to the Great Lakes in the early 1980s through ballast water of ships, and they've slowly distributed across the United States in different water bodies, typically hitchhiking on watercraft from one water body to the next. The most recent invasion has occurred in the Mid-Snake River near Twin Falls, and this is also the first time that they've been found anywhere in the Columbia River Basin. So there's 2 primary factors that determine whether or not quagga mussels can successfully establish within a water body. The first of which is the calcium concentrations. They need that calcium to build their shells. And the second is the nutrients found in the water, basically the water chemistry. So how do quagga mussels impact the ecosystem? First off, the adults are very efficient filter feeders, and they can quickly rob the food base. They can decrease the amount of available phytoplankton and zooplankton that's available for forage fish, and as forage fish decrease, we can see some decreased growth and potentially reduced abundance in some of our predator fish, and that's typically what anglers are targeting in most of our fisheries. Where we've seen quagga mussels establish, we've seen altered fishing opportunities, aquatic habitats, and water quality. So once these things become established, they can also have broad economic impacts. And they do this primarily by attaching to hard surfaces, clogging many types of infrastructure, such as hydropower dams, water diversions, irrigation structures, and potentially even fish hatcheries. If these things are left untreated, a quagga mussel infestation can potentially cost the state of Idaho hundreds of millions of dollars in actual and indirect costs in terms of infrastructure change and potential maintenance yearly. So I'll mention that these next few slides I've taken directly from our partners with ISDA. It's worth mentioning that they routinely monitor for quagga mussel, and we're specifically talking about veligers, which are the juvenile life stage of quagga. They collect approximately 1,500 samples around the state each year. That has now ramped up to where they're going to start collecting nearly 3,000 samples around the state each year. It was because of this type of routine surveillance that was occurring that we originally found these quagga mussels in the Mid-Snake River. And that led to the initiation of the Rapid Response Plan. So that plan, as I mentioned, has 4 main parts. The first is to notify impacted entities, to implement containment measures, to conduct delimiting surveys, and then to explore treatment options. We'll talk about each of these in a little more detail. In each of the past 2 Septembers, ISDA has initiated that rapid response plan with the presence of veligers, quagga mussels within the Mid-Snake River. And they've notified local, state, federal, and private agencies shown on this figure. Step 2 is to implement containment measures, and in September of 2023, the Idaho Fish and Game Commission closed hunting, fishing, and trapping below the high water mark for approximately 23 miles of river. much of which has been reopened to access, but the areas that remain closed will likely remain closed until hot wash or decontamination stations are put in place at those access points. So step 3 is to conduct delimiting surveys. This map just shows some of that delimiting survey, and what that means is looking for the upstream and downstream extent of the presence of the invader. This figure shows the colors. White is a negative sample on the map, and the other colors, yellow or orange or red, indicate the presence of quagga mussel and the abundance. The bigger the circle, the more were present in that sample. One thing that I'll point out is kind of that concentrated area just below Shoshone Falls in the 2023 survey. That was where the only adult within that has been found to this date was located. So they continued sampling through all of this past summer, and it wasn't until early September again this year when a quagga mussel was found, and that was found to the furthest right side of the screen, that uppermost spot, and so they quickly did the delimit sampling again. And I didn't mention in the previous slide, that delimit sampling goes as far down as Lower Salmon, which is probably 15 miles outside of what's shown on this map, and as far upriver as American Falls, which is 40, 50 miles upstream. And these circles and the number represent the presence of quagga mussels and the number found within that sample. I wanted to point out that that plume area this year, there were no quagga mussels found. So step 4 is to explore those treatment options. In both years, ISDA chose to use 1 part per million of chelated copper over approximately a 10-day period in early to mid-October. That 1 part per million was kept up for approximately 200 hours of treatment. So the department's role in that rapid response plan is to monitor the effects of the treatment on fish, to provide technical assistance and logistical support, outreach and education, and we also serve as a member on the Idaho Invasive Species Council. So this is a map of the treatment areas in 2023 and 2024. And to kind of orient you to those treatment areas, that yellow line coming straight from north to south is Highway 93 running straight into Twin Falls. So just north of Twin Falls, the downstream extent in the blue is what is known as Broken Bridge, and then moving all the way upstream to what's shown on the picture is Twin Falls Park. That area in blue was the treatment area in 2023. The treatment area in 2024, because of the veliger being found just upstream of the old treatment area, included the Twin Falls Reservoir. So the area in green plus the 2023 treatment area. So we utilized 3 different survey types to conduct the fish monitoring in 2023 and 2024. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of those. The pre-treatment work, fish monitoring, the goal was to go out and try to sample as many fish as possible 2 days prior to the treatment in 2023. And so we used boat electrofishing and essentially surveyed 18 kilometers of the stream or of the river and sampled as many fish as possible. So this figure kind of illustrates what we captured during that sampling in 2023. The y-axis is the number sampled, and the species is on the x-axis down below. As you can see, there were the majority of the fish that were sampled were warm water game fish species, yellow perch, largemouth bass, and to a lesser extent, suckers, northern pike minnow. We sampled over 4,000 fish in 2023. In 2024, we surveyed 2 kilometers in that Twin Falls Reservoir pool and sampled substantially less fish. In total, in 2 kilometers, we only collected 20 fish. So you can see from the picture on the right, the habitat is totally different than some of those areas down below. Steep shorelines, not very much near shore fish type habitat. There was also part of the reason we probably didn't sample very many fish is they were raising and lowering the reservoir level for some construction projects. So that may have had an impact. We also did not expect to see any sturgeon within this section of river because we've never stocked fish. This is upstream of their native habitat, upstream of Shoshone Falls, and we've never stocked fish in this particular area. So during the in-treatment fish monitoring, within 2 days, we started to see some mortality. And it became very apparent very quickly that we weren't seeing the fish that we marked during the pre-treatment work. Mainly what we were finding were suckers and northern pike minnow and yellow perch, and unfortunately the white sturgeon. And we'll talk about the sturgeon population in a little more detail in just a minute. So we kind of pivoted during the in-treatment, and we started to remove fish from the system. And this is an estimate of what we removed in 2023 and 2024. The estimated biomass is on the y-axis, and the species sampled across the bottom on the x. We removed roughly 5,900 kilograms of biomass in 2023. This is likely around 50% of what actually was in the river. Many of the fish may not have surfaced, and some of the fish floated out of the area at night, and they weren't collected. Again, going back to 2024, we removed probably less than 750 kilograms of biomass, and most of those were suckers. We did see 2 sturgeon mortalities this year, and a few carp. All other species combined in the last couple of years has been less than 500 kilograms. So we went back out in October and tried to figure out where were the fish that we marked. And we did follow-up electrofishing surveys, and they were there. And they looked healthy, and we started seeing the marked fish that we were looking for. So this figure will kind of summarize some of that fishing mortality. We've got the catch per unit effort, fish per hour on the y-axis, and again the species on across the bottom. The gray bars are the pre-treatment surveys that we conducted, and the blue bars are the post-treatment surveys. And as you can see, we had some species that exhibited high mortality. Some, mainly the warm water game fish, that exhibited low mortality, and some that may have exhibited moderate mortality. We did collect some carp during the past 2 years during the in-treatment work, but we have not collected smallmouth bass. It is possible that between those 2 surveys, smallmouth moved offshore and into overwintering conditions, overwintering habitat, and we plan to get back out in the spring of 2025 and look at the warm water fish community in the entire treatment area to see if smallmouth are in fact in there, or to see if we had any delayed mortality that occurred later on. So in terms of sturgeon mortality, we had a recent population estimate from 2022 that was conducted by the Idaho Power Company that suggested that there were 49 fish within the reach that were between greater than 2 foot in length. We collected biological information from 48 fish in 2023 and 2 additional sturgeon in 2024 for a total of 50 sturgeon within that reach. We're fairly sure that we are near 100% mortality And that estimate from last year, again, we probably didn't sample every fish or see every fish that had perished during the treatment, and it could have been in that 60 to 70 fish range. So when we look at sturgeon in a little more detail, on the y-axis we have the number observed. Across the bottom on the X we have the ages of the fish. Roughly 50% of these fish were between the age of 3 and 8, and 50% were between the age of 25 and 35. And this matches up with our stocking history within that reach from a program that the department partners with the College of Southern Idaho and Idaho Power Company to release fish back into different sections of the river. All of the fish that were sampled or that we collected biological information from had either pit tag information, recapture histories. We remove scoots off the side of the fish so that we can identify them as hatchery fish before release as well. All of those fish were hatchery or release that we collected information from. When we look at their sturgeon by length, again observed on the y-axis, the length bends across the bottom on the X. The average fish, or the average size of sturgeon within that reach was approximately 4.7 feet in length. We did have one additional fish this year that was right at 7 feet. So for rebuilding fisheries, we plan to allow natural recolonization to occur in terms of large-scale suckers, northern pike minnow, and yellow perch from upstream and downstream populations. However, and the warm water game fish appear to be still present and in good shape. And so it will take us some additional time to rebuild the sturgeon population. However, we do have some tools in our toolbox that can help us speed up that process so that it doesn't take us 35 years to grow fish up into that 6-7 foot range. Every year when irrigation canals or water diversions are shut off within the Magic Valley, we typically go out and rescue sturgeon from those dewatering events, and we capture anywhere from 5 to 15 fish per year, and those range anywhere from 3 to 7 feet in length. And so we could potentially use those as translocated or as fish that could be translocated back into that treatment area when the time is right. So we've developed a better understanding of how chelated copper impacts fish in the Mid-Snake River. In 2023 and 2024, we had very similar impacts on species within the river. These fish don't appear to be recolonizing within those vacated habitats very quickly from downstream at this point because we observed very, very low mortality in the stream or the section that was treated last year. In terms of quagga mussel reproduction, in both years, 2023 and 2024, even though sampling was occurring throughout the summer, we have not identified a veliger until early to the first to second week of September in either year. And that could potentially be a benefit for trying to control these things. And with that, ISDA will continue to monitor for the presence of quagga mussel throughout the system. 2024 reset the clock for a 5-year time frame that is needed of no positive veliger samples in order for the treatment to be deemed a success. And so we will continue to work with ISDA to get a better understanding of whether or not additional treatments are needed, and then we can kind of move forward with developing our fisheries rebuilding plans once we have that information in front of us. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer some questions.
Gentlemen, questions? So I've got a few. forgive my ignorance, but so does water temperature, Mike, does water temperature play into the sustaining of these quagga mussels?
So that goes, Chairman Davies, that goes directly to the point of that particular reach of river is essentially spring fed. So downstream of Milner is essentially 100% spring water. And so the water temperatures are probably just barely approach that reproduction stage later in the summer once we've had those extended periods of warmer temperatures. And so that could certainly play a part.
Okay. And did I understand you correctly that that it'll have to be deemed quagga free for 5 years before any kind of restocking program takes place?
So that not necessarily. So we could potentially, if in conversations with ISDA, it didn't seem like there were any additional treatments needed, we wouldn't necessarily have to, like if next year we didn't find any veligers, we could potentially start to consider it the year after, maybe we go 2 years before we feel like we're comfortable enough that there's not going to be another veliger sampled over the next couple of years. With a species such as sturgeon, we certainly wouldn't want to stock them in there without being fairly confident that there's no more additional treatments needed. But we could potentially start doing translocations before that 5-year time clock.
And what is the confidence level of 2 treatments, 2 years of treatments, taking care of the problem?
So that is, with each treatment, we're learning more. That is a question that I can talk to ISDA about to get what they feel based on their knowledge. They are the lead agency for this in terms of the treatments. They are doing some additional work this year. They're treating some off-channel sites that weren't treated during the last year. So each year we're learning more and more about quagga mussel within the system. Again, we are also not sampling these until mid to late September, which would potentially limit their reproduction or their opportunity to continue to spread. So I can get back to you on that from conversations with ISDA.
Okay. And I guess the last question I jotted down here is, you talked about hot water decontamination stations at these boat launch areas.
Yep.
Would that be a permanent fixture then from now on, or would
So,
it be?
Sorry,
ahead, Mike.
Commissioner,
No.
or Chairman Davies. Not necessarily. So ISDA has talked about after that 5-year time frame that they may decommission those stations and move them off-site. I don't know that it would happen right at the 5-year mark. Those conversations we have not had with them. But I don't know that they would necessarily be long-term in that particular area.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Gentlemen?
So in the future, is there any feasibility in trying to get the sturgeon out before we do the treatment if we end up in other reaches?
So in all cases, so Chairman Davies, Commissioner Ebert, to answer that question, it's kind of a 2-part. So the first part is we did not want to take a risk of moving these fish from an area that we knew had quagga mussels, not knowing whether they were a vector to movement or not, and put them in a facility, a fish hatchery, and then down the road find out whether or not, or see that quagga mussels popped up somewhere else. Yeah. So that's the first part of that. And in each potential location where an invasion might start, there's going to be additional things to consider. And so every location's gonna have potentially a different treatment option, a different fish monitoring plan in place.
Very good. You know, I'm glad I asked the question, because kind of things we don't think of, right? And then one more, and I think I know the answer, but I saw bull trout, a kind of bull trout. That's not the ESA listed bull trout?
Oh, bullhead.
Oh, bullheads, okay, I misread, thank you.
Chairman Davies, Commissioner Ebert. Along that regard, I never mentioned that, but according to ISDA, there have been no ESA listed species impacted by the treatment.
Very good.
Jordan.
Just curiosity, this is obviously in a river. Let's say that we got Quagga in a reservoir or a lake. Would the treatment be the same, or is it?
So, Chairman Davies, Commissioner, every place is different. So potentially they could use a chelated copper. That might not be the best treatment option within the reservoir, depending on what flows look like or water chemistry makeup. So there's a lot of things that ISDA has to consider, and that's why that fourth step of the plan is to explore treatment options. It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Any further? Any other questions? Director.
Thanks, Chairman. I just make a comment. Nice job, Mike. And I think all very good questions, and I think important to recognize that this is really unprecedented, treating at a scale like this. And so in terms of, do we expect it to be 100% effective? Well, we certainly hoped it would be in 2023. And I think we did get most of them, right? But then there was detection of a veliger above where they treated last year. And so is it possible, it is possible that there were quagga mussels above the treatment zone last year, and that's what happened. Again, speculation, we don't know, but not a tremendous surprise that it wasn't a one-and-done treatment. That's not uncommon anytime you do a treatment for some invasive species like this. And again, you know, we're kind of leading the way in terms of how this is done. So there's that. And then the other thing I would just in terms of if Director T-Walt with ISDA were here, she would not miss the opportunity to say what, none of us wanted this challenge, but in terms of how the state family has worked together to do this, everybody had their role. We all helped each other out, several different state agencies and the counties involved. And I don't think many states could pull something off the way we did. And it's because of everybody's involvement, but you can't help but give ISDA a tremendous amount of credit for the leadership they showed. But I also want to express my appreciation for our fisheries staff, not just fisheries staff. Mike was on the point of the spear on this, but it involved a lot of people in the region and then elsewhere in the state. For 2 years in a row, Mike and others have had to kind of drop everything that they're doing in September and October, which is pretty hard if you're a big hunter. But they've done it, and they've done it very well. And so it's there are those things that we can plan for and build our work plans around and schedules around, and then there are these things that come up, and it's drop everything you're doing and go to work on this for 60 hours a week. And so I just really appreciate our staff for doing that.
Yeah, and to kind of echo that, Director, I can speak because I've attended the Pacific States Marine Fish Commission meetings in the past, and they really speak highly of what has transpired in Idaho. I mean, it sounds unprecedented what you guys have been able to accomplish with all the partner organizations. So, strong work. Thank you for the presentation. Very good job. Last week I couldn't spell quagga mussels, and well, I still can't spell it, so thank you. Coming up next, let's go Governor's Wildlife Partnership Tag Public Survey Results. Rick Ward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good afternoon. I'm here to give you an update or overview of a hunter opinion survey we conducted specific to Governor's Wildlife Partnership tags. And as a refresher, I came to you in May of this year and presented an overview of the Governor's Wildlife Partnership tags, which I will touch again on that in a moment. But at the end of that presentation, you asked that we, the department, go back out to the public to check in to see where the public is at on auction tags, or the public sentiment on auction tags. And so that's what this survey is all about. So just to recap real quick, what are Governor's Wildlife Partnership tags? They came about in 2012. They are spelled out in statute. They were adopted by the legislature. A couple of key points on Governor's Wildlife Partnership tags. The statute says that the commission may, that's an important word here, they may release up to 12 tags per year, 3 each of deer, elk, and pronghorn, 1 moose, 1 bighorn sheep, and 1 mountain goat. It is important to note here, I'll say it right here, that these, we currently have 1 bighorn sheep auction tag and 1 bighorn sheep lottery tag. These tags are, or that what would be the 1 bighorn sheep tag here is separate, separate, and in addition to those existing tags. We also have super hunt tags. Those are raffle tags. This is different from that as well. Important to note that the season dates and hunt areas would be set by the commission. Those are not spelled out in the statute. That these tags would be auctioned to the highest bidder, and that the auction itself or the process would be administered by an incorporated nonprofit organization selected by the director with a maximum of 5% of the revenue generated from that auction going back to that nonprofit to cover administrative costs. This is not unlike the bighorn sheep auction tag that we have now. Importantly, the auction tags would be available to residents and non-residents. And what the statute says is that these tags would be taken from the non-resident controlled hunt program for deer, elk, pronghorn, and moose, and taken from the non-resident quota for mountain goat and bighorn sheep. Those are a little bit amorphous because they don't quite exist as just a pot of tags that we can pull from. But I think the message here, the interpretation, is that there would be no new tags added. These are not additional tags above and beyond what we already have. That these would be, the mechanism of how exactly it would work is unknown, but that they would come from the non-resident portions of these controlled hunts. There are specific things spelled out in statute about how the proceeds from these auction tags can be used. So up to 30% of the tags or of the revenue could be used for sportsman's access programs like Access Yes, with the balance being used for wildlife habitat projects, wildlife management projects to, quote, increase the quantity and quality of big game herds and for research and planning activities to facilitate habitat solutions. So those, anything in quotes is coming right out of statute. I put those in there intentionally because there's, I know what all the words mean. I'm not sure what they mean in combination like that exactly. But so there's some interpretation to be had there. But for the purposes of this, that's I think we can agree that it's projects that would improve wildlife management. In 2015, the department was sending out a survey on controlled hunts, a hunter opinion survey on controlled hunts. At that time, there was some discussion about these wildlife partnership tags. Let me step back for just a moment. So this is 3 years after they came into statute. No action has been taken, had been taken by the commission up to 2015, and spoiler alert, nothing has been done since then either. And I'll go over a little bit of that as we move along. But there had been some, I think, some discussion in some various groups about these auction tags and whether or not they should be a may instead of a shall in the statute, or sorry, whether or not it should be a shall instead of a may in the statute. So the department added a couple of questions to an existing or an already planned hunter opinion survey on controlled hunts. the first question was really just a generic question about whether or not people or hunters in general find auction tags acceptable or unacceptable. We had a whole bunch of responses to this survey, and 4,400 of those responses were selected at random and then used to analyze the responses to this particular question. To summarize, 55% of respondents answered that auction tags in the general sense are very acceptable or somewhat acceptable. 37% responded that they are very unacceptable or somewhat unacceptable. The second question in that survey was a little bit more specific, spoke specifically to the 12 additional tags. Again, mentioning that the funds will be used for wildlife management and hunter access programs. So do hunters favor or oppose those tags? 51% responded that they strongly favor or somewhat favor those tags. 38% said that they strongly oppose or somewhat oppose those tags. So there, after these results were presented to the commission, there was actually a motion to to release for auction one elk tag, one deer tag, one mountain goat tag, one pronghorn tag, and one moose tag. That was, there was some logistical issues, but that ended up being scoped with the public between commission meetings, and it came back with about 80% of respondents. And well, keep in mind, scoping is open to anybody who wants to comment. So 80% of the scoping comments were opposed to those auction tags. So that idea was dropped at that point. And there's been no action on Governor's Wildlife Partnership tags since that time. So fast forward to 2024, as I said, Commission asked that we reach back out to the public, check in where the public is at on auction tags at this time. So we worked with Dr. Kenny Wallen at University of Idaho to come up with a survey, and what we decided made the most sense was to take a random selection of any Idaho resident holding a hunting license in 2023 or 2024. We ended up with about 14,100 people that we sent email invitations to. So this was completely online. There was no hard copy component of this. It was conducted just last month. It was open for 2 weeks, and we did stratify the sample by region, meaning we sent equal numbers of, or we selected equal numbers of hunters in each region. I'll show results of that in just a moment and what that means. And then the survey itself is only 4 questions. One of them is a multi-part question, which I'll get into in a minute, but pretty straightforward stuff here. So of those 14,100 emails, we had 1,289 respond, or a 9% response rate, which is about where we usually tend to end up with these kind of shotgun surveys. And as I mentioned, this was stratified by region. And as you can see from the count and the percentages there, that it was the responses were pretty evenly distributed across the regions. The first thing we did when we were analyzing the results was to really compare to see if there was any significant statistical difference between the responses between regions. And what we found was that there was not. So statistically speaking, there was no difference between responses of people in the different regions. So for the rest of what I'm going to talk about, we pooled all the results into one. So if at some later point you want to delve into some of the regional responses, we can certainly do that, but statistically speaking, they all came out the same. This wordy slide here is I felt like it was important to explain the context of wildlife partnership tags to the people taking the survey. So we provided a fair amount of background, recognizing that people don't always read every word that's in front of them, but felt it was important to talk about what the limitations are on these tags, what the funding can be used for, and whatnot. So we kind of pointed out several of the same things that I just talked about where these tags come from and how many there are and that kind of thing. A couple of things in here that we pointed out that will I'll circle back on a little bit that had its presence was known in the survey results, is that the source of big game auction tags is the non-resident controlled hunt program, meaning no new tags, and that either residents or non-residents can bid on these auction tags. And lastly, right there at the bottom, we put in there, we felt it was important to put in there what type of revenue these auction tags might generate. So we put our heads together and we came up with $400,000 to $500,000 per year if all 12 auction tags were released. There's some assumptions that go into that. One, Unit 11 would not be part of the Bighorn sheep hunt because that's, well, it's already spoken for between the existing auction tag and the lottery tag. And we also assumed that the other hunts, especially deer and elk, would be quality hunts. That they would be not, the way a super hunt tag works is that a hunter who gets a super hunt tag can hunt in any open hunt in the state. If it's something like that, then clearly the revenue generated from that or the auction prices are going to be higher than if it's a lesser quality hunt. So we had to kind of make some assumptions here, but that's the number we landed on, or that range of numbers. And part of that is based on looking at other states and what they're bringing in for auction tags. So first question, based on all that background information in general, to what extent do you oppose or support the auction of big game tags? And I'm going to, this is a fancy new way of looking at human dimensions data that I was introduced to, and it's kind of neat. So the vertical dashed line in the middle is the midpoint. So the farther to the left the blue bars go, the more strongly opposed people are. The farther to the right, the rust-colored bars go, the more supportive they are of it. So the darker blue is strongly opposed, light blue opposed. The tannish color is support, and I guess the dark orange color is strongly support. So what we see here, simply to break it down, we see fairly high strong opposition and fairly high support, with opposition and strong support being lesser numbers. Combined, 46% opposed, 54% support. So going into the survey, we wanted to dig a little deeper to see if people had thoughts about which species they might be more supportive or opposed to auction tags for. So we broke out a couple more questions. Question number 2 is basically the same question, support or opposed, but specific to the auction of deer, elk, and pronghorn tags. So what we see there is a slightly less strong opposition and slightly more strong support than the general auction of, or general auction tags. And so overall, 43% strongly oppose or oppose, 57% support or strongly support. Then asking the same question, specific to moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat tags, we see the opposite direction. We see more strong opposition and less strong support. Kind of and in combination, 48% opposed and 52% support. But kind of the general theme that I see looking at these three in combination is that there's a large segment that is just support in general. There's a fairly large segment that's strongly opposed, and then there are smaller segments that are strongly supportive or opposed. So those that are opposed tend to be more strongly opposed than those that support it are strongly supportive. Did that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to make sure I'm getting that point across because it sounds weird to me coming out of my mouth. So, the fourth question was people got one of two questions. If they answered that they supported or strongly supported auction tags, they saw this screen where we asked them to rank their level of agreement with these 5 different statements about the potential benefits of auction tags. So we asked them specifically about increased funding for access programs and wildlife conservation, raising awareness for conservation, support of local economies, creation of unique hunting opportunities, and fostering partnerships with conservation organizations. And then at the bottom there, the other. We wanted to have some sort of open-ended opportunity for people to put in there other things maybe we didn't think about as far as potential benefits of auction tags, and you'll see the same thing on the potential negatives of auction tags. And then they could actually rank whether they agree or disagree with their own statement that they wrote in there. So that part's a little wonky, but what they wrote in there was is pretty interesting. I'll get to that in a minute. So the results of all those agree, disagree, or statements is shown here. So I support auction tags because they may, and then the first one there with the strongest agreement response is increased funding for access programs and wildlife conservation. So the orange on the left is strongly agree, and then the darker blue is agree. So basically it goes from strongly agree on the far left to strongly disagree, and then no opinion on the right. So the more orange you see, the more strongly people agreed with those statements, and then on down the line. So the takeaway on this is that there is a lot of agreement with those statements, but the agreement is somewhat moderate. On the other section, the part where people could write in their own statement, we had 68 entries, which is only about 10% of the respondents that indicated that they're supportive. So it is a tenth of the people who actually responded that they support auction tags actually wrote something in there. But major themes expressed in writing were mostly captured in the categories above there. But several comments indicated support for auction tags only if they come from the pool of non-resident tags. And some people suggested that reducing non-resident tags overall would benefit Idaho's wildlife and residents. Several respondents also commented that they are supportive of auction tags, but are concerned that auction tags could make hunting accessible primarily to wealthy individuals. So to me, this suggests that people can be supportive of auction tags in general, but are also concerned about how those auction tags would be implemented. And a few other people commented that auction tag revenue should be used to fund or create youth hunting and conservation programs, or to bolster wildlife law enforcement. Okay, so moving on to the same style of question for those who oppose auction tags. The categories there, auction tags may create economic barriers to hunters, they may encourage trophy hunting, they may commercialize wildlife, they may create a negative public perception of hunting, they may prioritize revenue generation over conservation, and they may create unfair access to wildlife. And again, the box for people to write stuff in. So the first thing my eye sees when I look at this is the amount of orange. So how much more strong agreement there are from people who, how much more strongly they agree with these statements coming from the people who are opposed to auction tags than there were from people who support auction tags. So agreement was strongest with the statements that auction tags may prioritize revenue generation over conservation. They may create unfair access to wildlife, and they may commercialize wildlife. Interestingly, there were 179 people that wrote in comments, again, compared to 68 in the support category. Again, many of the themes that people, or the comments they wrote in there, are captured in those categories above, but other things that we saw, one, they expressed concern about the increased influence of money in wildlife management and the perceived change from managing for opportunity to managing for trophy animals and funding. Several commenters emphasized that hunting opportunities and tags should prioritize Idaho residents over non-residents, and several respondents also commented about perceived greed of Idaho Fish and Game, prioritizing revenue generation over wildlife conservation or fair access to wildlife. I did not choose the word greed, that was in there. So that was heard loud and clear. And a few other comments expressed a preference for lottery system rather than auction tags, stating that lottery tags provide a more equitable choice chance for all hunters. So to summarize, 54% overall support or strongly support in general auction tags, 46% oppose or strongly oppose. There is more support and less opposition to auction tags for deer, elk, and pronghorn, less support, more opposition to auctioning moose, sheep, and goat tags. And more people showed stronger opposition to auction tags than people showed strong support for them. So we saw that both in the first horizontal chart I showed you, 29% strongly opposed, 18% strongly support. But also we saw stronger agreement with people expressing stronger support for, or stronger agreement with the potential negative aspects of auction tags than with the people who support them. And lastly, we saw many more comments from the group that expressed that they are opposed to auction tags as compared to those that expressed support. So that concludes my part of the presentation. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Rick. Questions, Commissioner
Yeah.
Bobbitt?
Mr. Chairman, Rick, you know, I personally don't have the money to go out and buy an auction tag, but I've had some hunters that have that wealth that have asked me, why don't we have those? And, you know, as I questioned them, I didn't even know, like the sheep tags and that, it's a tax write-off to them. Are these tags the same way as the sheep tag? Because they might spend $100,000, but they could write off 50 of it. Do you know if these are the same way when it comes to tax code?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, you are way out of my wheelhouse. That's not a problem I have either. So I don't know. That might be a question for an accountant.
Yeah. Anyway, and then the next part of kind of the logic, I think we discussed that Arizona had this, and they did away with it. Did we find out what their issues were? The public said no more. Something happened, but.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, it was. I think there was some change in their commission, and there was a lot of public opposition to it. I think it's important to note too that Arizona had, they brought in a significant amount of money from their auction tags, far more than what I identified here as a potential income from these. My understanding is that, and I don't think they've done this yet, but they were talking about converting those to a type of raffle tag, not just doing away with it altogether. But
Right.
I don't know the specifics of the conversations that went on about doing away with those auction tags, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, and then kind of the last question is that as I look at it, when you use some of the words like wildlife conservation, that translates out to people a lot of different things. When I think of what the money could be used for is directly to create programs that create more animals for everybody. And if there was a quantifiable way to say, yeah, we're gonna give up a bull elk, but that money's gonna create 100 more for the general public, that's a different sale than let's all get together and conserve. And, you know, I understand the access issues, but if that money can be used to perpetuate an increased population, is that quantifiable? And would there be a different answer? Because we all want more game for all of us to be able to hunt. If the money was specifically designated to reproduce more animals for everybody, then it seems like a good bet, but it can get filtered off to these feel-good things that really don't do anything to create more animals for all of us to be able to hunt, or the health of them. In a way, it's kind of like the Sheep Foundation has done a pretty good job in selling that they're funding latest research and keeping the species alive and well and growing. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, it does make sense. And I think the sheep auction tag is a good example of a lot of work that would not have happened otherwise without the revenue from that auction tag. When you're talking about elk and trying to quantify, take dollars and turn that into how many elk that results on the ground, I know enough to know that I can't do that. Yeah. We could talk potentially about, well, again, what it says in statute about how these funds can be used is pretty broad. If this all happened and the commission said we want to put X number of dollars towards a specific type of habitat restoration, we could start talking about acres and things like that. But trying to translate that into a number of animals on the ground is not something we can.
Well, the Wild Sheep Foundation's done a pretty good job of that. Look what they're getting for their tags now. And there would have to be a movement of everybody saying, hey, we want to improve our elk herds. We can do that by giving up a few tags, and here's the result, but that takes time. But these are, I see the result of this survey, and it doesn't look like something that I'd want to say, let's move on real quick, unless those funds were designated and quantified to increase our populations. I feel part of my charge is to perpetuate wildlife in Idaho into the future and to increase those numbers. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. Commissioner
Mr.
Ebert.
Chairman, so my understanding of the statute is it limits us to only auction. We couldn't do a lottery. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that is correct. The statute says auction.
Oh, one more, I'm sorry. Did we talk to someone like Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation? Do they have an opinion on this type of thing, or?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, we did not specifically reach out to any wildlife conservation groups to ask for input. No, we did not.
Commissioner Schrepp.
Would conservation easements and WAMA purchases fall under the habitat projects?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, potentially. I don't have the whole statute memorized in my head, but it was pretty broad as I recall it. In fact, now you say that, my next slide that I had in my back pocket, just in case such a question came up, the statute does say what the funds cannot be used for. Well, there you go. Acquire property or use as matching funds to acquire property. So that is different than a conservation easement, though that's fee title. And then, cannot be used to acquire federally managed grazing permits or, again, matching. There's a specific line in there about moving bighorn sheep in southwest Idaho. Litigation involving bighorn sheep. Oh, that was it. So I think the answer to your question is yes for the conservation easement, no for fee title. And I'll look to the director to maybe help me out on this one a little bit, but there is potential to move funds around, to replace funds in some places, to free things up. So, so what the statute says specifically, though, is no fee title acquisition.
Director, do you want to take a shot at this?
Not really.
I think Rick did an awesome job.
I think, Rick said it. I mean, there are constraints on what revenue from this program could be used for. That we don't have the same constraints on other funding sources, so there's flexibility. But I think it is pretty clear that we can't go out. To Commissioner Bobbitt's point, it's very well taken, that if you can somehow tie this to, okay, this is gonna benefit the average hunter because it's gonna make X more opportunity or deer or elk, it's really tough. I mean, it would be easier if you could say that we're gonna acquire this piece of winter range, which is gonna accommodate X number of mule deer or elk, and then you've got something quantifiable. But no, we can't go out and pitch that as a benefit of this program.
And I think that's a fair point. Going back to the fair comment earlier about the non-resident tags, I think this falls into it. Is it fair for other sportsmen to have these tags taken away from them that can't afford to purchase them? But I think Commissioner Bobbitt hit it on the head. If we can show these tags are taken away because it gives you more opportunity, then maybe the fair aspect of it comes into it. So that's just kind of my thought on it. But it's also a can of worms that can be opened up that might not be able to go back into. So.
And no matter, but the other part, if you could raise a lot of money through a lottery, then maybe people would be more attuned to it because it would be affordable for anybody to get involved.
Kind of like super hunt tags?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Charette and Bobbitt, yeah, I think you're right, and I think in this whole conversation, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that our super hunt tags are lottery, and through the work of the communications program and just trying to get that in front of people more in recent years, that has been tremendously successful, and we raise now a little over $1 million a year for access, largely for access. And you know, when we talk about how much an auction could generate, we also have to be cognizant of, okay, do you actually take away some of the enthusiasm for the super hunt? Because people that are pouring a whole bunch of money into the super hunt just say, well, I'm just going to go, I'll just go to the auction, and I'm not going to buy any super hunt tickets. So there's a lot to consider. I don't know, in other words, I don't know that it's all additive.
Mr. Chairman, do we have adequate money for improving elk habitat and access? I mean, are we limited by money or by people, or, I mean, I'll just throw this simple question out there. Do we need more money for habitat and access? I mean, that kind of factors into this for me.
That's a very simple question, Commissioner Ebert, with a very complex answer. I don't mean to dismiss it, but we could always use more money for access, and we could always use more money for habitat conservation. And when you look at, we just had a presentation on the wildfires, and we could use a lot more money than we have to do restoration work to shore up those winter ranges ASAP. And there are places where we are losing habitats that are important migratory or winter range habitats, and we're doing the best we can with the funding that we have available. But if we had, you know, it kind of goes back to Commissioner Charette's difficult question along the same lines last summer about, do we need more money for anything we do? And we could do a lot more with more money, but we all have our limits and constraints and desirable size of government, and I think we do the best we can with what we have.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I just have to add to that a little bit, though. This crew, I look around, and you and this crew all look pretty busy to me. I mean, how much more can you do? I mean, we've taken on a lot.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think Rick could do a lot more.
Appreciate that.
No, I appreciate your comment. I think I will say, and I've felt this for 30 plus years, that I think we're an extremely efficient agency. We do a tremendous amount with the resources that we have. And you're spot on, because when we talk about more funding, at some point, personnel is the bottleneck. And so then you just get into this broader question about the size of the agency and, you know, what is the right size agency, and a lot of different perspectives on that. So
I might get skewered for saying this publicly, but I think the two biggest threats that we face is political threats for wildlife and also loss of habitat. And I think anything we can do to protect the loss of habitat is huge. But if I understand it right, it's not just us wanting to change the lands. There's other agencies that we have to get on board, and it's like a big old network of people that we have to all be moving in the right direction to protect that habitat for the wildlife in the future, such as land development and all sorts of stuff like that. So, I mean, this is going to be a battle that I think we're going to be fighting from here on out with the declining herds and stuff like that. So anything we can do to help for habitat's one thing, but I don't know if this is the right way.
Gentlemen? There's a lot to unpack there, Rick. I don't know how you always draw the short straw and have to get these super complex issues, but one of the questions I would have is, if you mentioned $400,000 to $500,000, and that was specific to deer, elk, antelope. Was that wasn't including the trophy species? Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that included all 12
That
tags.
includes all.
So that would be annually, that
Okay.
would be 12 tags, so 3 each deer, elk, pronghorn, and then 1 each of the trophy species.
Okay, okay, and, that, and again, I'm getting down into the weeds here and probably shouldn't, because this is all, high altitude stuff, I think, but, you talked about it would come from it would come from tags that are already existing, so particularly in those trophy species, particularly goat and sheep, there's a very limited amount of those tags anyway, and we'd be taking one out of the general public's potential grasp to put into an auction tag, which I could see be somewhat problematic for the average hunter to deal with as well. Yeah, it seems like to me, in my simple mind, that it would be really easy if this survey would have came back 90% in favor of doing this and 10% against, but where it's fairly close to 50-50, that makes the decision even harder. So where do we go from here? What is the plan? What are you guys looking for from us at this point? Director, Rick, whoever.
Well, I think this is a follow-up on the discussion that we had last year when there was, conversations about should we exercise this authority and what does the public think? And perhaps not surprisingly, what we learned is that the public more or less still thinks about this issue the way they did in 2015, is that it's not where people really love it or people really hate it. It's people really hate it or they are kind of okay with it. And I think that says a lot. And we're functioning, this isn't going to be the solution to all of the problems that we have with habitat loss and population management and access. This is, in the grand scheme of things, this is not a huge amount of money. So I'm looking for your direction. I don't want to, you did ask me what I think. So I don't want to do something that is highly contentious and sends a message that I'm very, very sensitive to, always have been, about the department makes our decisions just based on revenue. We put revenue over conservation. That line of thinking has always really troubled me because I firmly believe that is not how we operate, and I don't like sending a message or doing something that feeds into that perception, especially for something that doesn't really, I would not mind another $500,000. We'd put it to good use, but is the benefit worth the cost?
Mr. Chairman, my comment and maybe a suggestion. To your point, Jim, in my mind, to the public's comment, conservation is the only reason I would support this. And so with that, could I maybe propose that, for me personally, the trophy species off the table, we already have an auction tag for sheep, for example. Deer, elk, pronghorn, maybe, but might I suggest that we just hit the pause button and keep this in the back of our minds and just digest it a little bit? Would that be appropriate?
Seems appropriate to me. I see a nod around the head. I guess I do have one more question, Rick. The $400,000 to $500,000. How did you come up with that kind of a figure?
Mr. Chairman, it was looking at auction tag prices in other states, or what they go for.
Okay.
What we get for our bighorn sheep tag when Unit 11 is not part of the auction tag, because this would not include Unit 11. Mostly that, looking at other states at what they're getting for, and then, looking at the quality of hunts Idaho can offer. There are examples of mule deer auction tags going for hundreds of thousands of dollars, insane amounts. we think those are the exception, not the rule. When you really start looking at a state like Utah that has they have over 300 auction tags, gives you a better sense of what the real market value might be for something like that.
Makes
So
sense.
that's what we based it on. And it, again, the way the statute's written, the commission would determine the hunt area and the season dates. So that would be a big driver of what that tag might be worth. So for example, Arizona, when they were doing auction tags, they had a statewide year-round mule deer tag that sold for over $700,000 at auction. That's a pretty crazy amount. And that was definitely record-setting, but a very liberal opportunity to hunt anywhere in the state, any time of the year. And then it gets more restrictive from there. So it really depends on a lot of factors.
Okay, thank
And I guess one more thing that makes me think about too is that one of the things I try to keep in my mind is when it comes to hunter participation, especially non-residents, but also somewhat residents, the economy is a big driver of that participation. And we saw that with the recession, especially with non-resident participation in general season hunts. I would expect that the economy would be a big driver of auction tag prices as well. The economy's been good for several years now, and I think we see that around the West, high auction tag prices. What the future holds, I don't know, but just something to think about.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rick. Yeah, I do like Commissioner Ebert's suggestion. Could we put this on a future agenda item to retake back up? Maybe send out the slides, the PowerPoint that you put together to all the commissioners to kind of ponder and think about, and maybe take back to constituents and discuss, and revisit in maybe at the next meeting. Is that too soon? I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, that's fine with us. I just want to be clear that you're not looking to staff to do any additional follow-up on this. This is more time for you to chew on it and get feedback from folks that you talk to.
Perfect, Jim, if I may. But I would like to know what Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation thinks. With that one exception, I would be curious if they want to offer us an opinion. Is that fair enough?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I can certainly reach out to RMEF and talk to some folks there. Any interest in Mule Deer Foundation as well? No. Okay, because Mule Deer Foundation and RMEF are the two big auction the groups that auction most of Utah's tags. They facilitate that. So
I would be interested in that.
Okay.
Commissioner
Just for the record, the last time this was brought up was 10 years ago. So if we paused it for 10 years, I'd be all right with that too.
That's what he's saying. Yeah. So is our direction clear then? I guess that
Yes.
We'll discuss this at a further date. Okay. Thank you, Rick. Next up, Hillary Ingold could talk about the foundation report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I'm just going to give a quick update on what the foundation has been up to for the past couple of months. Number one, we put out our grants for the year. So every year we do a competitive grant cycle. We put that out to the department and other NGOs that are working in the state for usually habitat restoration and education. So this year we awarded just right around $60,500, and I listed them out here. We've got Friends of the Teton, Salmon Chalice National Forest, Idaho Master Naturalists in Region 6, Idaho Fish and Game Region 3, Palouse Clearwater Environmental Institute, Idaho Master Naturalist Region 1, the Peregrine Fund, and Kanisku Land Trust. So that made up our competitive grants. And then, as you recall, we always do one Fish and Game $25,000 grant. This year we had two good applicants, so we decided to fund them both. So Region 6 for Targhee Creek restoration for $25,000, and then the last one was for all regions, with the exception of Region 7 because they don't have a communications person at the time. But this provided video equipment. If you've seen some of the videos that Region 1 has been producing, they really have done really well on social media. And so Terry Thompson from Region 4 asked if he could write a grant for everybody to kind of get the same equipment so they could all be on the level playing field in producing videos like Region 1's doing, because they've had a lot of success with those. So we decided to go ahead and fund that one as well. So I think it was a pretty good grant slate for us.
Looks like it, absolutely.
My second update is going to be the wildlife license plate. I do this once a year. Again, we've had amazing growth in those, just almost 12%. Revenue increased from 1.579 million to 1.71 million for the year. So I think a lot of that comes from our renewals, which is great, because, you know, once you've paid into it, you really don't want to get out of it because you've already paid for it. So, but with that, Fish and Game did receive almost $1.6 million for the non-game program. Department of Ag received $38,000, and Department of Parks and Rec received $38,000 for their programs. And then just, I don't know if you've been seeing them, but the new plates went live on August 1st. I've seen a lot of them in Ada County. There are, we've gotten a lot of good feedback from them, so I think it was a great time to do the update. And I think people are enjoying what came out from them. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions on my first update?
Hillary, how does that the breakdown on the revenue? How does that break out? Is that by the different plate design? Is that what generates the differing amounts there?
Yeah. So Fish and Game will receive the majority of the funding, and they'll take off each plate. They get either it's. So on new plates, it's a certain amount, and then on renewal, so on new plates, it's $1.50, I want to say, or $1.75, and then on renewals, they get 75 cents. And so with Department of Ag and Parks and Rec, then that is split between them, and so they'll get a smaller percentage of the funding.
Okay. Questions? So, you're looking for an appointment of a representative from the commission to sit on the foundation.
Yes. So just a little background. The Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation has an MOU with the department and the commission to designate a commissioner who will act as a liaison between the organization. So in 2024, that was Commissioner Tim Murphy. And he did attend every in-person meeting we had, which was great. I think he was able to provide a lot of information on what the department was doing and how we could help them with projects that are coming up. So it was a great opportunity for the foundation board to hear from the department and just see what projects are coming down the road. I think I've told you guys before, they are really excited to do big ticket things, and so you know, they've got a special savings account just at the ready to do those big projects. So I think having the liaison was very helpful. So it's something we do every November.
Yeah, and I know Commissioner Murphy has enjoyed it and speaks highly of the meetings that he's had with you guys, and I think he really enjoys it. As I've mentioned a couple of times over the last day and a half, he has some family issues that he's dealing with right now, but I think it'd be appropriate to continue to have Commissioner Murphy serve in this capacity as long as he's willing and able to do so. So, without any objection from the commission.
Do you need a motion?
Do I need a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
So moved.
Then moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. You have your representative from the commission.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Following up with that, we have the appointment of the commissioner to represent representative to WAFWA, and Chairman Ebert has served in that function over the last year. Don, I know you've been attending the meetings, you've been active and engaged in that process. Is that something that you'd like to continue to do?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to continue to do that, but I would like the understanding that, anybody can go if they choose to, and I would encourage that. If you get a chance, go to WAFWA meeting, and I'd be honored if you would select me to continue to serve in that capacity.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, would you like a motion?
please.
So moved.
Been moved, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We have our representative. Thank you for serving in that capacity, Don. Next on the agenda is set the 2025 commission calendar. Director, I'm going to have you kind of lead us through this if you don't mind.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best. So if you go to your tab 18 in your book, we've got the general meeting schedule for the course of the year. So we have a January meeting in Boise. We have a March meeting in Boise. We typically have a conference call, which is a little easier to schedule. We have a May quarterly meeting, and that's somewhere around the state, so I'll ask you to consider where you'd like to have that. We have a July quarterly meeting, again, outside of Boise. And then we have a November quarterly meeting, which is what we're doing today, again, outside of Boise. So we have 3 meetings that'll be your prerogative, but typically we do them outside of Boise in the regions. And then we have the January and March meeting in Boise. So on the next page, we can go to some prospective dates. So the suggested dates are in orange, potential conflicts are in blue, not including whatever you may have in terms of conflicts. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd just start with the January meeting and see if either that, and recall this is, we don't do a field trip on the January meeting typically. We just do the evening meeting the night before and the public meeting the night before and then the business meeting. So it's an evening and a day. And then we will have a Senate confirmation hearing at some point. It would unlikely be in January. It should be in January, as I was saying. So I think if it's, probably more likely to be able to make that happen if we do that week of the 21st in January. So I guess my question to the group would be, does either the 21st, 22nd, or do any of those dates work for folks?
You've got conference dates there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong color.
Yeah.
Does the 28th, 29th, 30th work?
I think the Wednesday's when that committee meeting meets.
Senate is on Wednesday, yeah.
Let's do 29, 30.
29, 30.
And then we'd have then we could have our commission meeting on the 30th that day, which is Thursday.
Yes,
Yeah.
we could.
So we'd come in,
We could do it, in the past, I believe we've broken from the commission meeting, the business meeting, and gone down for the confirmation hearing. So you could do it all and I guess what I'm saying is you could do the 28th, 29th, the public meeting on the 28th, and then do business meeting confirmation hearing on the 29th, if you so desired. Or we could do what you suggested, Commissioner Charette, and do the hearing, public meeting on the 29th, and then the business meeting on the 30th. Okay.
28, 29 work for everybody else?
Tell me when it is, I'll be there.
Okay. 28th and 29th of January. Everybody good with that?
Okay, then we'll go to March, and 2 options there. Same format, evening meeting night before, and then business meeting. So I don't think there's, yes, Amber?
The last week in March would be optimal for Ellery's process to be able to put it in front of the commission so then we can move through the rules process.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. So the 25th, 26th, 27th, right in that time frame. Come in 25th.
Does that work for folks? Come in the 25th and business meeting the 26th? Oh, okay.
So
Perfect.
25th, 26th
Yep.
of March.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Don.
I'd like to volunteer JJ for the May meeting in Lewiston, Idaho, because a couple reasons. We'll be setting Chinook seasons, so it's relevant, and perhaps the steelhead will be biting a lot.
JJ, thank you for volunteering to do that May meeting. Appreciate that. Looking at it looks like either 13th through 15th or 20th through 22nd is kind of the suggested dates. Preferences?
Later's better for me.
Later? So 21, does that work for you?
So field trip on the 21st, business meeting on the 22nd, travel on the 20th.
Looks good to me. Everybody else good with that?
Yes.
May 21st and 22nd?
Well, yes, correct.
All right, moving right
Let's wait.
along.
Did that work for Commissioner Bobbitt? Okay. Yep, moving right along. So July, anywhere but Pocatello until their AC system is fixed. Yes. Woody? So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm always delighted.
so we have not
Great
had one,
answer.
and Mr. Piron is not here. We have not, he's not here to defend himself. So we haven't had one in Idaho Falls for a while. So that's,
I've never been to Idaho Falls.
you have not, yeah. You've never been there in your life?
Never.
It's a nice place, so.
Pokey's better.
So we could either do, I hear the desire to go to Coeur d'Alene and appreciate that. We could do that in November, or we could do that in July. I hear you loud and clear. That's what we'll do.
Harshberger, you're okay with that?
November's not very good.
Especially,
Yeah, no, I agree.
let's see, the,
15th through the 17th, or the 22nd through the 24th.
everybody good with the 15th through the 17th
And that's Coeur d'Alene?
in Coeur d'Alene?
3 days?
Well, no, travel, again, travel,
So 16, 17 meeting?
correct. Field trip meeting, 16, 17.
And then the director and I have been talking a little bit about doing another workshop retreat type deal like we did in the backcountry a year or two ago. I can't remember exactly when. And you were kind of suggesting maybe that last week of July or first week of August, is that
Yeah, I think it
correct?
would be really valuable to get us into some backcountry for a retreat of 3 or 4 days, if we could do that, including travel. So, yeah, I might suggest either that week of the 4th of August, and we can figure out the details.
exact days.
Yeah, exactly, but I guess if it's possible, could we get you to block off the entire week until we pin that down, either the week of the 28th of July or the week of the 4th of August.
Earlier is better for me, just, it's not all about me by any stretch, just throwing that out there.
4th of August week or the last week?
So like the 28th, blocking out the week of the 28th through the 1st or the 4th through the 8th, basically, that time frame. Sounds like for Brody, that last week of July would be best. Does anybody have a conflict with the last week of July? Hearing none, let's go ahead and pencil in that last week of July for the potential for a retreat.
Okay, and then not on your calendar, we do have an invite from our Ducks Unlimited Canada partners to do a field tour, and what they're suggesting would be the week of, again, dates to be finalized, but the week that works best for them to come up and look at some of the habitat restoration work that we have helped fund would be the week of the 6th of August. And so that's not mandatory?
6th of August?
I'm sorry, October. Sorry, yeah, thank you. Yeah, certainly not required. It's an invitation, so perhaps just get that on your calendar, and if there's somebody that really does want to go and that week doesn't work, then speak now, and we could look at alternative dates, recognizing the following week is our hunting season.
Jim, where would they be?
In central Alberta is. Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be sometime the week of the 6th of October.
Of October, yeah.
Anybody? Problem? Everybody seeing thumbs up?
Okay, we'll just hold that, and that's more info coming.
I might just retire this Sunday.
Work, Brody. Okay, we're closing in on it now, the November meeting.
Yep, the November meeting, suggested dates of 18th, 19th, and 20th.
And what was the location for that?
Idaho Falls.
Okay, okay.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well, it's I'll be going to northern Idaho twice, so Idaho Falls will be great.
What are we gonna do in Idaho Falls in November?
Watch the wind blow.
There is I'll just offer this, and I'm at your service, but November in Lewiston could be an alternative because of good steelhead fishing at that time. So swapping Idaho Falls for doing the May meeting in Idaho Falls and the November meeting in Lewiston. Does that have any appeal to you, Commissioner Ebert?
It's fine with me either way. It's not up to JJ because you're his boss.
Well, I think, yeah, there'd be an abundance of field tour opportunities there in mid-November.
Either month, that's fine. We do either month, no problem. And I'd be fine with talking to Matt about that too, and if he had a better.
He just texted me, and he said he's wide open for whatever we want to do, so.
Texted me a finger.
There was a thumb.
Okay,
No, this was a finger.
I really don't care wherever.
so IF in May, Lewiston in November.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
July,
No.
No, Lewiston in November.
right, Idaho Falls in July. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, May,
May,
Yep.
May.
May is what?
May is IF.
And then, so pinning that November date down, it would be does the 19th, 20th work for everybody?
Any problems with the 19th, 20th of November?
The last 2 days of buck season, but I guess we can live with that.
Well, maybe you could take one of your fellow commissioners out whitetail hunting the day before or the day after.
Maybe.
Who, oh, never mind. Okay.
We'll be all right.
Director, is
Yeah,
that it?
that does it, Mr. Chairman.
And then we're looking at conference calls on the Wednesday or Thursday to be determined for the legislative session. Does anyone have a conflict with a Wednesday or a Thursday conference call, 8 a.m. Mountain Standard? I'm sorry?
Yeah, should be 9, not 8, my apologies.
Oh, 8 Pacific time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't forget about a specific time.
So do we have a issue with Wednesday or Thursdays on that day? And should we just leave it open? Ellery, I'll kind of look to you for maybe some guidance. Do you have a preference or?
I think generally speaking, probably Wednesdays is a little bit better earlier in the week.
Okay.
Just so we can plan accordingly, but it's.
If nobody has any problems with that, we'll tentatively plan on Wednesdays. And when will that start?
Starts on the 6th of
January.
Meetings usually start in February, and meetings all
Yeah.
start in February, so we can, I'll work with our folks to get that sorted out for you.
Okay.
Right, because we have a actual commission meeting that last week in January, so yeah, it wouldn't start till February.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, Elizabeth, you'll send this out to us, yeah?
All right, we're narrowing it down. Director's report. Director Fredericks, do you have anything you'd like to report to the commission?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be brief. There's a lot of good information in here, as always, and I really do encourage you all to look through all the different activities of the bureaus. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to just touch on a couple of highlights, and I apologize to the bureaus that I'm not going to hit just because some of the stuff we've been discussing here for the past couple of days. I would note that in the Bureau of Communications, they are undertaking a survey of hunter ed students just to get a better sense of whether those courses and the instructors are hitting the mark. We haven't done that for a long time, and I think just in the interest of being sure that that we're delivering, that we need to check in with folks, and so looking forward to that. Chairman, you mentioned the podcast by Connor and Ben, so I appreciate that you're listening to those, and many other people are as well, so great work on their part. Our social media followers continue to grow, so that's exciting. And moving on to enforcement, there's been a number of transitions in the Enforcement Bureau and the Special Investigations Unit, and then also in our headquarters shop. So people shuffling around a little bit. We do have some information in your packet about the case that we touched on yesterday in the Magic Valley region, and Senior Conservation Officer Ruse, the work that she did there, that started with some unlawful helicopter activity or perceived unlawful helicopter activity and resulted in 48 charges and 6 defendants, and that case continues to kind of evolve and it's working its way through the legal system. So kudos to Megan for that work. Lots going on with the Engineering Bureau. So of note, I don't remember when it was, but we discussed a ADA accessible fishing platform on the Clearwater River just to try to help provide those opportunities for folks with disabilities to enjoy some salmon and steelhead fishing. So Clint and his team are developing plans for that. It's not built yet, but that's a nice development. We toured the overpass on Highway 21 when we were in Boise last winter or spring, and the engineering folks have been working to make some improvements that we talked about there, both on the overpass and then the jump outs associated with the fence. So there's a write-up of a very interesting program in the Fisheries Bureau that dealing with the YY male brook trout program, and I thought it'd be kind of nice to go through all this. It's very complicated and technical. I'm not going to go through it, but it did make me recognize that it's a program that we're very proud of as an agency that has actually been developed into a WAFWA initiative, so several other states are involved with it, and it's resulting in some pretty exciting information about how we can use this tool, YY brook trout, some chromosome modification to actually help control brook trout or eliminate them where we don't want them. And so there's a lot to say about it, and given that this commission hasn't really seen that, it evolved before you all got on the commission, it'd be nice to get a presentation in front of you when we have time to just highlight that program. So. Technical Services Bureau, they're always doing a lot. They're kind of people behind the scenes on many, many things. And I just noticed as we were going through Tricia's presentation and some others, you see a lot of really nice GIS maps, and you can click on this and learn how many CWD samples have been taken. That stuff doesn't just happen. That's through the support and the talents of folks in our GIS team. So appreciate what they do. And we just got done talking about all of the opportunities for habitat restoration, habitat conservation. So in the Wildlife Bureau's report, I will just note that it's not the work that gets done for conserving and protecting wildlife habitat and restoring it isn't just our budget. We have a lot of partners, and the first paragraph talks about $10 million of federal funding through NRCS that has been put on the ground to do the very things that we are talking about. And that's just underscores the importance of the partnerships that we have with federal agencies and others in getting this work done. So also a paragraph about some new wildlife watching guides, one on bats, one on ungulates, and one on owls. And I think they're very nicely done. It's also a great way to help connect our agency with the people that don't engage with fish and wildlife in the way that a lot of our traditional users do. So important and good stuff. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think I will just invite you all to digest the rest of it on your own time.
Thank you, Director. And as far as commission reports, I'm going to suggest that due to the time frame that we're at, unless somebody has a real desire to speak out about their commission report, I would suggest that we just read through that. There is a lot of good information on those as well, and would encourage the members of the commission to read through what's going on in the other regions as well. So anybody got a dying desire to speak up on a commission report right now? Seeing and hearing none, that takes us to the planning for the next meeting. We've got that planned out. That'll be in January in whatever those dates were we talked about 10 minutes ago. So with that, we're going to need to move into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a move that the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsections 1, C and F. And that would be my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. This is a roll call vote, starting in Region 1.
2, aye.
5, aye.
Aye.
7, aye.
6.
Yeah, there was a 6 and a 4 ayes. Yes.
I think all the ayes are, everybody that's here has said aye. So we'll give 5 minutes to clear the room, and then we'll move into Yes. So we have reconvened from executive session. No final action occurred during that, and if there's no further requests from the commission, we'll adjourn the meeting. Do I have anybody that wants to do anything?
I'd like to give a shout out to Commissioner Murphy. We wish them the best, and I appreciate the hospitality, and everyone, please drive safely.
Thanks, Don. Yes, and every time I go to give kudos to the, there he is. Anyway, Ryan, strong work from you and your staff here in hosting this. You guys did a great job. Field trip was great. The hospitality here has been great. Thank you guys for everything. With that, we're going to adjourn the meeting until January.